end of the group stage in Anaheim for the Overwatch World Cup 2023. It is Tuesday, but it feels kind of Wednesday to me. What's up, fellow low-budget costume enthusiasts? Zoe's Day here, joined by Johnny the Wise, and I mean, who are you?
Hi,
what are you?
Come on. You guys all know him. We love him. You know, he's a friend of ours. Hi, my name is Matt, Mr. X Morello. Yeah, that's a fantastic answer.
I dressed up as you, Danny.
I don't wear hoodies, but that's a fantastic answer.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I love your costume.
Sports. Yeah, you do? That's a fantastic answer as well. I love boxing, football. Yes, sports is my thing.
That's right. Some sports references in there. Uncanny, same person. That was the Spider-Man meme incarnate. Love it for us. Well, guys, things are getting quite spooky for some of the teams right now because a few of them are finding themselves on the brink of elimination, and some others might make it through and qualify today already, depending on results, of course. So let's take a look. Which team has to be really scared here, Johnny?
What, really scared?
Really scared. Wait.
Oops. I mean, if you're Brazil, it's gonna get spooky. You got 3 really good teams in your group. You know, not looking too hot for teams that are 0-2, but it could be a 3-way tie. Maybe somehow for a couple of them.
Oh, that's a scary thought.
It's not over till it's over, right?
That's right. It's not quite over just yet. Let's take a look at the brackets, as that is where we were headed after the group stage concluded. And of course, some of them get more lucky than others because there's just a few teams you do not want to face. So coming second in your group may very much be a death sentence for some of them.
So he's talking about Group B. Second, coming in second. You know, you guys will probably have to face Team South Korea. So good luck.
Yeah, good luck with that. Anyway, there's a lot to fight for. Not only, of course, do they want to just be part of that bracket. No, they want to walk away with a big back at the very end of it. How big is the back? We don't know. Could be massive. Could be ginormous. And it all comes down to trick or treat. There's a lot of treats in there, I tell you that. Well, we can still grow the very bag that we're speaking of because it's crowdfunded. So that means that if you get this incredible bundle you're seeing on your screen right now, you will actively contribute to the prize pool, which will be distributed through all the players of all the teams that participated, not just here in the group stages, but in the Overwatch World Cup as a whole. So that makes 43 teams. Very, very exciting stuff. I can't wait to see where we're ending up with this. Now, let's get into it. Let's talk about what we've seen so far, because it's been 2 days of the group stages already. And, you know, guys, historically, the Overwatch World Cup has always been one of those places where regional styles clash, right? We get to see which region prefers. Has that been the case this time around? What have we seen meta-wise?
I think meta-wise, to start things off, I think we all know historically Asia Pacific, they love the dive composition, right? They love the fast-paced playstyle, and we've seen a lot of that this year as well. Not Winston per se, but it was a lot of the Doomfist dive that we're seeing from a lot of teams like Japan that we're seeing right now, Team South Korea, Thailand, you know, and team from China as well. Doomfist, of course, you know, he's a really good hero for mobility. His whole kit sort of revolves around weaving in and out of the fight. You know, you punch your way in, try to get a pick or two. If it doesn't work, hey, it's fine, get out, and then you make your way back into the fight. So, you know, it's for a lot of the Asia Pacific teams that like the fast-paced play style for them. I mean, and also notable mention, Doomfist. Also, we've seen a lot of Echo as well, you know, to sort of end the fight or like finishing off the opponents as well. So I'm expecting to see more of Doomfist, I guess, compositions from a lot of teams.
What have you seen, Johnny?
I gotta say, your beard, why is it green? I was expecting like a gray beard, but it's like a green.
It's gray. He lived in the woods for years, so it's a little mossy.
That's
My
not
beard
gray.
changed color? What are you talking about? It's gray.
Is it me? Am I weird?
It looks green adjacent, has a tint.
Sorry, guys. Wee tint, you know, there's nothing problematic. There's nothing problematic with that. What have I seen, Zoe?
Yeah,
I've
what
seen
have you
Sigma
seen?
compositions. Lots of them. Bastion being played, combining with the Sigma. It's a lethal combo. We've all heard about it, right? Seeing Mei back in the mix as well. If you want to slow things down, put the Mei walls up, throw the Blizzard out. Really powerful ultimate. But we've also seen a couple of teams throw some variations into the mix here. You can play the Symmetra, for example, if you want to TP all over the place. And if you want to close in on your opponent. If the opponent is being annoying, standing still, poking you from afar, Symmetra can get you up real close. So that's pretty handy, especially if you don't have double flick support players and instead want to lean on some Lucio gameplay. Well, if you can't play Sigma at all, like if you straight up, you're a Winston Reinhardt main like me, well, go out, play some Horse, play some Orisa. Push the tempo, get up close, use all your abilities. They're all equally annoying to play against. And just get up there into the face of the opponent. Don't let them play their shield shenanigans. Instead, just play the Orisa and go in. So, 3 compositions really. What Danny said with the Doomfist. You play a bit of dive, you weave bobbing in and out. You know, playing Winston against Bastion is pretty miserable. So instead, Doomfist gets you into the fight and out quicker. And then there's the Sigma comp that you can play some variations with. Or if you don't like Sigma, you can play Orisa. So really 3 compositions that work pretty well this week.
Yeah, and I think one thing to note is that a lot of the teams have not just stuck to one singular composition. They have been changing it up depending on their opponents, depending on the maps. And that just goes to show how versatile all of the teams participating in the Overwatch World Cup this year are. This is what gets you the trophy in the very end. So this is big picture, of course, a meta talk. Let's hone in on some individuals. Let's talk about the players who stood out so far. Maybe some names which we've not been super familiar with as of yet.
Yeah, I think we gotta start talking about Quartz, right? From Saudi Arabia, because we all know that Saudi Arabia, they're all about playing their Pharah compositions, you know, airborne heroes, Echo thrown into the mix as well. Well, all the teams know this, right? And so if they get map pick, losers pick, of course, then you'll pick maps where you can't play the Pharah. And essentially, you're taking away the best composition from Saudi Arabia. That's where Quartz comes into the mix. The overlooked weapon for Team Saudi Arabia here this week. Really good hitscan player. We've seen the Bastion, but also being able to play the Sojourn like this. Hella good Widowmaker. You know, maybe see some Widowmaker play. Quartz, really sound good hitscan player, and it's going to be crucial for Saudi Arabia if they want to win some of these maps where maybe Pharah isn't preferred. So I think Quartz is going to be really important for Saudi Arabia here.
What about you, Danny? Who stood out?
For me, I gotta talk about a player from Team Spain. It's not Health, of course. We talked a lot about Health, but it's their DPS player, Crazy Dragon. You know, he's sort of a newer player, and I think for me, he was the most impressive player that I saw yesterday against Thailand. His, I think, Tracer was just a menace against Thailand, and just they didn't know how to deal with him. I think he's like a good example of Overwatch World Cup, where, you know, it's like Overwatch World Cup is a place for sort of a good place for newer players to, you know, get the spotlight. And I think he was a great example of that. You know, not a lot of people know him and knew him. And now he's sort of popping off, and now all eyes are on him.
Yeah, I actually also picked a player from this very match. Although they were on the receiving end of Crazy Dragon, I still think there were a few players which really shined, and one of them has to be High Vision. His Genji as well as his Echo really stood out. There were a lot of fights he single-handedly turned around with his expertise on those very heroes. And I mean, if you're looking at that Thailand roster, obviously everyone is going to have their eyes on Opudo, on Titowat. But I think High Vision really managed to stood out amongst those legends of the sport from Thailand, which is always awesome to see. I love when we're heading into the Overwatch World Cup and just new stars emerging like that. High Vision, this is his first showing, of course, in the Overwatch World Cup, and I hope for many, many more in the future, because as you always say, Danny, the talent is there.
Talent is always there.
It sure is.
For every player.
It sure is. No, it's been an absolute joy to watch those players pop off left and right, whether they lost or they won. It's been fun watching, and I hope you guys at home have also been enjoying watching, and maybe you did so with your own community. Maybe you were hosting your own World Cup watch party, and if you haven't, well, get on it. What are you waiting for? Here's the link on your screens. Make it happen. Enjoy the games with friends and bevies. That's how you do it. And of course, not only will you be treated to fantastic Overwatch, no, you will also earn drops. Drops, 6 skins, and all sorts of cool things. So lots of cool Overwatch World Cup exclusive coming your way. Definitely worth it. Definitely worth it. Now, if you do throw a watch party or if you're just enjoying it with us, we are your watch party. That works too. Let us know how you're enjoying the Overwatch World Cup using the hashtag OWWC2023 and hit us up on socials. You might be featured on the broadcast. Maybe you're also wearing a lame costume like we are. So, you know, show up. We have a lot of great games coming your way. So there is plenty of time to tweet your thoughts and opinions, of course, about those as well. This is our schedule. Again, there are some matches with quite big implications. I haven't run the math yet, but someone smarter than me surely will any minute.
If you win, good.
And if you win, that's pretty good.
If you lose, bad.
Generally.
Yeah.
Yes, and this is why you guys are my analysts. Like, I just couldn't do it without you. Just couldn't do it without you. Now, we will be breaking down the action.
We will be breaking down the action later, indeed,
yeah.
Zoe. Yes, that is completely true.
Yep.
She's fine.
Anything else? Oh,
You're good. You're good.
Was I
Keep
gone?
it up, Zoe. You're doing great.
Yeah, just keep
Get
it
us outta here
scary
for
for
now.
everyone because it's Halloween. Well, yeah, so great matches coming our way. But first things first, before we're heading into a break, have you heard of the collab that made us all buzz with excitement? That's right. Overwatch 2 is collabing with the Seraphim. And man, is this one exciting. Yeah, the shocked face, I see it. No, you should check it out. There's a lot of cool stuff. There's a lot of cool stuff. So let's take a look at what that collab brings to the table.
Me and my girlies, we gon' party till early. Got me feeling hella rowdy tonight. Caught in some traffic, but the radio is blasting. Drop a red light and we're saying goodbye. Here's some good
Hello and welcome to day number 3 of the Overwatch World Cup 2023 group stages. Zoe here, joined by Danny and Reinforce, also known as Johnny the Wise. He is going to share his wisdom with us in just a second as we are looking at the next 2 teams facing off against each other. The day will start with what I think is a match with a lot
With a lot of potential and implication. That's right.
Implications, exactly. Because if Finland wins this one, they're setting themselves up in a really good spot to make it out of the group. But if Colombia is going to take it, same thing for them. Then they're still in it to win it. Johnny, what have we learned from the match we saw thus far from Finland?
We've learned about Finland that they're a very professional team. They got it figured out going into the World Cup. Like, there's no shenanigans, there's no questions about it, okay? They're going to play the Sigma composition. Vestola, as we know, a really skilled tank player, spending a lot of time in the European scene. And then Cloud playing the Mei, Sauna, a really good hit scan player as well. This is just like a perfect kind of Sigma Bastion team. Vestola can also flex over to the Diva like you're seeing right here if he'd like to. But really, I think that Finland, like, they have their identity. They have it figured out. And when you're playing in the World Cup, I can't over-exaggerate like how important that is, because you're seeing some teams in the World Cup, you know, you don't have as much practice time, you're playing with new people, right? So having your compositions figured out, that's going to be a huge boon, and Finland's got it going.
Indeed. Now, Colombia, they may have lost their first match against South Korea, but I would say they're more than redeemed themselves in a close series against Mexico just yesterday, Danny.
All right, I mean, we don't really talk about the first one, okay? It's against South Korea, then we'll get it over with. Yeah, it's Korea. And also, you know, I think they're a team that they have their sort of, you know, comps figured out as well. Just like their opponents, Finland, they've been running the Sigma Mei Bastion composition yesterday, and they looked really good. I think having Cersei play that Mei, I think, throughout the whole match, I think it was a very good look for Colombia, so I'm expecting to see that. And also, Colombia, they vibe, you know? They're always happy to be there, and I think that's you know, that's the thing that I really like about Colombia.
I think you guys summed those teams up very well. Finland definitely just looked like professional, you know, spiffy, clean, just come here to do the job. Colombia, they were vibing, and because of that, I did give Colombia 1 map, but I do think Finland is the favorite to win this one. They looked so clean, like they had a really clear idea of what they want to do.
I also went with Finland. I don't remember if I went 2-0 or 2-1. 2-1, yeah. I'm on the same page as Zoe. You know, I gave them one map because of the vibes. You know, we love Colombia, but I mean, Finland is the stronger team, I think, currently on paper.
I got Finland, but with a 2-0. They're polished, they're clean. There's no like great mistakes from Finland. Like they're just on it. It's clean, professional Overwatch. You like to see that from Finland. So I got Finland with a 2-0 here. I think they're looking really good.
Speaking of professional things we love to see, Mitch is standing by. Matt also somehow made it. So let's hand it over for them for all the action.
That's fantastic.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Yeah, I'm here with Matt. Matt, I've got to say, Danny's rendition of your outfit was
today.
Yeah, thank you. You know what's funny? My Halloween costume is far less vibrant than the normal ridiculous things I wear, but I do have these bad boys. A bougie, baby. I'm a butterfly. All right. What are you? Huh? A slob.
I'm me.
You're a slob.
Me.
All right.
I dressed up as myself.
Yeah, I'm you. That is horrifying to have to see on the other side of this casting panel. Welcome back, of course, everybody, to the Overwatch World Cup 2023. We're headed back over to Group A. This group really starting to take shape now. Even if South Korea has only played that 1 match so far, we know all we need to know about that roster. Expect to see them dominate the group. This is where this might be the most interesting matchup with maybe the most implication, as Colombia does take a hard-fought win against Mexico yesterday. But the desk is right. I think even giving Colombia a map, if I'm honest, is too generous. Finland are clock in, clock out, nose to the grindstone, honest Overwatch players.
Yeah, Colombia, though, in a position to potentially cause a little bit of chaos here in Group A, though, right? Like, winning this series would throw a lot of people's predictions to the side, with everybody, I know, believing like South Korea and Finland, probably the 2 strongest teams here, I know, in the group. Colombia, they looked pretty good the other day, right? They go to the wire with Mexico. I think, you know, Finland is another step up, though, in competition.
Absolutely.
You know what I could have been for Halloween? If I would have known that Johnny had, bathed Johnny the Wise's beard in chlorine all year long, I could have just dyed my beard green and been Johnny the Wise.
Yeah, Johnny getting mixed up between Radagast and Gandalf a little bit there. I reckon he's watched that beard quite a few times because it got a lot of use in like 2018, I want to say 2019. So
It'll be, remember the is the dress blue or is it a black? That'll be the new Johnny the Wise's beard gray or green?
Well, we have a further question, Matthew. Are Colombia the real deal or no? Cersei and Drummer, fun fact, brothers, by the way, brothers in arms and in blood. And again, Colombia, much like Mexico, had an open trial, an open qualifier to put this team together. And they looked great yesterday. Really big fan of Mixed V, and I thought Cersei was incredible. We're previously coaching this team, brought in to play DPS, and it's looked fantastic. It's going to take more than that, though, to topple Finland.
Get both teams coming out on Sigma-based competitions. A large chunk of damage comes in, though. That's going to be the immortality field for Colombia used early on.
Keep an eye on those Baptiste ult charges here. Colombia going a little bit low. Perhaps the healing's been cut off to some degree. Cloud, though, going to be the first to fall. It's Cersei, the aforementioned, with the first kill in the fight. And now Super Gomez can take some space behind this kinetic grasp. Sauna forced to try and go into that assault configuration, but Cersei is relentless. This is what you want to see out of the gates for Colombia. No respect.
Yeah, in the mirror, right? Where typically in these mirror matchups, you would say like, hey, the team with the more experienced quote unquote players, right? You'd favor them. As looks like potentially an earbud issue here. It looks like his earbuds have fallen out of his.
Colombia, like, hey, Finland are reeling. Give him a moment. Give him a moment to breathe here. You know what I mean? This is icing the kicker again. Weren't Colombia the ones that called the pause in like the final second?
I like it.
Oh my god!
In Call of Duty, when I would coach, when we would like really stomp somebody in a map, we would send somebody to the bathroom and purposely like drag it out because we just wanted them to sit there and just feel the emotion of
you guys are rats though.
Just getting beat terribly. We just wanted them to sit in it, stew in it for a bit. This is one fight. Not an entire series, and we'll be right back into the game. It looks like MixV's like headphone just fell out of his ear, which want to get a pause, make sure you can hear everything going on.
All is well now as we are back into the game. Colombia off the back of that first fight. Great aggression in the front line here, but Super Gomez, fantastic cooldown rotation, and Cloud is going to get caught out again. How do you find a pick like that? It looks like it wasn't even an accretion because Super Gomez deploys that later.
Yeah, and I wonder, we don't actually kind of see like the assist in the feed, right? But for Cloud to be that far in front, potentially a boot from MixV up on the high ground is he will actually fall to hands of Vistola.
Oh, Vistola gets crunched inside the Blizzard. Somehow Sauna's able to play from the outside of it and gets the kill on Cersei, but it's a trade. Super Gomez avoids getting knocked into the pit. Master was hoping for an environmental kill there. He won't find it. Colombia now can bide their time. Drummer has the cannon barrage available here. Sauna needs to be aware of MixV playing this off angle and just constantly poking. Here's that Bastion ultimate. Drummer doesn't find anything, and finally Super Gomez succumbs to the well.
Yeah, as Masa, one of the best Lucio players in the world, able to just knock him in to the pit. But Colombia doing a nice job just stalling this out, right? You got the May, you got the Baptiste, everybody able to just kind of keep each other up for just a little bit longer here. It looks like Cersei into the well too. This will be a flip for Finland. So Colombia comes out strong though, man. I mean, almost 70% here.
Yeah, again, great opening for them. And honestly, it's a couple of early picks on Cloud. The May sort of falls quite early in a couple of the fights, which means that wall's not available. The stall potential of the ice block sort of not on the table either, rather. That's a gigantic Gravitic Flux! Oh my goodness, the follow-up is going to be there as well. Now Finland making sure Colombia understand the price they have to pay for their impudence at the start of this round. The Wombo hits them as they try and get out of spawn, and Finland buy some more time.
I was going to say the follow-up is always going to be there, right? When you're using the artillery strike coming down on top of that Gravitic Flux, it's like the biggest kind of Wombo combo we got in the game right now. Is this could be a huge fight. Sound barrier for both sides.
Another Gravitic Flux here for Super Gomez, but it's speculative. It's searching, and it comes up with absolutely nothing. Now boots back on the ground for the Sigma. Super Gomez needs to try and find a way to peel Finland off the point here. Cloud going to play pretty safely. Now push up with the ice block, maybe to honestly mitigate some of this incoming damage. It's unclear. He may want to push in towards the Sigma's position. MixV gets caught there by the endothermic blaster. Super Gomez able to just skitter away in time, but that Ant Matrix is now expired, and MixV went down with a sound barrier in hand.
Yeah, both teams end up not using their barrier during that. It was actually an Ant Matrix used by Hug up on the high ground, but actually Finland now taking the lead as Mana, the Super Gomez going for a little bit of a hero play with that Gravitic Flux coming up with nothing. That may be one you want back.
I was playing GeoGuessr from that height. Wasn't doing much else. Cersei picked off here. Mixie's able to find that elimination. Of course, that Ant Matrix is devastating. Sauna was hoping to line up a big tactical grenade, but it wasn't needed. And here's a blizzard now for Cloud, starting to redeem himself after a rough start to this round. The sound barrier for Finland, just to make sure the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed, and the round is secured.
And once Colombia lost control of the point, they were just getting pushed back to the spawn there by Finland, as Finland just in complete control from there on out. Maybe a little bit of a wake-up call there for Finland early on, right? Maybe they kind of thought this would be a little bit easier as soon as Colombia really starts to push the pace, play well early on. Finland really kind of has to dial into gear.
Let's have a look at some of these environmentals here from Masa. Again, remember, Tank's a little bit harder to shift. Look how close Super Gomez is to the pit. Masa doesn't even have to get down behind him. That's brutal. A massive health pool and all that damage mitigation down the gurgler.
So, Masa just a legend of the Lucio game, right? Up there with some of the best that we've seen over the years. Love to see him make plays like that. Finland will actually have Sauna here pick up the Sojourn. So no Bastion. You can control the high ground a little bit better here with the Sojourn, right? Play a little bit at a distance.
Sauna. See, someone we would have liked to have seen a little bit more from earlier this year, now getting a chance to shine. That's nicely done. Drama gets absolutely hammered there by the railgun, and Finland this time have their sea legs about them. Rough start to this round for Colombia.
And you see when Colombia starts to move on in, right? They have their players on that low ground. You can't really even shoot up there towards Sauna up on the high ground. It's very difficult to even access him. So a little bit of high ground control here for Finland. A small change, but a big one here specifically on this point.
Glad to play the low ground. He gets actually a bit of info from those couple of ticks with the Hemothermic Blaster. He's able to back away, but very quickly the fight's going to be taken to the May here. Cloud, of course, does have that ice block. Going to try and wall Colombia off the point, and they catch Super Gomez off. Now the pressure's on. The kinetic grass isn't going to stop the slowing effect of the Endothermic Blaster, and already that immortality field is down. Cloud serves himself up. Now Ice Blockers for Stola wants to join the point, and here's the immortality field quickly going to be removed, but not before Sauna deals with Drummer, and Hug goes careening over the edge. Rack another environmental kill up for Masa.
Oh, it is a tough go for Colombia right now. They're going to actually go over to Tracer here. So you're going to keep everything else the same, but just with the Tracer in the mix. So this will be a little bit of an interesting look. There's not a ton of synergy between Tracer, Sigma, Baptiste, whatnot. So really, it's kind of Drummer playing on his own.
Nasty position there for Cloud. There's no way you're going to be able to stop this blizzard, and combined with the Gravitic Flux, that seems like a little bit of overkill. Meteorology combined with quantum physics. No one's coming back from that.
Yeah, super unnecessary. There is, trap everybody, fly up to the high ground, get a huge flux. I mean, there is also, to be fair, there is no huge wombo combo, right? So it is a great opportunity to potentially use flux, finish off that fight, now let it linger out. Is Colombia, they're even having a tough time getting near the point.
I mean, Sauna with the overclock here from a position that can't be assailed at all by Colombia. They can't get to it all, and Hug just headbutts a railgun, apparently. Sauna now drops to the low ground. The sound barrier is in play. Finland have no worries. It's Hakuna Matata, baby, and they will be chilling. Quickly, Colombia flip the point back, but it's really just a formality here. And Super Gomez is dead before those twinkly toes hit the ground.
And I mean, that is such a nasty shot by Sauna. I mean, obviously, if anybody's played Overwatch, another shot on the Hug. Landing those shots pretty much looking straight down, extremely difficult to do. Sauna and Finland, they take map number 1.
Well, Mixby's now opening a support ticket after what just happened there. That was absolutely raw from Finland. And a slower start for them here, but you can see once they can sort of set up and once they're able to put Cloud in a position to succeed, a lot of these little set plays that are happening on a dime, we talked about the Gravitic Flux, the Blizzard play, the overclock was really all that was needed there just because Sauna is so darn accurate. And there's no pressure on Sauna from above the point. There's no component of this Colombia composition that can actually assail that position. Sauna gets to sit back and chill.
Yeah, I mean, that's where right, if you wanted to like put some pressure on Sun up on the high ground, as we take a look at some of the highlights, like the Tracer's not really going to do that, right? Like the Tracer, essentially, you're just applying more point pressure or being able to maybe like get players down to the point, and then you think you can like brawl it out with your own style of, you know, comp that you have, like a little bit of a rush, you know, going up against the same thing on the other side. But I think if you really wanted to, you know, try and make a play, you need to probably play like the Doomfist, right? You know, maybe like Doomfist Tracer, even with like a Genji Echo, maybe, right? Echo would have been decent there. There's no Tracer on the other side, so I think Colombia probably, you know, when they see that comp, probably need to come up with something different.
Sauna, spending much of this year as a substitute player on some of the best teams in the world, now has a chance to just turn up on that main roster with the veterancy of Masa and the wiles of his Lucio play. A little too strong in that first map. Colombia choosing Circuit Royal here. We have to assume at this point, Matthew, it's a comfort pick, but everything about Finland's preferred composition makes us feel like they'll be looking comfortable on that map too. Stick around, everybody. It's Group A as Finland and Colombia go at it. And this really is an important match. Winner looking to take at least second place in the group. Well, we saw signs of life from Team Colombia at the start of Ilios. Well, looked like it would be going their way. They get up to about 60% of that capture progress, but all of a sudden, that cold, harsh Finnish winter sets in.
Yeah, and now going into this next map, right, on Circuit Royale, it's a map that this should work out well for Finland on, as you do have a sub. It'll be Ollie coming in here for Mickey, so we'll see how this plays out. Probably for a different look in terms of, you know, maybe it's not a full Baptiste look. Maybe you want to play some Zen, right? Masa can pick up that Baptiste, so potentially some changes in that regard.
Absolutely. Ollie, a lesser known player, at least on the global stage, someone playing a lot domestically. Looking forward to see how they turn up in this particular game. Again, under the wing of Massa, you really can't go wrong. The rest of this team, of course, unchanged in terms of those substitutions. Let's talk a little bit about Team Colombia here, and I guess then they're past the victory because they've selected Circuit Royal, and they are selecting Circuit Royal a heck of a lot so far over these matches. How are they going to find advantages against a team like Finland, Matt, who frankly loves the composition that is the go-to on this map?
Well, not even the composition that's the go-to, like, right? Like, you look at, like, those Bastion comps, right, that we see pretty much everybody run. We saw both teams run that in the first map. We do see, like, even, like, double sniper here, right? Where we saw the Sojourn come in for Finland, and it was awesome, right? So, if they want to play that type of look, like Sojourn Hanzo or something along those lines, right? A little bit more at range. What does Colombia do to counter that? Even see some Genji here, potentially. So... a few options for Finland that I'm curious how Colombia bounces back.
If Sauna gets to pick that Sojourn once more, Colombia will be on notice. Something I liked about Colombia is that their protocols for how they play off the Mei and the Sigma especially were very, very good in their previous games, as well as early on Ilios. Good to see them sort of return to form in that regard. Obviously, they have access to, as we pointed out, the Wombo combo. I never really thought we'd be talking about, Cannon Barrage meets Gravitic Flux, but it is pretty filthy. Kind of reminds me of some of the old Graviton Surge-esque combinations. We might get Sauna on some hit scan here. That would be a ton of fun to see. Clouds May, that are very, very hard to shift, especially as we got further in the day on Ilios.
Yeah, I think Sauna potentially just to, like, get a shot out of the spawn here. Maybe see... kind of you could pick somebody off over the building or something, then I'd imagine some type of change because the Widow's not great into the shield plus the Bastion and Mei. Maybe seeing if there's a Widow on the other side of their own, and now a swap.
Sauna checks the angle just in case they get something also weird, something more airborne. Massa, hello! Caught out there by Super Gomez. Great start for Colombia. We'll buy them some time at least to settle into this setup a little bit more. It's unclear though whether that kill will yield further opportunities to make a player advantage happen. Yeah, Accretion, that's going to get you if you're going for the kinetic grasp. But oh, the catch out! Pistola with some brass tacks fundamentals, punishing Super Gomez in the tank mirror. And all of a sudden, Finland explode.
Colombia has the right idea with how, the pace and what they're supposed to do. It's just going up against a team that is, so, well oiled in terms of like their decision making, right? Like, never seems like there's a player really, caught out or in opposition for Finland. I mean, always making the right play, it seems.
Super Gomez, man. Bro got rocked while he was given the waggle hands. That is a big no-no. And a big...
You never want to get rocked while giving the waggle hands.
That's right. Again, tough to come back from that one, though. Here's an Accretion, shielded out for the most part. Pistola immediately goes for the kinetic grasp, knowing he's safe from being interrupted. Immortality Field's being picked up here, but Mixby somehow getting caught. Super Gomez in deep trouble here. Kinetic grasp with only a little bit of HP left, and that Amp Matrix is going for nothing.
They need to stop giving Vistola like 900 HP. Right there, he was able to just use the kinetic grasp, aka the waggle hands, and just he becomes like a Primal Rage Winston in terms of health almost. Where now they have this sick combo, Finland, right? They're going to play a little bit closer up. Vistola and Sauna, because you're here on land, right? Can kind of use a little bit of screen watching here to set up a huge combo.
Here it is, Blizzard, Vistola,
Nice
just
rock.
to skirt around the edges of it by the looks of things, in the sound barrier keeps Finland fighting. The Accretion was good, but the kinetic, the Gravitic Flux rather. Ice block lasts just long enough to protect Cersei, but Sauna brings the roof down on Super Gomez. And that Immortality Field, of course, is removed before the shells touch down.
That combo is so filthy. Like, we've had some crazy, obviously, wombo combos over the years in Overwatch, right? This one may be just the most devastating because even with the Immortality Field, that first artillery seems to take it out, and then you just sit there and just wait to die. And even when the Mei, blocks the Gravitic Flux coming out of it, there's still like 3 artilleries that are going to drop right on top of her head, where Finland's setting a really impressive time here.
Over 5 minutes to play with, a very good sign for the attacking team. Ollie, okay. From the shadows comes Sebastian. coming in from the side, just like the Reaper guy, and even more effective with that amplification matrix. Drummer, though, at least is able to get some action going in this fight, and Mixby decides now's the time for the sound barrier. This is a good chance for Colombia to push back.
Yeah, the beat keeps everybody like alive here. You know, that bash and that off angle would have been, you know, really difficult to deal with. As the beat keeps them up, but do they have enough damage? It looks like they have to back out. It looks like there's just not enough there to be able to hold at that first corner.
That's so punishing. Mixby spending a sound barrier. I mean, they lose the fight after it. They actually don't lose any players, but like you pointed out, Matt, they realize they can't stay and fight. And that's a tough pill to swallow, I think, for Colombia, who really want to leverage that Lucio ultimate into at least some time buy, let alone a fight win. We're gonna have to let the one go begging now, as there's an amp matrix to play with from this high ground. Finland have to be tracking this to some degree. And yeah, the ice wall comes up, but it's a little bit too early, and Drummer's able to go through it pretty easily. Pistola can't hit the accretion on the Bastion, and that damage is gonna start to really take hold. The immortality field from Ollie, well placed, in the Blizzard here is avoided for the most part by Colombia. Here they come. Blizzard now comes from Cersei. Cloud going to be caught up in that one, and Cersei wants a little bit more. Vistula going to be caught on the stairs, and Master has no escape. The Sigma just able to get out of the way, but Sorta's now in that tank configuration. Pistola went for a gravitic flux there. Doesn't find any value, but after the fact, Finland able to push back a little bit more. Master, he wants the sound barrier to work with. He's happy to save it for now, as Finland decide enough's enough.
I was shocked they ended up using that flux there. That's what I was most surprised about, because no, it seemed like Finland had got what they want. Masa doesn't end up using the sound barrier. Vasola, it seemed like he thought him and Sauna could really clutch up there and make a play, and they almost did. But you would love, I mean, the flux plus this artillery would pretty much seal the deal at this point.
Once again, Colombia assume this little position on the high ground. Maywall on the low ground here. This could be dangerous for Hug. He needs to have some serious output right now. Sound barrier for Mixby is required, and it gets popped straight away. Hug's immortality field did its work. Sauna denied any kills from that Bastion ultimate now, and Cloud's in a compromising spot. Drummer able to get some free damage here. Sauna has no protective architecture back there. And once again, Colombia able to stand strong against this relentless Finnish onslaught.
Yeah, and now they're in a good spot, right? I mean, that was the sound barrier, that was artillery there. So you come back, you have your own big wombo combo here for Colombia. You're in a pretty good spot to potentially get a hold here, preventing Finland from completing the map.
2 minutes, 30 seconds. No more Bastion shenanigans from Finland. Once again, Sauna going over towards the Sojourn here. And Finland want to take the fight to Colombia here. Only with 4 players, and ooh, there's the Flux Cloud. Ice block, yeah, he drops down there, but oh, Ollie, he actually DIs forward while he's using those exo boots and gets caught straight up by one of those mortar strikes. And again, another fight win for Colombia. This is starting to look much better. A map they chose, a map they're comfortable on, and now we're starting to see why.
Yeah, and Cloud ends up holding on to that ice block till the very last second. He actually lives through that huge combo, but yeah, Ollie just take a little bit step forward there and ends up getting clipped by an artillery, where now Colombia, if you want, like, there's a few different ways you can play this, right? You can kind of like stay up here, poke, see if you can maybe find something. You can catch them off guard. If Finland goes to play cart, you can, you know, speed and blizzard onto them. So a few different options here for Colombia on how they want to play this.
Once again, Finland trying a similar approach here. Whoa, my goodness, Mixby might get something nice there. Yes, okay. 2 kills claimed. Masa also with some environmental involvement though, but oh my goodness. Yet another boot kill from Mixby. Utter carnage here, but Colombia the ones with at least a couple players standing as the smoke clears.
Like, if you knock, you know, you may not win the series, you may not make it out of groups. Go for some clips. I like that from Mixy right there. Going over the side, able to find a few kills, some, you know, knocks off the side of the map. Is a nice blizzard there from Cersei. Gets a few players on that corner. So this will be the toughest fight. I mean, Finland still has not recovered from that previous fight where they ended up like kind of throwing the flux in and whatnot. They still have not recovered some of these ultimates. I mean, that was a huge fight.
They've given up playing for the high ground here. Drummer will be lifted up, but Pistola just gets absolutely pummeled from this high ground. Finland realize they can't just walk up there and take the fight directly, so they try and drag Colombia down, and it might be working. The blizzard was waiting for them now, and the cold jaws of winter will consume Colombia. No chance for Hagas. He can only look on to drop down, and Finland finally come up with the goods, but only with 23 seconds left in the round. And if I was Mixby, I'd be feeling good about myself too. Great little 3-piece there with those environmental kills, punishing Finland for going for the direct approach.
And it was a nice blizzard at the end, but then Masa actually, I believe, booped Drummer right into the blizzard, into the line of sight of Sana, who had the overclock, and he was just popping off on the Sojourn as another Sojourn switch here for Finland ends up paying off. But pretty good defense from Colombia, right? I mean, it seemed like there's like almost like 4+ minutes, almost 5 minutes for Finland to complete the map, and they hold them. They now only have 23 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, to say nothing about obviously how susceptible you are to getting booped playing on that corner. Colombia understood that that's a great place to create an artificial choke with that main wall, not only slowing Finland up, but putting the pressure down. You also force Sauna to switch off the Bastion, which I think is really very significant in a position like that.
What do you think about this? Taking the Bastion out and playing the Symmetra. This is very much just wanting to play like that 50-50. So let's take a look at this mix V play here. As Blizzard comes on through. Yup.
Sauna Vistola,
like
no
that.
chance to get back.
Almost
Master's
got
able to
Cloud
get
too.
So Cersei ice blocks here. Wouldn't have been able to get back to safety anyway. Mixby clambers back up, and then they get another.
Yeah, I mean, that is sick play.
Absolute pandemonium there on that high ground. Okay, so yeah, the symmetric composition, it's interesting. They want to play close, I think, trying to erect some sort of spawn camp. But I love that May wall. It's so good. Sort of absolutely flattened there by the accretion. No chance to play from behind the Sigma shield. That was the perfect wall for Colombia. The Solar was on the other side of it.
Yes, Finland, they want to play close, right? With that sim, like, you want to take these fights, right? The longer the fights go, the bigger the sim is going to get in terms of like damage ramp. That fight did not go fast. I mean, Colombia's like, you guys aren't going to spawn camp us like that. I mean, come on now. They just run right out of the spawn. They take out Sana right away. So the one thing with Sim is she is a bit of a glass cannon of a hero, right? Like, you can take her out pretty fast. And I believe she gets, Sana gets hit with an accretion there and then falls. So he'll go over to the Bastion straight away.
Finland have exhausted all of their no respect strategies now. Back to the Bastion play. They're going to have to win this in the neutral, but Colombia look comfortable there as well. XP sees Cloud wrapping around, putting pressure on Super Gomez and tries to remediate that. It's going to be Cersei opening up the account yet again on such an important target, no less. Amay is out of the picture here, though, for Colombia. Can they scrape together a fight win here? It looks pretty darn good again. Vistola in a position where his kinetic grasp cannot save Masa. And now Drummer gets to be the sole Bastion working from the side. Vistola has to run or fall.
So Colombia making a pretty quick work here of Finland on their offensive attack, and maybe this is why they end up picking Circle Royale. Is because the Sauna doesn't come out on the Bastion straight away, right? You're gonna be like not aligned in terms of ultimate charge with this combo, where Colombia, they're a little bit closer here at the moment. They do have their Blizzard in their beat already, so a huge ultimate advantage. This next fight could be huge. If you can get out of this without using a ton of ultimates for Colombia, you're in a great spot.
Vistola with the flux there. Nothing doing as Super Gomez sends an accretion over in his direction. He receives one now himself, so he knows he can go for an ultimate and not be interrupted. It's big! 4 players in the Gravitic Flux. It has to be a sound barrier instantly. Drummer trying to come in over the top there with a Bastion ultimate, but Sauna is the one to find the Sigma elimination. That was a scary one for Finland. Masa, years of experience paying off with a timely sound barrier.
I mean, that was a sick Gravitic Flux there from Super Gomez, but the beat from Masa is huge, right? The beat plus the immortality field, even helping keep some players alive. As I talked about how big that fight was, now the worry is Colombia used absolutely everything in that one.
They still have 4 minutes to work with, but the loss of momentum there and all the ultimates spent, it can't be overstated. Sorted out. Not looking to combo this, just maybe try and find something speculative. Cersei was in ice block prematurely, but is gonna get caught out. The timing was correct for Sauna. Cersei may be just going for that ice block too early. Sauna saw straight through it.
Yeah, as now Finland, I think they gonna smell blood. They want to push up, play close. I think just foresees fights constantly over and over again. Is Colombia, they'll come out of the spawn fast. I think Colombia, you're in a spot where, like, you know, obviously 3 minutes, like not an eternity here, but they know they probably need to take a few fights fast because they are not in a great spot in terms of like their ultimates. Really odd amp matrix. You see, it's actually like placed on top of that May wall there that comes in from Cersei. So I don't think anyone's gonna get value of it, but it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, the Blizzard was enough there. Cersei got caught inside of it. Maywall thrown up, yeah, in front of Sauna, who was trying to make use of that amp matrix. A little bit chaotic there from Finland. But they come out with the result. They take another whole minute off the clock and also able to, you know, maintain some ultimate potential coming to the next fight, especially at Gravitic Flux. Mixby's going to want to hope to build that barrier real quick.
Man, and these fights going so fast in favor of Finland that, like, Colombia, even with taking these fights fast, you're not making any progress in terms of ult charges. Looks like, oh, they're gonna get Mixby. Oh, yeah, that's brutal. Now you lose your speed. Like, how do you even engage here? So Cersei throws the Blizzard into it.
Pistola playing up real close and personal to Cersei, who's taking a ton of damage, and Cloud's going to be able to take them down. Drummer eventually punishes Pistola, but the space created by Pistola playing right up in Super Gomez's grill is so big. Massa as well is able to do a lot of work from the periphery there. Mixby still doesn't have that sound barrier up here. Massa has his ready, though, for another Flux.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like you kind of just started to throw some ultimates in there towards the end for Colombia rather than kind of like playing for like two really good fights, stacking them up, because yeah, Matrix there doesn't really get a ton, and that Blizzard neither.
Here it is, Sauna, with the barrage. Hug gets caught out. It's tough. Baptiste only really has the vertical mobility, not the horizontal one. He can't get out of the radius of damage. And that's a huge fight when you only spend the Bastion ultimate. That could be devastating. Backbreaking for Colombia.
That's really nice, though, from Finland. Like, what they decide to do there is, instead of obviously, having that huge wombo combo, they drop a Mei wall behind Colombia and then drop the artillery strike in, where they obviously, can't get over it, right? The Baptiste, the only one that falls, but that's huge, right? In this type of game, with this type of meta, you have one support who's really about like the healing of the entire team, which is the Baptiste. So losing that is huge.
Pistola. Not caught in the Flux. Oh my goodness.
No, it's
interrupted.
It's interrupted, but they still lose both supports.
Yeah, I mean, again, they thought they were maybe safe under that immortality field, but they should know better by now. Drummer's going to be able to find two with the barrage. Now playing from long range, Sauna has to hope to find something. Super Gomez is not interested. Flux from Pistola again, another potential risky ultimate to come from here. Super Gomez does get hit by the accretion. No idea what the Flux is for. Maybe to get to the high ground? Maybe to get into a position to threaten the players up here? It's unclear. Cersei, though, on the card here. Pistola going low. Massa desperately trying to keep the Sigma in the fight. Now it's going to have to give up some ground, but Finland will have reinforcements.
I mean, dude, like, you would have never thought that Drummer was going to pick up both supports with that, because the Gravitic Flux doesn't actually come in from Super Gomez. It's going to be one fight here. Colombian opportunity with a Blizzard and an Ant Matrix to take the second checkpoint.
Widow here, absolutely shut down by that nice wall. Cersei threw in the back there. The Blizzard comes in first, though. Drummer is caught inside that, but is going to be able to stay alive because of the immortality field. Cersei down, though. Cloud finds that kill after the Blizzard came out from Colombia, but still, Cersei's able to pave the way for a fight win. Pistola's not getting out of this one alive, and Colombia have themselves an extension. We're into the last phase of the map.
Man, Colombia gets it over the line. Sana with that, like, desperation Widow switch. It was a nice wall from Cersei that kind of, like, blocked off his entire line of sight. It's going to go right back to the Bastion. Is looking at maybe Colombia has, like, what, they probably need to win 3 fights at this point, right? 3 fights a minute to go. They pretty much have to be, well,
not good.
I was gonna say perfect. Yeah, that is not good, though.
Colombia had a real crack at that. Able to stake their claim to that high ground position and be impossible to shift. But they really only had the Gravitic Flux to work with. And they get overrun very early in that fight. You see Super Gomez has no interest in parting with that ultimate in such a tough situation. So Finland now have a chance to slow the pace down again. And this is still a problem for Colombia. They get bled out of time so much in this second phase of the map that they have less than 40 seconds to work with here. They've got to finish the map at least.
Yeah, and Finland with a huge advantage, right? What you do here is you play close, you take early fights, constantly, cycling through, trying to take fights early on, and just force Colombia into using some of these ultimates in an unideal situation. That's a huge pick from Drummer off the rip.
Oli, though, able to get the immortality build back here. Can they recover, though, from losing Master here in the fight? No, Sauna gets picked off. Oli can't keep them alive, not with all that healing. And Drummer playing front and center will be eventually be brought down by Oli with a high ground, but he can only throw himself on the cart and try and stall out. Finland, though, know what they're doing. They want to get this in overtime and then end the round. They have a big Blizzard. That might be the answer.
Yeah, what do you think here? Like a Maywall plus Blizzard down onto the low ground, potentially up from up high, and then some damage down from Sauna. Like, that could be enough to do it. I wonder if Finland lets them, like, come in through this choke here, because then it becomes very difficult where Finland controls all that high ground.
Safe spot to drop down to as well. Here's that Blizzard now being deployed. The wall was there, but Cersei's able to get back behind it. Who's caught in it? Super Gomez seems unaffected, but no! Oh, no! Get off the cart. And unfortunately, that will be the end of Colombia's run. Going 1-2 overall here in Group A as Finland secure their second 2-0 win.
So it looks like everybody on Colombia just shocked about how that could have happened. The Maywall comes in, the Blizzard as well. I wonder if somebody just got like booped up a little bit, like up vertically, because that would also kind of take you off the cart the same way like a Gravitic Flux would as well, as Finland takes care of business and gets a 2-0 win.
You saw there, I think Super Gomez was the only player that was close to the cart. And I think for a moment he decides, I need to back away, maybe get out of this Blizzard. Maybe that was a little bit too far. We might get a look at that a little bit later on, but yeah, devastating way for things to end here for Colombia. That was their last fight, their last opportunity. But again, finishing the map means they're obviously going to get to run it back with a minute there. So it was well and truly on the table for this team. Colombia showing us they have what it takes. Unfortunately, it's a team like Finland. They are a little bit too stoic, a little bit too solid, too hard to shift.
Yeah, I mean, Colombia with some great showings, though, right? Like you mentioned, plays, obviously wins against Mexico, plays Finland really tough, even though losing 2-0. Finland, just in those key moments, just came up clutch.
I mean, going forward, obviously the last match in this group is going to be Finland versus South Korea. Finland probably don't want to be having these close, hard-fought games against the rest of the group if they want to be looking good going into a matchup like that. That's all speculation. There's a lot to talk about coming out of this match. So let's head now over to the desk to break down Finland and Colombia.
Thank you so much, Mitch and Matt. Not like this, Colombia. Not like this.
I'm actually curious to see.
I mean, they were shocked. Like there was a lot of confusion at what happened. Even I think on Finland's side, they weren't quite sure. Like, oh, I guess we won.
We won. It was
business as
there was like
usual.
2 to 3 seconds of everyone just being.
Boop.
Wait, what?
That was a great boop.
Was it
It was a boop from us.
Okay, it was a
Okay.
boop from us. Okay.
There we go. You heard it here. Well, let's break it all down and talk about how we got there, because this was the last match we get to see from Colombia in the group stages. Finland, unfortunately, coming out on top. However, starting on Ilios, the first fight looked really good here for Colombia. They, for at least a little bit, had the upper hand there, and it was a good showing from this team.
Yeah, they built up towards 69%, and we're like, oh, we got a map on our hands. Maybe Colombia with a bit of an upset here, but no, Finland brought it all back. And I mean, they were the favorite team going into this one. Right. Finland's a super solid region when it comes to playing Overwatch. Historically, it's always been good at the game, right? So no surprises here, really, with Finland looking so good. And we expect to see them in the playoffs. Obviously, now Finland taking down Mexico, taking down Colombia. It's looking really like it's looking really likely that they'll advance to the playoffs, unless Mexico is going to take down South Korea. But don't know about their chances in this one. So solid performance by Finland.
True.
Yeah.
I think Finland just, they're veterancy. Like people like Masa who had some crazy environmental boops. And yeah, like at the very end of the match as well, it was Masa's boop that got them the win, right? So, Finland, Colombia played it well, but I think it was Finland. They were just like, I think Mitch said, they were too solid, too good of a team.
Stoic. That's right.
Stoic.
Stoic. Well, they really are. Like, there was barely any celebration happening on that side. They just came here to, do business. And that's fine. Colombia, they came to vibe. I think they showed up. While this might be the last showing of them in the Overwatch World Cup 2023, they have really gained a lot of fans, I would say. Not just with their performance in-game.
Mixby went hard today.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mixby.
They were popping off. Like, nothing but love. Mixby also just so much fun to watch on the player cam. Like, they clearly had so much fun with it. And the entire team, which is a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, and I also quickly want to... Oh, the ribbon, yeah. That too, and I want to give a quick shout out to Cersei as well, right? He was filling in the DPS role for the team. It's actually hard when you're a coach and you have to be slotted in to play the game as well. But I think Cersei did a fantastic job.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not the first time Cersei gets to represent Colombia in the Overwatch World Cup. They've done it before. Unfortunately, if you're in a group with South Korea and Finland who performing the way they are currently, that's just rough, all right? But still, they have so much to be proud of. They did great in the qualifiers, and I think a lot of people will still be talking about those players from Team Colombia. So a big shout out to them and their community for the support support. Can't wait to see more from that team in the future. Now we are getting ready for our second match of the day. That one will be fought out between Spain and the team from China. All of that after the break.
Low ground, ammutaan me. Mä peittään tässä oikealla.
Palaa vasa ylä. Varo pommeja. Ammu kaveri, mä ei ottaa. Riko. Pommittamaan, mä droppasin. Siki. Automa. Ei mun meijutti meni. Söiksä sä? Ei. Superkomes seisoo. Ei vitu.
Ei siinä ei mitään.
Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready for our second match of day 3, and we're here to talk you through all the action. Danny and Johnny the Wise joining for all the festivities on this beautiful All Hallows Day. Actually, you're it's a green
Danny,
beard.
you're wearing a hoodie. You have no
He's
say
not
or input
Mr. X
on any
Morello.
costume. This is. Don't criticize my green beard.
Please tell me that my costume is better than Johnny's. Come on, I'm mad.
I mean, it's spot on.
It is.
If I see you, I know it's Mr. X Morello.
That's a fantastic answer.
See?
Sports.
Sports.
boxing.
People don't even know that
Soccer.
reference. It's an inside joke, but yeah.
Soccer.
I got
But
talent. I got
all
talent.
5 people laughed, and that's what's important. That's right.
There's
This
not
guy.
to
Matt, don't you? Yeah, I love sports.
your
Yeah,
beard?
football. Yeah.
That's true.
Boxing. Yeah, it's
True.
right hook, left hook, jab. Yeah.
How about those James Harden news, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, right. How about that match, which was not a good match
yeah.
in boxing recently, which I saw.
Unfortunate. Yeah.
Yeah, it was just not great. This is why we're not talking about actual sports. We're talking about esports because we know our things when it comes around esports. We also know these two teams which are facing off against each other next. This is going to be an explosive one. I'm actually very, very excited because, yes, China has been considered the favorite, not just to come out of their group, of course, but to win it all in this year's Overwatch World Cup. But on the other side, we're seeing Spain. This is the team which most people wouldn't even have expected to qualify, yet here they are, and their first showing yesterday has been really impressive, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, against Thailand, even I think all of us predicted that Thailand was going to win,
I did
but
not.
it wasn't.
I predicted Spain.
Oh yeah, true. I mean, you. Did you? I don't remember. Yeah,
I
okay,
did,
fine.
because
You did.
he's Swiss and Spanish. I had to root for my man.
Exactly.
Listen, Spain
remember.
looked great with Helm on that Orisa. I liked the comp they were running, and also like in the pre-show we were talking about how good of a player Crazy Dragon was, right? And I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I think today is gonna be a tougher battle for Spain going up against team from China. But hey, I think I have a good strategy. Hear me out.
Okay.
Spain yesterday they were all about taunting their enemies, right? I think that could be a huge play for them against team from China. Taunt them, get in their heads.
Get in their heads. Will this work against this squad, Johnny? No.
No. Team from China, one of the favorites to win the tournament. I mean, they looked good yesterday. What a treat. No pun intended. To see Shy on the Widowmaker and Leave kind of just play whatever they wanted to. I want to see more of the Shy Widowmaker Leave on Sojourn DPS duo that we saw on Circuit Real. But I mean, they have such flexibility. They can play whatever. They have Gushui, who's now not only the Primal Blade, he's also the Primal Punch, repping the Doomfist, of course. This team is an absolute treat to watch. I'm enjoying every second, and I don't think it's going to be any different in this matchup against Spain. Team from China dominate all the way. I think I pretty much unveiled my prediction at this point.
Do you think we might also see some from far away action? Because we haven't yesterday, obviously. I mean, why would you break up Monk and Lingsa, right? Like
I give everyone a chance to play. It's the World
That's what I
Cup.
thought.
It's the World Cup. It's all about playing time, having fun. It's gonna get serious for a team from China at some point, but it's not here in the group stage. So you might as well just get people subbed in, get some play time under the belt. I'm for it.
I loved if you're following on social media. Obviously, a lot of those players are coming from teams all over the place. Faraway's team, Guangzhou Charge, they've been cheering their boy on. All right, they're out in social, active, hyping and gassing Faraway up. I love to see that. And if you want to hype up your teams, your players, or just want to share your thoughts on the World Cup, make sure to include the hashtag Overwatch World Cup OWWC 2023 and let us know. You might be featured on broadcast. We can't wait to see and hear from you. Now, let's head into the predictions for this one. I can't beat around the bush. I love Spain. I love what we've seen from them. I love you.
Oh, come on, Zoe.
I want to be right also. I do enjoy being right as much as I also enjoy to just be proud of fellow countrymen and women. China, they just look too dominant. I don't see a way for Spain here.
I went with
please,
team from China. Sorry, guys. I mean, they're like Johnny and Zoe were saying. They're one of the favorites to win it all right now, and they're looking unstoppable. I think I have to go with team from China.
Yeah. Sorry, Spain. Not the matchup to win. Team from China. It's gonna be a treat. I've said it 3 times now. I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be fun.
There's no trick to that. Haha.
I love watching this team. It's so much fun.
True.
That's
It's
okay.
peak Overwatch.
Peak Overwatch.
Here's the thing, though. Like, if we're looking at their group, Spain, with the performance we've seen from them yesterday, they might be in a really good spot to still make it out of their groups. I mean, yeah, we all expect China to come out in the first slot, but Spain, against Thailand and Hong Kong, I think this is actually very likely.
Yeah? Yeah,
Yeah.
it's looking. I mean, the fact that they beat Thailand, right? It just gives them that leg up, and it did feel like it was between Thailand and Spain to make it out of groups. Hong Kong just hasn't been quite there. So yeah, I mean, the fact that you took down Spain already, or took down Thailand already, it's looking like Spain is the second best team in the group.
Yeah, here are the scores currently. So even if Spain is gonna catch an L, which is a likely scenario in this one, then they will be even with Thailand, and Spain's last match will be against Hong Kong tomorrow. And they should be considered the favorite to win that one, and thus putting themselves in an excellent position to make it out of the group. And what a great story that will be for this very team in this year's Overwatch World Cup. Now we are heading into a very quick break, and when we come back, we are ready for all the action of match 2 of day 3, so stick around.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2023 Overwatch World Cup. We're heading over to Group C now.
Yeah.
Buzz.
I'm sad you didn't dress up as the Junkrat skin, the new one.
Oh, dude, hey, he kind of had a glow up, you know what I mean? I'm about that, you know? I may need to hit the gym a little bit more, but you know what it's like, dad life. Hey, welcome back, everybody. We are headed over to Group C again, as I said. We got a look at the team from China yesterday, Matt. It was probably one of the quickest games I've ever seen. It was very much one-sided, but we do kind of want to check in with this team and see how they're feeling heading into BlizzCon, where there likely will be attendance. So for all those insights, we're going to head over quickly to Emily Tang.
Thank you so much, Mitch. Gosh, that is such a hard cosplay to follow. Thank you again for having me. We were able to catch in with Coach Yao Xie from the team from China, and he said all of the teams in the Overwatch World Cup this year are awesome. You could feel the enthusiasm, the passion from all of the teams, and I'm sure it's a treat for Overwatch players all over the world. I'm still observing matches from the other groups, but I'm confident that we will be there, at BlizzCon they mean, and that Team South Korea will be there too. Oh, this is a fun one. I also asked them if they'd be interested in trying the Le Seraphim comp at least once during this tournament, and they said, it's fun to play the Le Seraphim comp, but we intend to use our strongest comps. For our fans in China, they deserve wins because they're watching us with a huge time zone difference. But don't worry, guys, I will keep trying until we see more Le Seraphim comps. Back to you guys, Mitch and Matt.
Thank you very much, Emily. They are not messing around, team from China right now. And I don't blame it. That's a great point to bring up. A lot of those really dedicated fans. There are plenty, I think, on the Pacific time zone as well, as we often see when we have our large events and there are, teams from China being represented there. The crowd always turns up. No messing from this squad. And I guess if you're, Team Spain, Matt, you probably wouldn't have it any other way.
Look, Spain, they've already won one game, right? Yeah, kind of playing with a little bit of house money here, right? In the sense that you feel like the team from China coming into Group C, everybody kind of had them sort of planted at the top, right? Where if you win this for Spain, awesome. If you don't, you still have an opportunity, right, at 1-1. So we'll kick things off here on Samoa.
We've seen Samoa a couple of times already. I'm particularly interested to see how our teams are looking to play Volcano if we get a chance to see that. We'll be starting on Beach though, so we may not get there. I'll just want to put that out. But again, on Beach, we've seen teams mostly go for Sigma-based compositions. And again, from the team from China, we've mostly seen the Doomfist, right? We've seen Doomfist. We did see a little bit of the Junker Queen from this squad as well. So, Gooseberg can kind of do whatever has to be done. If it's Sigma even, I wouldn't be too worried. Primal Blade will get you there.
It looks like maybe a little bit of a audio issue or something going on here for Spain, so we'll get that sorted out rather quickly. We'll jump back into it. I love, we obviously we're all communicating via Discord. Emily, broke down the R looks very well. That you look magnificent, and then I look like the cocoon that you came out of.
Oh, good heavens. Well, yeah, I guess that's pretty accurate. I think I want to point out as well, I think it was mentioned on the desk as well, I think we have Farway in the lineup today.
Yes, we do.
We didn't get to see yesterday. It was Monk, of course, primarily playing that Ana. But good to see Farway, of course, previously on the Guangzhou charge. As this team is primarily made up of that Hangzhou roster from earlier this year. Team China, again, expecting to see him come out of the gate strong. Spain, this will be probably the toughest challenge of the World Cup in general. But as Johnny pointed out, there's a good chance they make it out of these groups. They absolutely want to make a showing here, though.
Hey, you know how you make this one tough? You bring in a Life Weaver comp. Go for it.
You're kidding.
Nah, it's not going to happen. But we'll see the team from China, what they decide to do. Potentially leave here with like a TP and then maybe an Echo switch, potentially. That's something you could see here. Could be pretty good against this comp that's coming from Spain, where they're going to have an Orisa-based composition with the Bastion, and then they're going to be playing the Illari with the Baptiste in the background.
Saw this from Toronto a lot this year. It's Orisa-based setup with, of course, the Illari Baptiste. Look, again, it's pretty scary when Leave starts to go on these sort of solo flanks. These flanks in Helve really won't be able to assist much with this. They'll be too busy piloting in the front line here. Leave sees attack grenade come his way. Rather unbothered for the time being. Now as China look to set up for their first foray, Gala very aware of the potential flank coming his way. Have a pause though to ice it out just a little bit more. Looks like perhaps Gushue called that one.
Yeah, didn't like what he sees. Going to get a tactical timeout here. Got to get a little regroup here for the team from China. But no, it looks like potentially just like an issue with Gushui, and then we'll jump right back in. But we did see a lot of Orisa comps, like you mentioned, in the past. I feel like though they've fallen a little bit out of favor with some obviously changes to Orisa in the live game. I think I even saw the balance changes went live today. We're not using that. Still, like Doom and Sigma seem to be like the stronger of the two options. Even I think the one thing though you would say is like if you're going to play the Sigma, like you probably need like a Lucio in the mix, right? Which like kind of throws things out of whack for the backline here for Spain, but they get control of the point first. Nice shot.
All right, that's beautiful stuff from Gala across the map. Shy not ready for that to come his way. Quick outburst used there to knock Gushui off course, and Helva's going to be able to finish that kill as well. Have another healing pylon deployed here, and yeah, Spain looking pretty good. We did see Team Canada, I think, want to play this brawl style composition as well. Worked out nicely against Australia. So Spain start with an early lead.
Sometimes when you're watching Illaria, you forget that the hero is a support, right? With the amount of damage you're able to pump out. It's getting close to the captive sun. Have that for the next fight, as Spain has looked really good this far.
Once more, China look to set up here. Gushui looks like hit by an energy javelin in the front line. Unbothered for the most part as Farway and Linkser attend to him rapidly, and there it is. Lee finds Kanea. Looks like a try shot actually secured that kill. And now Lee is free to go into the backline and start to rampage. Gushui drags Gala down as they try to outburst to the high ground. China very quickly now get themselves some percentage.
Yeah, and Gushui able to get the benefits of the nano boost, right? To get a little bit extra damage and also sturdiness, get right up in the mix and take out some of the members from Spain. That was the Captive Sun and Ant Matrix used there for Spain. So double support ults used there. So now I think leave with this duplicate and Meteor Strike for Gushui. You want to get aggressive behind some of these, right? You can get leave in there. You can play quite aggressive, get a duplicate, get out if you need be. But man, look at how fast they're able to take out Gala.
Gala trying to play around their healing pylon, but the throughput not nearly enough. As Iliari a little bit vulnerable when she's accosted up close and personal. Double bite grenade connected there onto Spain. It's going to slow things down for Helva a little bit, but they still want to use this Orisa to bully back into position inside the small room. But this way Gushui can be most effective. Might be a Meteor Strike to pull out here in a moment, but the Immortality field is down. Gushui can just punch away, get top straight back up, and now trying to have almost evened the game. Here's a duplicate. Leave going to be Orisa, chanting in as he goes, as Shy throws that Disruptor shot down. Links are happy to dive into the Maelstrom and add some damage to the mix. That Meteor Strike, Punk didn't know what hit him.
Oh, and I mean, it would be awesome. We had a clip of it, right? But Punk is actually going to use his artillery strike there. And Gushui knows exactly where he is. Seismic slams around the corner and then into a punch to break him up out of it. Don't even think he got one shot of it off, as lots of damage coming down on the Shy. No way you're going to be able to live through that.
Yep, Shy not quite respecting the output of Spain as they come surging out of spawn. Refusing to be disrespected. Kanale here just being very careful using that screen to heal from behind, but Leave is on the hunt. Starting to probe here as the Blizzard gets dropped down by Bones. Farway has to use a defensive body grenade, but it works out. Gushui gets the nano, now to the point, spots the Bastion. Punk under a lot of pressure, knock into the wall, but here comes the spear spin. Nicely done by Helv to break up that combo by Gushui and keep Punk standing. Spain have a real crack at bringing this back, but Shy's return to the fray. A very small amount of HP to work with, but gets topped up. Finds Punk as well with the Disruptor shot. It's up to Shy here for the most part, but he's forced to play back a little bit further. Another energy javelin connecting, and Spain have flipped the point, but Gushui very quickly back on the scene. Lee switching over towards the Sombra here, but Gushui gets rid of Helv. This might be flipped back as quickly as Spain were able to take it, and so it is.
Yeah, and it's not getting that kill onto Shy. I mean, that is what's devastating there. Is looks like Lee will come back here on Sombra just to get back towards the point fast, but not getting that kill onto Shy. I mean, that is enormous there. You know, is Farway able to keep Shy up, put down some more damage on a Helv, and then Gushui gets right back in the action and should just be clean up here. As that'll be the team from China taking the first round.
Great start for Spain here. A couple of big picks on Shy, so Gala getting some value on that Iliari, but eventually I think Gala realizes there's too much pressure on me. The dive, even with outburst, I really can't avoid it, especially if it's Gushui and Leave combining to pressure my position out. And Gushui showed some unbelievable mechanics there, real death-defying stuff. Bringing that fire back and keeping Shy alive. That was Shy and Farway combining in like 2 versus 4. China did lose control of point there, but they flip it back as soon as Gushue returns.
So we'll see if they maintain some of these dive heroes going into this next round. I saw a virus kill there, I believe, from Leave coming back off spawn. But Spain put up a really good fight there in that first round. Really competitive stuff.
Again, Spain opt for the brawl style setup, and we know the team from China love to play this Doomfist composition. Shy straight to the point already, and hand goes up. All right. Again, this team not messing around at all. They want to make sure everything is operating at full efficiency. Looks like it was Gushue getting that summons over our admin.
They're trying to figure out who's got the issue there. Is take a look at some of Gushue's accolades in the past. I mean, just a tremendous player. You know, I remember like the first World Cup, just watching him play Winston. It's just like next level stuff.
Watching him play against Johnny was quite a treat. I remember that matchup.
I mean, you know, when they talk about everybody has a chance to play an Overwatch World Cup, I mean, Johnny and Scott both played. So
that was a fun game.
Got a shot.
Look, Sweden were pretty impressive sort of back in those days.
Year one of World Cup, literally everybody had a shot. I feel like Canada. I think you know, Huck played for Canada, which was crazy. Like
oh
awesome
my goodness!
Oh man, yeah, Gushue just it jumps on in. He just gets ruined there.
I think Gushue was interrupted by that energy javelin in a really vulnerable spot. Everybody from Spain just started turning on him there. Still, Shy is a problem. Helv has already been taken down here. This war won't be long for this world either, as Shy with a charged railgun is an extremely frightening prospect. And Gushue very quickly back into the fight. He doesn't mind if he gets picked off early, because he'll return quicker than most.
No, and look, he gets in with the seismic slam, puts down some damage. You have the focusing beam to potentially finish up, and then also like the railgun shots from Shy, right? Like just even nailing the railgun on like a half HP target is going to take them out, right? So Gushue just needs to go in, disrupt, put down some damage, and then let his DPS finish some players off.
Helv again. Trying to shepherd the rest of Spain forward here as Gushue just repositions back a little further. Redraws the battle lines. Gala comes forward now as well. Spain taking their time. They need to figure out how to sort of make their way towards this point here. It's a little bit risky, especially if Leave is at large, playing from a flanking spot. Leave has that duplicate up. He's looking for the Orisa once more. This could be a problem. Energy Javelin comes in and Leave is on the hunt. He might lose most of this, dupe form to the Bastion ability, but I think he's happy with that one. It means that Gushue doesn't have to suffer it, and here comes Shy. It's 3. 2 of them, of course, coming from those railguns. Leave getting involved as well, and that is a problem for any team going up against the team from China.
Shy's aim is just absolutely nuts, man. I feel like every time he's got the overclock, it's like a 3K. Like every single time, there's no doubt in my mind that he's gonna at least take out 2-3 players from the other team. I mean, fantastic stuff here from the team from China. Is looking to put this one away, as they're going to have a rally plus this meteor strike coming up.
Yeah, this might be it for Spain. Pretty ignoble end to the first map. Things keep going this way. Gushue with the meteor strike, so it can play ultra aggressive, sees the rally. That one already takes a ton of damage, thinks about heading to the point, but the blizzard was there. Helv is on the march. 3 kills for the Orisa. Helv was able to keep Spain in this fight. Of course, Bones with a big blizzard to set that up.
Yeah, I mean, they have to use the Orisa ult, blizzard, and rally there to be able to take it. The two that I think, like, you know, the team from China is not really worried about, right, is this artillery. They have a good amount of mobility to dodge this. You know, maybe far away would be the one that would be in trouble, but yeah, you see it just kind of thrown in there from Punk. In this Amp Matrix, like, they can all just like circumvent it, right? Like, they don't have to play in front of it.
Helv gets in, look at him, maybe force the rally out. Okay, there's actually an air matrix in place, and this rally might not be relevant. But Leave and Shy are there again, one apiece, and they're both supports. They know exactly where to start these fights, and Helv has no durability and no one to top him back off. China very quickly will head back to the point and reclaim it.
Yeah, and you just see how difficult it is to deal with that Doomfist, right? As Gushue goes in, and there's just not enough damage, even with the Amp Matrix. Look at this. Reinhardt with, like, you know, flanking damage dealers here. Like, you also have the Lari in the mix. A really interesting comp here at the end.
I mean, it's mobility they need.
Yeah.
The last-ditch effort. If anything, Gala wins out the battle against Leave. I think that's definitely going to be a patch on his shoulder. Unfortunately, in the grand scheme of the map, it does absolutely nothing for Spain as the team from China pick up where they left off yesterday.
Yeah, they don't get a map win, right? But I feel like Spain was close in certain times, opportunities, especially against a team that we believe finishes in the when this thing's all said and done, top 3 probably or worse, right? It just a pretty impressive performance from Spain early on. It's just that aggression, from Gushue and Leave and Shy. Like it's going to be difficult for any team to deal with that.
Again, even there's situations where Gushue gets picked off at the start of the fight. Some really clever setups for Team Spain. Sometimes just great target focus. There's like a random energy javelin from Health. Punishes Gushue instantly. He just explodes because he can't go into power block. You have a 5 versus 4 and you cannot convert because all of a sudden Leave and Shire have used that time and Gushue is just getting absolutely slapped around to flank, to find kills, most of the time on support players. These guys are so well drilled. You know what I mean? It's almost just like a flowchart for them. Almost robotic stuff. Here again, the team from China, some of your highlights. Leave often duplicating the Orisa in a lot of these engagements. Man.
Well, I think just going for like any target, right? Like if he's going to dive in and he gets a little bit weak, right? There's always the opportunity for the duplicate and then come out and be able to fly away is, Gushue on the Doom. I think really, I truly believe that there's like 2 real options in tanks right now, Sigma and Doom. I think anything else just feels a little bit suboptimal.
Absolutely. You think about some of the top teams already showing what they're made of through these group stages. They have either very strong Sigma or Doomfist compositions. I'm thinking that, a team like South Korea as well with both Armin and Fearless on the roster could be threatening. Midtown selected here by Spain. I've got to wonder what they're looking for.
So, you could play Sigma here. You can play Orisa. The one thing that is not ideal for Spain is that Doom is actually really strong here on Midtown.
Great point. Keep your eye out for that one here as this match here in Group C marches on as map number 2 will be Midtown. The team from China start with a convincing lead off Samoa. the team from China get to play basically the composition that is the most comfortable for them. Shy on the Sojourn, Leave on the Echo, Gooshway on the Doomfist, Far Away on the Art. I mean, come on. This is about as good as it gets if you're a fan of this team on the right side of your screen. Again, a string of silver medal finishes in the World Cup in 2018 and 2019. This year, again, anything less than gold, I think will be a disappointment. This squad is looking so good.
The strategy is to go fast with the way that they're currently playing. As it's interesting, a lot of teams that you've seen so far, right? When the Doom goes in, they really focus that Doom, but like in power block, it's so difficult. I mean, unless you get like the biotic grenade and like lots of damage to be able to finish him off. Where you're so focused on the Doom, the Echo, and the Sojourn. The Echo's above you, finishing players off with focusing beam. The Sojourn, with rail shots at range, right? The Doom is almost a little bit of a bait, I feel like. So we'll see if Spain can make some adjustments here. So it looks like they'll be on offense first.
I mean, it's not really incorrect to point out that Gooshway is a bit of bait, because in many of these fights, he's kind of getting picked off early, but it doesn't really matter. It's not an issue for the team from China, because they use that window to get into great positions, find solo kills from their DPSs, and quite often Farway's just able to keep Gooshway alive and get him out with like 60 HP. All of a sudden, Gooshway goes in, gets 2 kills, and Bob's your uncle. It's all over.
I was gonna say, I wouldn't have hated that from Spain with like the Junker Queen setup. Junker Queen is actually like not bad against Doom in terms of like taking some of those matchups, right? Big Knife pulls Doomfist out, takes him out of this kind of like loop of being able to go in, get out with ease. But looks like they're going to continue running the Orisa base comp with now Shy on the Ashe. You're going to have this ticking dynamite damage that's going to come through. No Lucio speed or Sim teleporter to get Spain around. So big opportunities to be able to get lots of value.
Oh, man. It's a more defensive pick for Shy. He doesn't want to have to, slide away too often as he might on Sojourn. But despite this, Shy is still playing rather aggressively here. Maybe feeling very comfortable, or definitely trusting in Farway and Langston to make sure he stays standing again with a healing pylon in position in a spot up there on top of the underpass that Spain can't really challenge. It's going to be hard to break this.
Yeah, I mean, with no speed, right? So, like, what are you going to do? Like, it doesn't really... I mean, you see Gooshway going up there really high. Dynamite around the corner is... It's an Amp Matrix already. They definitely got caught out by that one. No idea that they had that Amp Matrix already ready to go.
Yep, Gooshway picked off. Off him in the way these fights have gone. No, Leave might have a chance here. Hell's Force back, 19 HP, and yes,
Dynamite.
Shy combining with Leave. The focusing beam also devastating for the Orisa. Gala, though, kept standing, was able to win that 1 versus 1 against Leinster, and Spain have broken through.
Yes, I don't know if you're even going to get a contest here. I mean, Gooshway is back. It looks like maybe Far Away as well, but they're going to have a Nano here. I wonder if you get on the contest here.
He's doing it.
No, he actually can't make it through the wall. So.
I think Gooshway would definitely have gone for that if the wall gap was just a little bit wider, but he was prevented from touching. Tantalizingly, he has to look on as the point is snapped up by Spain. So very quickly, the team from China want to reassert themselves and try and secure strong defensive positions, but Gooshway has no backup from where he's playing.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge pick off, right? As he goes in, the power block gets interrupted by a spear, and then he does not have the seismic slam or anything to get out of the way. So, nice adjustments here from Spain. Oh, yeah. Captive Sun. Oh, that's Bob.
Bob picking up Gala there as well. Leinster able to hold onto a Captive Sun of his own and use it at a later time. But it's Shy. It's that Ashe positioning on the high ground here that once more punishes Spain and allows Gooshway to assume this more forward position. Make no mistake, this is very aggressive play from Shy here. Gotta be careful, there's a lot of elements here that can catch you out. This is audacious, to say the least, and you're punished for it.
Yeah, I mean, he is very far up compared to where an Ashe would typically play. As now you've lost both DPS. This is a pretty bad spot for the team from China to be in.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're offering zero respect to Spain, forcing them to earn it the old-fashioned way, and perhaps they've managed to get a little here. Now as they delve up to the high ground, get rid of that turret, as again, the healing pylon is a real problem if it's left uncontested, but Spain are able to get in under the underpass here, maybe take some spot on the high ground, but China might be able to drop down and cause some problems in a moment.
Yeah, this will be an artillery strike for Punk as Shy gets really low. The Nano goes on to Gooshway, but they're going to find the kill on a Far Away. That's huge. No Ana in the mix.
Hell still needs to respect Shy's positioning. He's able to get out alive. And oh, the Captain Sun gets interrupted by the looks of things. Gala not able to fire that off. Hoping to be able to fight Gooshway here, and so far so good. Support, by the way. Oh my goodness. Hell now will be kept alive, but only 2 versus 3 for Spain. They cannot continue this, and they might get chased down, staggered out.
Yes, no, it looked like it was starting off good for Spain, but not able to kind of get that cart over the line. Still a decent amount of time, though. Blizzard, you think this is maybe just to try and capture, like, Gooshway? Like, if Gooshway goes in, maybe you have, like, a wall, you know, the javelin throw, and then you can Blizzard and, you know, catch him in and finish him off, because, like, you know, you're not really going to see players play all together. Oh, man. Bones with a really long-range shot there on the Shy. I mean, that is massive.
Now, that's your biggest defensive piece now taken away. Spain are putting the pressure on the team from China right now, and this should let them get within striking distance off the checkpoint. If not, take it entirely. Gala, again, wins the 1v1 against Lengsa. And respect now has to be given to this Spanish roster. And they've got themselves within striking distance at the end of the map now. 3 minutes 43 to work with.
Yeah, look, I mean, map 1 was pretty competitive at times, and then here, map number 2, Spain, I think definitely probably surprising some people with, you know, how they come out thus far. You know, taking both points, you didn't even have to use that Blizzard in that previous fight, so an opportunity to just finish this map is massive.
Leaf really wants to try and unseat Spain from that high ground spot. Eventually, they do. It's a biotic grenade, and the follow-up is there from Shy with the dynamite. Gala, though, again, smokes Shy at long range. Because we're deciding about, yeah, perhaps a more defensive approach for this Meteor Strike is in order. Very quickly, it's a defensive bionade, and far away, tops him up.
Yeah, I mean, Lee with a sliver of HP needs to actually get the benefits there of the nano boost to get topped up fast enough before that next push comes in, and he takes out Bones, but Gala again, 2 more kills.
Gooshway tried to get back to the rest of his team, but there was a blizzard in his way. Bones had one drop down behind Gooshway, so he has to skirt around it, and that gets him caught in that line of sight of Gala. Oh my goodness, Lee takes a big one there as well. Duplicating the Baptiste. Okay. Lengsa again is able to get up here now, is trying to have decent defensive positions, but the card is passing them by.
Yeah, it's just really weird positioning here from Leave and Lengsa as Gooshway will fall again, so Spain capitalizing on this Doomfist.
What is happening? Here's the Bob. Helps him with the body grenade, and the Transcendence is there, but Lengsa, oh, they're gonna stall! That Terror Surge is massive! Shy and Lengsa, torn limb from limb. Now the team from China only have Gooshway as their delegate to send to the point. The wall comes up, and hello, we have ourselves a game.
They finish with 2 minutes. That is fast. I mean, Spain, I mean, just showing up here in map number 2. This is against a team here, you know, that we expect to be, you know, potentially in the top 3. So Spain, I mean, 2 minutes, 6 seconds. That is a really fast time here on Midtown. I mean, they're in a spot where they can force a 3rd map. And look, the 3rd map push, like literally anything can happen. I mean, you get like control the bot first, you win like a fight or 2, and you're in a spot where you can play almost, you know, like defense the rest of the way. I mean, this is definitely a scary spot for the team for China to be in.
What if Spain has a different response or approach here on this defense? No, they still want to play this Iliari Baptiste composition, and I can't blame them for that. Let's have a look at some of these moments from Gala. Matt, very impressive up against such a scary opponent.
Bro, it felt like every fight he was able to pick off 2 players, you know, having that Ilari in the mix. And even with not the pickoffs, like just putting down some damage, I mean, especially against some of the squishier, you know, damage dealers like a Sojourn or a Echo, like being able to land even 1 shot with the Ilari, with the amount of damage output she has, like just takes him down like to half HP. So see what team from China decides to do here. Roadhog?
I just want to point out that the coach from the team from China said they aren't going to play any silly compositions because they want to give solid wins to their fans watching in awkward time zones. So we'll see how this Genji from Leave is going to be. I mean, that's going to be exciting. There's nothing troll about this setup. It is scary indeed. Gooshway with a quick switch off the Hog coming out the gates now. Lengsa on the Zen once more.
The Genji is here to just, like, you know, it's going to be Gooshway and Lee putting tons of pressure either on Gala on the Ilari, you know, maybe try to force out some mobility, or Shy just, you know, fires a rail just from an off angle. But really going after that Bastion, and that is a sick bio grenade that comes in from far away, connects with like 2-3 players there, and they capitalize on it right away.
There's also a sense in which the Genji might be intended to get in behind and make sure that those healing pylons don't spend much time being active. You just be able to pick them off. Lengths are also wrapped around there with Shy. So China still playing very aggressive, still very much a no-respect fan of Overwatch. They say, well, okay, well, we're just going to go and finish our attack quicker than yours, and then we can run it back, and we'll see who comes out looking better.
I think the healing on the Illari, like you would view as like very secondary, right? Especially when running like a Baptiste. So like, you know, if they want to come in and they're going to commit that much to go get the healing pylon, like sure, go ahead, right? Like you're okay with that. It's not the largest source of healing on the roster.
Fireway has that nano build up. Leave with the blade. This could be a pretty quick fight win, I think, if Leave is going to go for it. The sun comes out, Leave's going to go in with the blade, and yep, Nano, he actually gets hit, I think, with that, but he's completely unbothered. Oh yeah, he does not care at all. Bones gets smashed. And Gala from the low ground hit with a Discord orb. Not really much we can do there either. Helv is surrounded, eventually going to be dragged down, and it will be the team from China off the back of that ult combo. Moving on.
Yeah, no support ultimate like a sound barrier or anything like that for Spain. A lot of teams though we've seen at the highest level when they play Illari, like use the Captive Sun almost defensively, right? Like where a big push comes in, they just drop the Captive Sun on those players coming on in using some of their ultimates and hope that they're able to take them out rather quickly, almost acting as a defensive ultimate.
Shy, uncharacteristically, finding very limited purchase with that overclock. Goes right back to his backline to make sure Farway has easy access to heal him. Lynx are under pressure here. Helv wants the Zan. It's going to force the Transcendence out. Now it's going to allow Lee to go more aggressive behind that healing. Canale's going to be hit by a body grenade, and up goes Leave. A lot of pressure now. Helv very quickly tries to about face, get into his own backline with the Terror Surge available. Should have a panic button if needed. But Spain are able to repel the team from China anyway.
Yeah, and I think the biggest worry here for Spain, obviously you want to like burn some more clock. You don't want to allow them to get this next checkpoint rather quickly, is how do you go about surviving this next nano blade that's coming to come through, probably in this next fight. What do you do here? Captive Sun plus Terror Surge may actually put down enough damage to just like chunk down Leave, so maybe you see them trying to like bait that type of interaction.
This is still very important though in the context of this map at large. China are playing this very aggressive composition, hoping to just have a faster time back, and that may not be the case. Okay, Shy able to slide away from the Captive Sun, but Leave now going to work with this Dragon Blade. Surgical extraction of 2 of Spain's members. The Help is going to be there, at least to respond with a Terror Surge. Probably not getting nearly as much as you'd hope for there. I don't know if that's really the prescribed response to a Dragon Blade, but I see the idea for Help.
Well, they go with like so I think the Terror Surge is actually, probably the play there. I think they just needed the Captive Sun on more of like a defensive side of things rather than going offensive there from Gala. I think if you would have had that maybe just chucked into the back line, put some, put the dot really on the Leave and Gushui, maybe you're able to deal with them rather quickly.
Punk is playing pretty far forward and only Garlo trying to keep him topped up there. Lynx instantly picks off that healing pylon.
But look at that. I mean, Gushui just does a seismic slam and they get the healing pylon and immortality field for it, right? Now they'll decide to go.
Punk's in deep trouble here. Nice aim wall though. Great stuff from Bones. Gushui now has to turn his attention elsewhere. So that's a meteor strike on out. Punk does get taken down as he was served up. Gushui wants to keep going aggressive here at 94 points of HP, but there's nobody left on Spain to pressure that health pool. Team from China are now eyeing off a pretty similar time bank, unless this is a very one-sided fight.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to keep Punk alive, right? Once that immortality field gets out of the way. Well, what I would love to see here, what I'd love to see here from Spain? This would be a perfect opportunity to bring the Sigma in, right? The accretion against the Genji and the Doom, right? You have the ability to, add another protective layer for the Bastion with the Kinetic Grass and the shield. I think the Sigma would be a sick swap here for Spain.
How do you feel about that combo we just saw there? Air Matrix for the Bastion. Complete disengage from China.
Don't feel great considering you're going to have a nano blade on the other side of this and you've already lost Gala.
Chai striking off that energy javelin here. Decent overclock use, that's for sure. Help gets picked off and Help was playing from a pretty passive spot. Lee looks to finish the job there with the Dragon Blade and the Transcendence is there just for insurance. Sorry, Spain, it looks like your premium has gone up once more. The team from China finished with an extra 28 seconds.
Yeah, I just think they need to, if they're going to play Genji, I think you need to make some adjustment here for Spain. I think it is the Sigma, right? Even if you have to use that Immortality Field early, right? Kinetic Grasp can eat up a ton of damage, onto a team coming in, trying to attack that Bastion or a Lari. Kind of works with what you're playing with. I just don't know if the Orisa provides enough at the moment. Did on Samoa, because you're not like playing that Genji and like really like that hyper dive, right? But I think now for Spain, if you want to like fully commit, right, to play a little bit more of like a bunkery type of style. I don't think we have like, true bunker comps like really anymore, but like a style like that, I think you need to play. I think the Sigma's the play here.
Thinking back on Helve's time in Contenders, I mean, so many big teams: Exoblivione, Falcons, British Hurricane, Obey Alliance, Clockwork Vendetta back in the day. I think more recently, Team Blender of Ataraxia. So this, I don't know if I've seen as much Sigma from Helve. I sort of knew him more as like a Reinhardt and sort of main tank player, a lot of Winston in there. So I do wonder about the hero pool to some degree, because it seems like you pointed out, this is the best option. Might be why Heaven's on this team though.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what Spain decides to do, actually potentially bringing in an Ashe of their own. So interesting. Punk able to challenge Leave here on this hero. And then also, if Gushui is going to come in, maybe you can actually put some damage down on it.
Lee doesn't seem too worried about the threat of Punk's hit scan though. He'll pop over the rail card every now and then, put some pressure down. The team from China really just want to slow the pace down. You see Gushui's not being overly aggressive. Oh, the sticky bombs, that's nasty. Yeah, Bones isn't getting away with that one. Gala able to stay alive, but uses basically all of his healing resource there. And Shy has him pinned. Yep, Gushui, easy to follow that one up. As soon as you see a low health target on Doomfist, you know it's an easy elimination. And this time, maybe slightly more respectful from the team from China, but they are just playing a bit more safely.
Well, when they got Lengsa low, they actually thought they could actually go in and maybe finish the kill. But, unlike, you see Gushui, right? A player gets low, right? They're able to jump in, finish that kill off. Like, you can't really do that, trying to get the Orisa, like spear spin, using the speed to get up into the opponent's face. And they overextend a little bit, get caught out.
All right, Spain have another crack at it this time in Air Matrix. The caught a team from China out last time. This time, though, they're playing a little bit of a different tempo. Gonna be a trade of kills, though. Gala, having switched off of that Iliari, gets taken down by Lengsa, who's still on the aforementioned. Shy getting picked off. I don't think they're too bothered. Lengsa's still a legitimate damage threat, and Leave, of course, is still at large.
Yeah, now you have a 3-on-2 on the point, right? They're gonna have their Mei, but you have your tank. I mean, everybody coming back now. The team from China here in reserve is... Oh, Bones goes right into the wall there. So you did give up 44%. 2 minutes, 28 seconds. Not a huge amount of time here for China for their attack. So did make some progress here for Spain.
China, slightly more aggressive positioning, and Gala does not get through the choke in the end. The captive sun from Lengsa fired off here, and Lee descends upon Bones. This will be about it for this push from Spain, and the team from China have a very clear-cut win condition now. There was some capture progress for this Spaniard roster, but again, I think the team from China can waltz on in and get the job done on their attack.
44%, right? So you're looking at like 3 fights potentially. I wonder if Spain has any types of, a little bit of like a cheeky comp or a different type of strat here to pull out potentially on defense that... No, really, because you're just looking at what, 2 fights, 3 fights go in your favor, especially like 44%, like probably what you're looking at with 2:30 on the clock. So in that type of situation, hey, do we have anything that we feel like can kind of like throw them off a little bit, get a hold?
Kind of pretty unlikely, Matt. Thinking back to the last time we saw the team from China attacking this point A, they simply wrapped Shy and Lengsa around on that right-hand side and picked Gala off instantly. All of a sudden, that healing pylon is gone, and that damage threat from the Iliari is taken off the table. And again, it really depends on how cleanly you can get through this choke. Gushui obviously is going to attract a lot of aggro, and maybe allow the team from China to set up. I wonder if we see the soldier, and maybe it's still just the same concept, right? That flanking play, except you have it on multiple axes now, as Leave is hovering the Sojourn himself.
Yeah, and Spain would be playing the Ashe here instead of the Bastion, so not as much, damage potential in terms of burst, right? But a little bit more consistent damage. Can you put some dynamites down here to get some players low and maybe expend the healing resources of the team from China?
I think Gala has the healing pylon set up for themselves and not for Helv's position. So Spain actually giving up a lot more ground early than the team from China did. They're not playing so heavily at the choke here. Maybe trying to bait the team from China into a defensive concave and punish them. But you can just get out the window here, no dramas. Glancing railgun shot coming through there from Gala, and leaves in a good position for some free damage. Deflex there. Gala loses that healing pylon. Try and make sure that disrupt the shot clears up some of that defensive utility. Lever's happy doing this, poking from mid to long range for the time being, but lengths are getting caught out. Probably wasn't on the menu for the team from China, and Kushui extends into Helv's waiting arms.
Well, the thing they didn't do there, Spain, is they didn't overextend, right? They got leave low, they pushed up, and once they realized that that kill wasn't going to happen, they didn't like full on commit, right? Bones and Health backed out a little bit, so huge fight win there for Spain. Gala with a captive son. This will be pretty fast. You just have to be careful about this nano that's going to come in, right? You can nano Gushway, and then it becomes even harder to take out.
The team from China probably not too worried. All they need is that 44.9%. So a messed up fight here or there, it's okay, but only really one good one, two dodgy ones. Based on how much time is left, and Farway is down. That Amp Matrix catching the team from China off guard again. Now it's on the table. Now it's on the table for Team Spain to even this one up here, force a draw. Big Bones and Help taken down. It's Shy. Turns out all you needed was him to hit that overclock and things get a little bit messy. Gooseray drops back into the action. Gala slowed up there by that landing, and now the Iliari is down. This is it for Team Spain. The team for China are about to clean them up now. It's a Bob in desperation who will very quickly be neutralized. And now the team from China can look to cap and finish this off. We have mobility from Health here on the Wrecking Ball switch. He's back to the point but slept off of it here. Dragon Blade, Lee wants to try and finish the job here. Going into pressure, Gala down, has to Suzu himself in order to withstand the onslaught for even a split second. And a Blizzard thrown down on the point will just delay things, but that's all. The team from China, a far less convincing victory here, but a 2-0 against another opponent nonetheless.
Yeah, I think what you kind of gather out of this series, obviously the team from China comes away with the win, but man, Spain played them really tough. Map 1 and map number 2 was I'm excited to see them play a little bit more as the weekend and potentially into BlizzCon goes on. China gets an expected win here, but not as clean as people would have thought.
Yeah, not a ton of variation this time around from the team from China, really very much sticking to their guns. Goose Raid on the Doomfist. Obviously, making use of some of that Iliari play, which was fun to see. All smiles here across the room between these two teams. Plenty of fun being had, and of course, this backline, obviously Farway and Linksa, fun-loving duo. I just want to put that out there. Well done for the team from China. Their last opponent in this group will be Thailand. And Thailand in the past has been a plucky opponent, definitely a scrappy team, but it's going to take a little bit more than that kind of bombastic quality to put any real pressure on this juggernaut roster, the team from China.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think it's going to take, although you do see maybe a little bit of a blueprint, right? They were able to capitalize on Gushue going in a few times. I think, maybe look at if you were actually running the Sigma Bastion comp instead of moving away from the Bastion and playing the Ashe. I think just swapping out that tank, I think you may have even seen better results there for Spain. But Spain proves they can hang with, some of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, and that's Spain, who are forcing pretty much the same composition all the way through. Give them the chance to maybe show some more depth, then we might see a completely different result for them further down the line. Still things looking good for this team, Spain. Let's head over the desk to break down what ultimately was a pretty quick match with a competitive Midtown there in map number 2.
Thank you so much. We're back here to break it all down for you, Danny, joined by Johnny the Wise and myself. Wow. I have to say, first things first here, I am just so impressed with the Spanish team. Yes, they rely very heavily on those Orisa comps, but they make it work. They made it look competitive against what we consider one of the strongest teams we have in the Overwatch World Cup this year. So let's break it down. Let's talk about what we got to see on both of those maps. Starting with Samoa, I mean, very good first round there for Spain. They ended it 100 to 72%. Really great picks there on Shy as well to start things off, Johnny.
listen. Okay, or you're gonna
very
bring them
kind.
down. Hey, you're not
Hater.
bringing Spain down. Listen, Spain. We all knew that was gonna be team from China getting the win, but like Zoe said, they were very impressive. I think Spain, they came in with confidence, and Helv on their Orisa was a menace. Honestly, they sort of, as the series went on, they sort of figured out how to, they tried their best to like deal with the Gushui Doomfist, right? I think, and that's why we saw things getting a lot closer coming into the second map as well. So overall, Spain, I think, even though yes, they did lose the team from China, but they are, I would say, another team that could make it out of Group C.
Yeah.
Right, there you go. There you go. He hyped up Spain, okay? That's all I wanted to hear. Because I do feel like China were cooking a little bit too much with the Gushui Doomfist. I mean, they made it easy. They made it easy for Spain. Because, Spain come out, they play this double flick support, the BAP, and do Orisa.
The Primal Fist did not convince you, really?
You gotta sit back, shoot at your opponents a little bit. Gushui's diving in with the Doomfist. Great from Spain.
Hater.
But China, you overcooked it a little bit, all right? Rein in the cook a little bit.
Nah, keep on cooking. Primal Fist is what I want to see all day long.
Primal Fist.
Keep at it, Gushui, never give up. Well, China obviously looking very dominant in their group, 2-0 their current score. But Spain very likely to actually proceed as well out of the group stages. Their next match is tomorrow against Hong Kong, and they are or should be considered the favorite to win that very match. So super exciting stuff. I'm very interested to see how that group will shape up. We are now getting ready for our next match, but first things first, I once more want to remind everyone to get involved in the conversation. Let us know your thoughts on the players, on the matches, on the World Cup, on Halloween, on your favorite breakfast. Anything goes. You might be featured on broadcast if you include the hashtag OWWC2023. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're back with our third match of the day. Stick around. And this is day 3 of the Overwatch World Cup, and we are nearly halfway through the action of the day. Man, I love that skin. That is such a good skin. We just got to see. That's right. That's right. We're back here.
Wait,
Zoe,
what are we doing?
joined by.
Okay.
We're just pointing.
Lilith. Moira Lilith. The point.
That's right.
Oh, okay.
You got it. We're on the same page here. We haven't figured out. Well, yeah, it is I, Zoe, joined by Danny and Johnny, and we're taking a look at the group standings. First things first here, before we break down the action of the next match. This is where we currently are. That's right. Quick glance at Group C, because you'll love to see that one. Group A, B, and C, and D. Some of them still hotly contested. A lot of things can still go right for many of the teams. There's only a few which have been pretty much securing their spots out of the group, such as Finland and China with that 2-0 victory. And they're fighting for all the glory, all the good vibes, but also for a lot of money. And the prize pool is growing and growing and growing as you keep on contributing to it. It is crowdfunded this year around, and you can get yourself the mega bundle. And quite frankly, it's so worth it. Look at those skins, look at those charms, look at those nameplates, like just everything. It's worth it. It's great. Plus, you get to support your favorite players and your teams, not just the ones which made it into the group stages. No, all 43 teams and players of those teams will be getting a share. So that is incredible. Two of the teams who are still vying to make it out of their group, and that is a very, very difficult group to make any predictions for, is Canada and Brazil. Canada put themselves in a good spot by beating Australia yesterday, but they lost their first match against Great Britain. So now here we are, 1-1 the score, and they were definitely maybe considered a favorite heading into this group stage.
Yeah, I think, their first match against Great Britain, I think losing to them was like a good wake-up call, because quite frankly, yesterday against Australia, they looked really good. I think they made some great changes. We saw Magic Maypop play yesterday, and I think he was fantastic as well. Today in the lineup, though, we're going back to, it was Crimzo and the other support player, I forgot. Cal, there you go. I'm sorry, Cal. Cal's coming back. Cal's coming back on the line. That was my fault. I'm sorry. I apologize, Cal. But it's gonna be, I think they're definitely one of the favorites in their group for sure.
Yeah, and here we see their opponents today. Brazil, probably a team which is flying underneath many people's radar as they are finding themselves in the Commonwealth group there with Australia, Canada, and the United Kingdom. But even though they lost against Australia, first round was close. They had some bright spots there, heavily relying on their dive, Johnny.
Yeah, they heavily relied on their dive, and honestly, it looked quite decent for a while here. Ludwig playing the Echo. This was a composition that kind of worked for them, and they looked pretty decent on this. The issue was they couldn't deal with the Reinhardt Bastion composition, this stronger, kind of like sturdier composition. They just couldn't tear it apart, which is not a great sign when you go up against Canada, and they're probably going to be like, well, we're going to play Sigma all day, and you figure out how to dive against it. Now, Brazil, they did lose map 1, and their map pick, was Circuit Real, which tells you that they kind of want to lean in. I'm not losing my hat. Kind of want to lean in to the Sigma compositions, right? So we'll see. Maybe Dalsa, starting out on the Sigma already on map 1 is a tell that Brazil is like, we like playing the Sigma composition. We're gonna lean on this. So maybe less of the dive and more of the sturdier Sigma compositions for Brazil.
I mean, they definitely have a lot of tape to look through in a lot of scenarios. A lot of those fights Brazil took, they did get the initial first picks, but then they couldn't follow up. So if they manage to clean this up, who knows what they can do today. It's going to be interesting for sure. Let's look at our predictions for this one. I had to give it to the team from Canada. 2-0 is the score I'm predicting. Canada has really convinced me in their showing against Australia, which just made me realize, like, why did I pick Australia? So here we are. Now I'm a Canada fan. Things change so quickly, Danny.
Same for me as well. I went with Team Canada. I'm with Lemon Kiwi supporting
Team
Canada.
Lemon Kiwi. That's really what it is.
Their victory against Australia yesterday was very convincing. I do think they are the stronger team for this matchup.
I went with Canada too. I'm back. I kind of left them for a little bit, but I'm back.
We all abandoned them yesterday for no good reason.
What a mistake that was. Yeah, Australia.
Costa.
Mistakes were made. I'm back on the Canada train.
Right on. We might switch again depending on where the train is going. But for now, we are on board and we are eager to hear what our casters think of this one. But first, we're going to head into a very quick break and then Dustin and Moxie will take the mic.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. We got, dude. Okay, we might have probably either, I don't know, is it the worst or the best costume so far today? You know, like I think it's it's obviously a big toss-up. Let's look at yours, Moxie, first, obviously.
Okay, I mean, they're putting me full screen, so I can try and do like a couple of things, like, you know, the new victory pose of like the heart and the peace sign, like, woo, nerf this and the buddies off.
It's already falling apart. Oh my god.
It's just self-destructing, Dustin. It's just self-destructing. Wait, 1, 2, 3, press Q.
Oh yeah, and then we've got obviously me. I've got a Reaper. I don't have any of the shotguns though or anything. It's Reaper from the. Oh, what's going on with Moxie? She's like falling over there. Anyways, guys, welcome back to the broadcast. Regardless of our attempts at making costumes for this Halloween. Happy Halloween, by the way, everybody in chat and the desk and everybody else a part of today's broadcast. Moxie, obviously, we've got a lot of effort into today's games, but so have the players, coming into the matches for Group B. This is a very, very important matchup between the likes of Team Brazil and Canada.
Yeah, this is an incredibly important match for both of these teams. Like you said, Canada especially, considering they've already faced up against Great Britain and they actually lost. So they're currently standing at a 1-to-1 win rate. Australia is in the exact same boat. So Canada need to be able to take a win here against Team Brazil if they want to try and keep ahead of Team Australia, because Team Australia have a match as well today. They're going to be going up against Team Great Britain in a little bit, and that is going to be an absolute banger of a match that you do not want to miss.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people predicted Canada beating out Great Britain on day number 1, and then, obviously the likes of your country, Moxie, or people decided to just destroy the hopes and dreams of Team Canada, resulting in, them being the favorites in this group so far. But obviously, like you said, they got that game versus Australia later. And right now, Canada versus Brazil is the real talking point, because if Canada wants to qualify for this top 2, I mean, they've got to beat Brazil today.
Oh, are we getting a Seraphim comp?
Of course.
It's not quite the synced choreo dance that's gonna be coming out, but it's definitely as close as you can get to it. I'm all for it, but no. Canada, they know that they have to take this match incredibly seriously. They are going to be going for the most meta composition currently, which is that Sigma. Seeker might actually stick on that Symmetra to be able to try and burst for a dagger without having to worry about the shift, but he decides instead to field into that Sojourn to look for the off angles and have the pick potential to take one of these players from Brazil down if they lag too far behind the Sigma shield.
And this Soldier 76 Sojourn combination of the two, maybe we'll see if it's too much for the likes of Brazil to deal with. They've already rotated around the backside of the point, both teams kind of switching sides. Noxious, the first one to come out on top, and then Cal combines onto Xfel too. So that's already 2 members of Brazil gone pretty much instantaneously. I mean, Canada now just looking for the staggers as Cal and Seeker get another 2. And Canada get the point first.
Yeah, support BDW. It's really the enduring storyline for Ilari players in the World Cup. She does so much damage, as well as having that mobility with the jump on the shift to be able to look for those off angles, just the way you would expect something like a Sojourn to be able to do so. And Brazil are going to have a tough time ahead of them if they want to try and approach this point. They don't have that Lucio. They're going to try and match damage for damage. So if they get stuck too long on these rotations, that just enables Seeker and Noxious so much time to find a kill before the fight starts.
Shot available for Seeker. Peeks around to the right side. Unfortunately misses it, but still has that disruptor stock. So that's a ton of damage into Svenko, who has to kind of run away around the corner. Seeker takes some poke, though. Can't get some direct healing until the pylon's there. Cal already found that opening pick on a Svenko. False as well into Dalka, and Brazil, unfortunately, picked apart once more. Sent back to the spawn doors, and Canada have already crossed that 50% margin.
Yeah, when you're running both the Soldier and the Sojourn, you have just such a pincer maneuver that you can take advantage of when you're defending. Look at how Team Canada are currently split. They've got false anchoring on that point. He's sort of baiting Team Brazil into trying to go for the Sigma, and then that's when you're going to see these 2 pockets of teams actually collapse in and pincer onto whoever tries to step forward.
Oh no! Svenko just re-peeked the Baptiste window right into that Helix rocket from Noxious. Cal goes low on the right side, but has heals, and now, I mean, Brazil, what do you do? Oh my god, you get deleted by Seeker on the outside as well. 2 already removed for Brazil, and now the overclock just easily going to find both Xfel and Ludwig. And, I mean, this is last fight territory and a waste through Graphitic Flux.
Yeah, but Noxious is still holding onto that tac visor. Cal's going to have the Captive Sun as well with that slow potential. So Team Brazil, they're going to actually swap Xfel onto the Kiriko to have the Suzy to cleanse the effect.
They're touching this last second I mean, Dalka runs into the point. Overtime will tick down, but he goes down instantly. Also, Captive Sun is out, but the visor from Noxious is here just to combine with it as well. I mean, he got an overclock from Ludwig, but he's got no more teammates remaining on the point. Canada with a nice 100-0 start.
Yeah, Team Brazil unfortunately just not able to break all of the pincer movements that Team Canada had when they were able to pick up that first fight. They tried coming in with that amplification matrix to just deny one of those angles, right? Have the amp matrix that you can then try and collapse into whoever's anchoring on that point. If they try to disengage, they at least give up that space and you can look forward to just contest and maybe find a flip to be able to stall out for as long as you potentially can. But that just does not happen. Now we head into Mecha Base, and it's going to be all about who can control these chokes. These Meis are going to start to come into play. Whoever wins the first fight is going to be at such a huge advantage.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Canada obviously feeling confident there, starting with that opposition, like you mentioned, just to get the dance off. With the Orisa first, Moxie, it looks like, with the Passion to go alongside it, so a very different composition compared to Brazil, who are running something eerily similar to the last one.
Yeah, we've seen False on the Orisa before, and it has found a lot of value just moving forward with that Javelin spin. Team Brazil going to use that Mei wall, try and buy themselves some time to move away from the rush.
They're going so quick into Brazil at the moment. Immortality Field already used. Cal goes low, but has their own Immortality Field here for Canada, so they can stay nice and healthy. Crimzo over the back as well, just wants to find a bit of an off angle to regroup with this team to that window. The point has unlocked, by the way, but neither team looking to regroup on it just yet. False goes low, but has that pocket again from both of his healers. Wall there from Noxious to stop Brazil from rotating efficiently towards that point, but they are on it regardless, so they take that first point, whereas Canada just want to take that high ground. Noxious, though, nice shot on the Mei Icicle towards Ludwig. Full team assist for Team Canada there as well, and Falls with the Javelin finds X. Also, both supports from Brazil are gone, and even though Brazil got the point first, it's Canada with the superior positioning and now reclaim the point.
False is doing a very good job as well of just making sure that Dalka doesn't really get to use all of these Sigma abilities. Normally when we actually see something like a Sigma mirror, it becomes about trying to use that Mei wall to force the Immortality Field, but also coming in with that shift. You obviously don't have that pressure with an Orisa the way you do with a Sigma being able to cancel with Accretion, but False has been doing such a good job of just fortify shifting in and taking up that space regardless. Team Brazil forced to defensively pop that amplification matrix and try and keep Dalka alive through it, but he just goes down immediately, and Team Canada retain control of this choke.
Yeah, I mean, that was just pure defensive advantage right there for Team Canada. I mean, the first pick went for Brazil, but, you know, it didn't really matter when you couldn't use your amplification matrix. Now, the side of Brazil do have that Gravitic Flux available, as well as a Blizzard. Coming up on that overclock soon and a beat drop, but Canada's still sitting pretty with their own ultimates. I mean, they've got 4 basically ready to go. Terror Surge here with the Artillery Strike as a combo that I know you like, Moxie. We'll see if Canada can pull it off here. They go into Dalka's Gravitic Flux, and immediately Noxious decides to drop that Blizzard. Only gets the Immortality Field for now, but Dalka actually comes out on top onto Seeker after the Gravitic Flux landed. Also, the Blizzard of Ludwig is there to zone. Dalka goes so low, but a nice pocket there from Xphil. And Niall on the back keeps him nice and healthy. So now Canada in a bit of a weird situation where they lose Crimzo as well. So, I mean, slowly they're kind of losing members here as Brazil rotated to the point, get that cap as well.
Yeah, Team Canada trying to take advantage of Dalka being in that ultimate. You're not actually able to use your grasp as the ultimate goes out, so the Mei doesn't have to worry about Blizzard being cancelled, but Ludwig mirrors a Blizzard, throws it into Canada's backline, and as a result, they don't get to play aggressively once the Sigma Flux has run out. Now we see Team Brazil for the first time with control of this choke. Seeker immediately going to drop the Artillery Strike to make sure that Team Brazil do not get to use it as that delay tool that Team Canada has been using, and they catch Xphil on the rotation away from it as well.
Cut off by the Artillery Strike, and then Crimzo was there at the final blow. Amplification makes Brazil there. Oh no, my god, what a javelin, or what a rock, sorry, from Dalka. Off the map, Cal goes, so that's a big pick for the likes of Brazil, who have Svenko over the top with the overclock, but he's already so low and didn't get any healing. And Seeker having 2 kills there too. False just gets the sustain with his own ultimate, and there goes Niall, but no, he easily gets back up after having that ledge to climb over, but Dalka's gone too. I mean, this is a weird situation for Niall to be in now. Canada flipped that point. Noxious will find him eventually, as well as Canada flipped that
point. No one can tap.
And nobody could touch. Busan will be going in Canada's favor. They take one map in the series so far.
Yeah, that Noxious walls up the underside as we see False go for that Javelin throw to make sure that no one is going to be able to try and contest that point, because Ludwig can actually swap onto the Genji to be able to use those dashes and try and get back into the fight for that regroup faster. But my goodness, what a performance coming through from Team Canada. This was a team that needed a really strong showing. After we saw them go up against Team Great Britain, they looked shaky. They were able to win up against Team Australia, but they need to continue this momentum if they want to be able to move forward in the tournament.
Yeah, and obviously a lot of Canada's success in this matchup in particular came through Seeker. I mean, just doing a lot of work on the Baptiste as well when he swapped over Sebastian. Cal as well. I mean, this entire team of Canada obviously looks a lot better, more confident going into today than they did even, in day number one, wouldn't you say, Mox?
Yes, absolutely. Team Canada being able to win those first fights meant that they were always able to sort of control where the spacing of the fight afterwards was able to go out. And as a result, that meant that False and that Orisa was able to really punish Team Brazil with some of those javelin spins, forcing them massively out of position so that they got cut off, isolated, and were easy pickings for the rest of the team.
And Team Brazil just going for that map pick. We'll have to see what it is coming up between them and Canada. They're going to have to go to the drawing boards here, right? I mean, obviously, Canada were pretty dominant on Busan, so maybe a bit of a change-up would, have to come through for Brazil to come back, because obviously they want a good showing in World Cup. I mean, they've got a very passionate fan base and very passionate players, too. So we'll have to see if they, take Canada to a map that leans more in their favor.
Yeah, there's always a tough question to try and figure out which map you want to take this team to. And do you know what? It's home ground. Team Brazil decides to take us to Paris. So I wonder if we're actually going to see a sub come through for that tank lineup, because that's something else that we do need to talk about, right? Team Brazil have two tanks. They have Dalka to come in and play things like the Sigma. They have Neil to come in and play that Winston. However, whether or not we're going to see Neil getting subbed in, we'll find out right after this break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch World Cup 2023. We have a very important matchup at the moment between Canada and Brazil in the likes of Group B, which has been hotly contested ever since United Kingdom got that win over Canada day number 1. But today, Canada's bouncing back once more, Moxie. I mean, they look really good on Busan against Brazil.
Yeah, Team Brazil, unfortunately, we talked about this a little bit before the break, right? When you have two different players for the tanks that you use, a lot of the time, if you get disrupted by a certain composition, just throwing out all of your timings, in particular win conditions, there isn't a whole lot you can do in terms of being able to swap to a composition that can fully counter. So no surprises, Team Brazil is going to take it to Paraiso, and with Paraiso having such a focus on controlling the high ground, we're going to be seeing Neil come through in place of Dalka. This is somewhere where you don't have to stick to Sigma. You can run things like the Winston and the Diva. You can even run something like an Orisa if you want to just use all of your defensive capabilities and go straight to the point to bait the defending team off of that high ground.
Yeah, I mean, it's an intelligent swap from them. You called it as well, leading into this map. But, you know, they're going to have to really kind of come together as a team. You know, maybe on Paraisos in particular, they got some good strategies, maybe even a compositional change, because, I mean, at least on Busan, it seemed like Canada did have Brazil's number a bit, right? With their composition, right? I mean, with the Soldier, with the Sojourn.
It's really tough for a Sigma composition to try and go into how Team Canada were playing that Orisa, because what they essentially did is they disrupted the timing for the Sigma composition. The Sigma has things like the Mei who wants to play around to cooldown with the wall, but because you're also running the Sojourn in that secondary DPS slot, you want to try and play slow burns to be able to slowly build up the Railgun ult charge, try and find a first pick, and then move in for the kill. All of that was thrown entirely out of the window because Team Canada just went as aggressive as they possibly could and made sure that Team Brazil were constantly having to use all of the mobility tools that should be enabling them to take off angles into trying to rotate, disengage away from a stampeding Orisa coming straight for them. No surprises that Team Brazil have got that Winston composition, and they're going to be fielding Ludwig as well onto the Echo. This time, however, is not going to have a Mercy pocket the way that we saw them play up against Australia.
Yeah, I guess maybe it's for Brazil, at least in particular, it's a bit kind of the team from China-esque with that Zenyatta and in out here as well. Team
Well,
Canada,
it's also
though.
shield break, right? Against False.
Yeah, False is really going to be having to deal with a lot of the shots of Niall, but he is on the high ground, so can at least avoid that for now. Meanwhile, Neil looking to displace them, but Canada, I mean, they're just headstrong here on the top of this bridge, just continuously poking out Team Brazil at the moment, who are kind of stuck at that bus. I mean, they got no speed, and Seeker immediately with the grenade onto the Zenyatta removes Niall. Exfil soon to follow, and same with Ludwig, so that's already a quick team wipe for Team Canada.
Yeah, Team Canada read that it was going to be Dive coming through. Now we're going to see the Mercy swap come out as False was not being pressured by that Zenyatta. There is so much space up on that high ground for you to be able to hide away, break away from line of sight long enough for Discord to drop. And Team Brazil now are going to prioritize the Echo pick potential, coming in with a coordinated dive, looking to just evaporate this Bastion with the stickies, but the Sigma shield and the peel from the rest of the team is strong, and Seeker stays standing.
I mean, this is a really sick setup for Canada. I mean, they've got their supports on like this off angle back left. You can't really dive them, and they're continually pumping damage into you. And look, immediately Svenko and Neil fall. What does Brazil do? They're going back to the spawn once again, just trying to avoid any potential staggers, but even Niall can't. I mean, they swapped over to that Mercy, like you said earlier, but already you got a minute and 30 seconds off of the clock.
Yeah, but this is traditional dive, right? You're playing for nano boost. If the push fails when you've got a nano boosted either Echo or Winston, that's when you get concerned. And because so much time has passed as well, Team Canada have both support ultimates to be able to peel that nano boost when it comes out.
That was a nice nade onto False, resulting in Lovett actually getting the kill. Cal trades it back, and then Exfil, oh my god, support by the way, Cal. Then with the immediate ultimate finds Niall. That's 3 solo kills basically for Cal there. Drops back to the mini health pack, eventually will be found by Ludwig in the copy. However, the damage is already done to Brazil. I mean, surely Ludwig falls here. Pocket is there for Noxious. They did lose the Nano too, man. Oh, it's so brutal. Noxious has to fall back to the point, though. Brazil is still trying to win this at the moment. They actually, with the Primal Rage, are able to find Crimzo, although it is traded back. Seeker finds the kill. Artillery strike here as well to zone the point. No tank for Brazil at the moment, so they're relying heavily on this Mercy pocket. Oh my god, can he get the res? Niall gets it, so Brazil are still in this. Noxious is low on the point, has to recall. Surely they could find him. Ludwig's found Seeker. The pulse bomb connects for nothing on the side of Noxious in Canada. Exfil also finds False, who had the Gravitic Flux, so even though it looked like Brazil were out of it, they actually come back to claim this point in just a second. I mean, maybe Canada can get a recontest off. They've got a Gravitic Flux coming back, but no. Nobody else here. Brazil actually captured point A.
Yeah, Canada just giving up that point, prioritizing holding the high ground so they can get Seeker into a position to pressure this Echo in the next fight. They know that Ludwig is coming in with that duplicated form, and they want to deprive Team Brazil of any momentum to be able to keep this payload moving through streets.
Goes this way. They don't count Brazil out when they can do what they just did, but False has found Svenko. And that just sends Brazil kind of further back as well, as Canada just look to take this aggressive position towards the payload.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Genji swap come through eventually from Ludwig if this duplication fails. Seeker being set up on that high ground is going to be so hard to be able to eject, but False is taking so much pressure. We're actually going to see Ludwig use the duplicate onto Seeker with the Bastion to be able to push False away so he's not able to peel and keep Seeker standing.
Ludwig's found two coming back. I mean, this keeps happening as well for Brazil, and Ludwig in particular. His entire team dies around him, but he still finds his. Niall also gets the res, so Brazil aren't even out of it, even though they lost so many members here. They've got this payload pushing forward.
That's why you're A-okay with Ludwig playing that aggressive. Well, one, he has to play that aggressive because he needs to close up the distance for False so he can pressure the Sigma with that focusing beam to ignore the shift defensive. As Neil's coming in with the Nano, he's trying to ignore all of the damage. It's going to be harder, however, to ignore that damage reduction with an amplification matrix doubling everything sent your way.
Yeah, I mean, they've only lost one, though, for how many ults were committed at the very least. However, that was, yeah, that Baptiste window, you know, Captive Sun, Pulse Bomb there. It's really hard for Brazil, who now have the Valkyrie ready to go for next fight.
It's going to be so hard as well for them to actually try and negate the damage coming through from False's Flux. The only one who can actually cancel it is Exfil with that Sleep Dart.
Come back, Seeker with the artillery strikes, able to find Exfil. That's terrible for Brazil. Ludwig also goes down, maybe as Niall was going for that resurrect. But now, I mean, Brazil are wiped once again. Even though they got Exfil back in the fight, they're just going to have to back up once again with 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock.
It's a very common strategy for these teams to turn to when you're dealing with a pocketed Echo or Pharah. You go after the Ana to force the Mercy away from that pocket roll, push them out of position to get that resurrection, and then you chase down the players knowing that they don't have that lifeline attached to them, and they're then vulnerable. And it's something that Team Canada have been able to do again and again and again so far this map.
So has to be worried about grouping up here at the moment because Noxious is able to find the kill on the Nile and also on his Svenko. He's been so good, by the way, for Team Canada on Tracer. I know that was a talking point leading into the games, into this World Cup group stages, but Noxious really has been a step up above where he was before on Tracer.
Yeah, he's excelled immensely at this role. Talking to him before even heading into Team Canada's conference, he was just really happy to get a chance to show and prove himself in that DPS role, and he is doing that and then some. Has the Pulse Bomb as well to try and attach onto one of these players in the backline. Doesn't even have to worry about baiting the shift from the Sigma in case it gets cancelled. Noxious is just living his best life.
Svenko does trade it back at the very least, and the res is here. Ultimate advantage is going actually in favor of Brazil's side. They've got the Nano engaged and a pulse bomb to Svenko. One of the members of Brazil has to be huge at the moment if they want a chance to win as we enter overtime now. Immortality Field pop as well. Seeker finds Neil though. No, that's terrible. They don't have their tank to help them in this fight. Noxious also finds Niall. Ludwig's able to trade back one. With a copy Gravitic Flux in the help from both Cal and Noxious. I mean, Brazil cannot move any further in the streets phase. Canada will hold them right there.
False held on to that Flux for so long as well because he is waiting for Team Brazil to make their move with that nano boost. And then he throws in the flux to disrupt any momentum that a nano-boosted entrance to a fight should provide. It's really smart coming through from Team Canada. He knows that there's not a whole lot that can cancel it. He doesn't have to play around specific cooldowns like you see in the Sigma versus Mirror matchup, where you're constantly concerned about the other Sigma using accretion to be able to cancel it. Even if you're going up against something like an Orisa, with that javelin throw, you can get stunned out of it. With a Doomfist punch, you can get punched out of it, the way that we saw KSG a little bit earlier in this week being able to pull that off. But when you're up against a Winston, all you have to do is just hit the circle in the right space.
Yeah, I mean, a genius so far for Canada. Now on their attacking side, Moxie, do you think they want to mix things up, maybe change their composition? Or, I mean, I know it was defense, it was their defense instead of offense on this map in particular, but do you have to play a different composition for breaking this point A?
False is incredibly flexible in terms of what composition he can play. I love as well that Team Canada are just doing this after every single round. They may not be locking the full Le Seraphim strategy in, but they're definitely channeling that energy into this match. Love to see these players having fun because it is a very stressful situation for them. So the fact that they're taking a little bit of that pressure off of their shoulders allows them to really play at their own comfort level.
Always good to meme. Brazil now on the defensive side. Svenko gets the first pick on the Noxious, who is setting up towards the main side. Nice shot from the Widowmaker of Brazil. Crucial pick for them if they want a chance to win this. Canada looks like they're still setting up, but looks like they're going to wait for Noxious to come back.
Well, Svenko's trying to find another one of those picks. Ludwig not really finding anyone to fully dive onto just yet, as Team Canada have somehow been able to get Seeker up onto the high ground. That has to be nade shenanigans to be able to parkour up there. And Svenko is forced to pull back. And now he's going to be taking a lot of pressure coming through from Cal on that off-angle and alley.
Yeah, I mean, each headshot he takes just puts him in a worse situation. Not just there on the flank too. I mean, everybody in Canada's collapsed. Brazil never really found their footing there on the defensive side. Maybe they could have gone for a dive, but we're a bit too passive waiting for Svenko's shots, who is now going to swap over to Tracer.
Yeah, Team Brazil don't really have anything to try and bait out the Bastion utility because they're running the Ana without something like a Brigitte or a Looter. You're always going to have these problems arising in your backline with Noxious just getting to absolutely free farm. Neil's always going to be playing really aggressive, trying to buy that space, that distraction for Ludwig and Svenko to be able to try and do the exact same thing to Team Canada's supports. But first of all, they need to win these 1v1s. The Tracer versus is so important to stop that payload from moving.
Did you see that grenade from Seeker? It just like bounced off 4 walls and still connected on the Ludwig there. I mean, it didn't result in the kill, but that was nuts. Ludwig in the copy. Goes to tank for him on the Bastion. Svenko's able to find Cal, as Ludwig wanted that kill. Baptiste went on the backside as well to sustain for Canada, though, even though they're missing a member of their team. Oh my god, they lose Noxious to a nice nade from Exfil as well. Their artillery strike couldn't go through on the copy either, because the copy did run out. Canada does have like 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, but Brazil at least get a semi-team fight win there.
They've got high ground as well now, and this is huge because now they have space to be able to play around those cooldowns that we talked about, right? Bait, sequence using that transformation, and then disengage. Unfortunately, where the payload actually finished, they don't have a lot of space to be able to back up to. It's only this rooftop, and Foss is already chasing, pressuring, trying to bait that Winston bubble a little bit too early, so he's forced to jump away and leave his Ana behind. And now Noxious just moves him for the kill.
Captain Sun there. I mean, what do you do against that? Canada had far too many ultimates to deal with for Brazil. Can they even touch this point? I don't think so. There's only a few meters left. A bit of dancing on the cart and celebration, and that was a very smooth 2-0 for Team Canada.
Strong showing coming through from Team Canada. This is actually something that occurred in that conference when they were looking to qualify to this stage. If you remember, we got to see them up against Team USA, and they took a very, very early defeat. And that sort of woke them up. It showed them that they needed to really play a lot stronger, a lot more coordinated, and smarter as well. And that's what we've been seeing. They saw some of the weaknesses in Team Brazil's composition. They knew that the backline would constantly be left unsupervised because you have that Mercy pocketing, and the Ana doesn't have any sort of avenue of peel either. So they always just went for the infiltration, looking for those first picks, looking to pressure. So even though Team Brazil tried to play around defensive high ground, They were constantly having to give up the space, and sooner rather than later, they ran out of space to give.
Yeah, I mean, smooth win for Canada there over Brazil. You know, great work from them. We'll have to see what Des says about that game. I mean, break it down for us, guys. What do you think about Canada's win over Brazil?
Thank you so much, Dustin and Moxie. Zoe back here with Danny, with Siri, and I guess Donnie is also here. Siri, I know, has a lot of opinions on this one. So let's dive straight into our highlights. How did Canada get it done? Honestly, the changes we've seen from Canada over the last 2 days have been leaps and bounds. They look so coordinated. They really understand their win conditions, and I love the pressure they put onto Brazil's backline.
Yeah, Siri, tell us what happened.
I don't think Siri is going to say anything. I hate to break it to you, Danny. It breaks me as well, but I don't think Siri knows anything about Overwatch. Just cares about Bones, I guess. Yeah, because Bones played earlier today. Anyway, that was a joke. Anyway, Canada, I mean, they're looking solid. Obviously favorites in this matchup because you have Group B, which is a bit of a group of death here with 3 really good rosters with lots of experience playing at the highest level of Overwatch, right? So no real surprises here, but still a bit of a shift where Brazil picked that second map. They picked Paraiso, which of course lent itself to Echo Mercy gameplay, and I do think that was a better look for them. Obviously hard to get the map win here because Canada are such favorites, but you know, they still have one more match to go. I'm hoping that we get to see them at least get a map win here in the World Cup because they do have a fun roster to observe. But yeah, no like huge takeaway here. Canada looking sharp, and you know they got a bit of a bone to pick now. Again, no pun intended, because they took that day 1 loss to the Great Britain, of course.
Yeah, but now with this win, they are 2-1, 2 wins and 1 loss, right? So I think they're in a pretty good spot. And right now, I mean, judging by their performance today and even yesterday as well, they're looking pretty strong.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. Group B is the one group we all had so many question marks because Commonwealth battle, Canada, Great Britain, and Australia. Brazil also made it into the mix, but it was the Commonwealth teams we were looking at. And if Great Britain is taking an L today in their match against Australia in a little bit, then we're in a situation here. All right, yeah. It's gonna make it very, very difficult. The teams have had a lot of takeaways from the last 2 days of matches, so very interested to see where we are going with it. Now we are heading into a very quick break, and after that we are back with our next match. This one will be fought out between Mexico and South Korea, so stick around. Oh, Siri.
I get back. Yes. I come in. One. Nice. One time. Trinary. Shimaki. I can bomb.
Oh my god.
Maki on. Trace around. Maki on, guys. Maki on. Trail. Nice. Just 3 playing left. GG. Dance.
Wait, dance. Oh, I don't have it.
I don't have any.
match 4 of day 3 is about to start, and here to walk you through everything you are about to see. And then some is your desk, Sonny. Sonny. That's not my name, actually. Zoe and Danny. I just arched us accidentally. But why not? Actually, let's roll with it. Sonny and Jiri.
Don't.
Joiri.
Don't, Zoe.
No, I mean, keep going, Zoe. Jiri, what's Jiri?
Siri.
Oh, Johnny and Siri.
You're doing great. Keep it up, Zoe. You'll figure it out.
Thank you.
Maybe during the match, so no one else can hear it.
Maybe I should have my inside voice for this one. I understand.
Sonny. Cinny?
I'll figure it out eventually. I'm a professional. And professionals are also the teams who are taking the stage in just a little bit. This is going to be an interesting one. Mexico is about to play their very last game of the group stages. They had a rough start, obviously, on day 1 against Finland. It was a very convincing 2-0 loss. A convincing win, I guess, for Finland, and a rough loss for the team from Mexico. But yesterday against Colombia, that was a very close series. They did take the loss, but they really showed up. They made the changes that they needed to make.
They made changes. They came prepared. It still wasn't enough for Colombia, but they did take a map off of them. So they had better looks compared to day 1. And you know, this is their final match, so like you mentioned, they're going up against one of the strongest team in the World Cup, which is South Korea, right? So for me, it's like, I'm just a little hopeful. You know, it's gonna be a tough battle for Mexico, but I want them to, you know, play their hearts out and also play their strongest comps, whatever they're really comfortable at and what they're confident with, and you know, maybe put out some good show for everybody.
Yeah, and they will be going up against one of the favorites to win it all, South Korea. That team, although it is surprising that not a single player of that roster has actually played in a previous Overwatch World Cup. This is all the first Overwatch World Cup showing. It's not the first showing for any of these faces, though. Like, we know those players intimately. They are the top of the top, and they are here to redeem their region from their 3rd place in 2019. Ain't that right, Johnny?
Yeah, just a group of some of the best players in the world. You know,
not a big deal, yeah.
They're in the discussion for every role, on every position, on all the heroes, just like the best, right? You know, it was, if you think it's been one-sided so far, I mean, the match between South Korea and Colombia was arguably the most one-sided match we've seen so far in the group stages out of all the matches. And I think it might be more the same here. For South Korea, I think the real question is like, are you going to be able to play all these different compositions that we've seen from the team from China, for example, or, you know, United States? We saw between France and United States yesterday, for example. There started to be a little bit of like counter-picking, and, you know, picking in a Risa to counter France's Sigma, some Symmetra Lucio play versus double flex support. Like, it started to get interesting when it came to the compositions and the strategy. And I feel like if you're South Korea here, you know, the thing to look out for really is what composition will they lean towards, and what will they sort of like play throughout the tournament when it finally gets to crunch time, when it finally gets to playoffs, and they have to face off against those other really good teams.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely were the one team to have fun with it. Emily, in an earlier hit, did ask the team from China whether or not they're going to show us the Seraphim comp, and they were like, nah, we're gonna be serious about that. Meanwhile, Team South Korea rocked up in their first match in the group stage, and we're just like, let's have fun. I believe it was against Colombia, where they did play the Seraphim comp and won with it also. Maybe we see a return of that, who knows, but we do know for sure that that team is dominant no matter what they play, and that's why I had to give them a convincing victory in my predictions. Danny, I have a gut feeling you also went with South Korea.
Yeah, South Korea all the way. I think they are the dominant team. Listen, I just want to see more of the Seraphim comp. You guys are the only ones that played it so far. Pull it out one more time.
Honestly, I won't complain. I won't argue. Yeah, do it. South Korea, 2-0.
Siri is so over it.
Oh, she's comfortable.
Like, sure.
I take a bit of a nap, like dogs do. Take a bit of an afternoon nap. I mean, I got
same,
coffee.
Siri, man. That's a mood. That is a mood. But not gonna nap for this one. This is gonna bring the action. Can't wait to see what both of those teams are rolling out the gates with. For now, we head in over to our casters to bring you all the action.
Hello, thank you, Desk, for what an amazing bring back for this series. I mean, Team South Korea, obviously, going into this one, are the heavy favorites, but we have to see what the result will be. Mexico has been one of those teams that can kind of pull out upsets, you know, when you least expect them to. So there's not really a decisive, it's not one way or the other just yet until, you know, we have the match, Moxie.
Yeah, I think everyone is just looking forward to seeing what exactly South Korea is going to be playing. You're looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure Emily as well is also looking forward to it.
Thank you so much, Dustin and Moxie. Yes, I was able to check in with Team Korea yesterday, and boy, do I have some news for you. They'll be running the Le Seraphim comp all day, all week until the end of BlizzCon. Is what you wish, they said. Psych. No, I know we've been memeing the whole Le Seraphim comp thing, and, you know, to be fair, Team Korea were the first ones to run it against Team Colombia on day one. But in all seriousness, Team Korea didn't come here to mess around. They're here to get dubs. So they're a very practical team and said that it's going to be tough to continue running this comp throughout the tournament, and their main focus is just to make their fans proud and deliver good results. So yeah, don't expect to see more shenanigans, but let's still hold on to a bit of hopium. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emily. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Team South Korea not messing around, as Emily said. I mean, we do wish they keep running the competition, Moxie. I mean, I think everybody at the desk has been hoping that they keep running the Seraphim comp.
It broke the internet. Like, it actually absolutely broke the internet. Social media went absolutely wild when they realized what exactly was going on. Because it's not just that they ran that composition. Like the desk said, they won with that composition. In fact, they full pushed Blizzard World with 3 minutes and 33 seconds remaining, I believe. And they also full held on their defense with that composition as well. It just goes to show how strong this team truly is.
Yeah, and, you know, on the other side, first of all, to set the stage here, I mean, obviously Team Korea is, you know, they've got a lot of high expectations, right, Moxie? I mean, every one of their fans, you know, all of the, you know, players behind or the coaches behind the organization itself, like, a lot of people expect the team representing South Korea to actually perform to the highest level once again, to come back. And meanwhile, on the other side, for the team representing Mexico, they've got no expectations, right? A bunch of, you know, players just coming to have fun. They're just looking to, you know, have a good time here at World Cup. So, you know, it's so interesting, Moxie, the contrast between these two teams today that could honestly result in some interesting situations.
Yeah, we could see some really interesting compositions come through. I don't think South Korea want to show their hand this early on. They know that they're going to have tougher matchups, and they do not want to reveal the true composition that they're going to be running out into past these group stages, so that some of these other teams, like the team from China, Team USA, Team Great Britain, some of these other teams that are sort of leading the discussions in terms of who are the strongest currently in contention for that title, have the VODs to be able to look over and analyze ahead of time.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, for Team Mexico, Moxie, just look like, well, I see Nami, first of all, the coach in the back there, looking handsome as always, but am I not seeing Momo out there at all for Team Mexico either? I mean, they're just like, you know, completely different support backline today for this matchup, Moxie. Is there, I wonder what the insight is in there, because, like, for this team, you've been running with Momo for a majority of the tournament. Why mix things up now, you think?
I mean, it could be that you want to try and run a different composition. We don't know what control map they're going to be starting off against currently, so maybe they're going to take it somewhere a little bit different. We've seen them on the past try to go for something like the Sigma composition. They went Doom on downtown of Samoa as well, which had some value. Like, Doomfist is one of the strongest tanks currently, purely because, you know, you can get in very quickly, you can disrupt, you can create a window of opportunity for your DPS, or even something like your backline if you're running that Illari to be able to try and find some of those kills, and then you can get out very quickly as well. It's something that you and I were discussing before when we were actually watching some of the past series. Today you were like, oh, why do you think the Doom is so strong? I was like, survivability and the fact that he can stun multiple people. He's really good at being able to just continue to apply pressure, and heading into someone like Ilios, you're going to be seeing a lot of dive potentially come through, especially on places like Well and Lighthouse, where there's a lot of focus on being able to infiltrate into the backline.
Very good points overall. I mean, the Doomfist has taken over for those exact reasons, like you said. And first of all, I mean, we're starting on this map Ilios for between Mexico and Team South Korea. You know, a lot of people tuning into this match to see if South Korea really are that dominant team that a lot of people say they are. I mean, Johnny on the desk said it earlier how, you know, they had one of the strongest performances so far out of every single team thus far. We'll see if they could do it again versus the likes of Mexico, or if Mexico can pull off a little bit of an upset.
Well, there you go. There's your answer, Dustin. Momo is not in the lineup because they want to be able to play Sopa on the Ana to enable this Winston dive. Chobolux is going to be on that Echo. We'll have to see whether or not Pilot actually decides to try and field something like a Mercy Pocket to keep up with the damage potential, but no, it's going to be a Brig Mirror as both of these teams go for the full dive composition, and they need that peel to keep the Ana alive when the backline comes calling.
Mexico already setting up towards the cage side, but Team South Korea already in an aggressive position. Anti goes forward. Oh no! Castle jumps right in front of it when it was supposed to be an anti-nade, and instead turns into a heal grenade for the side of Team Mexico, and they already lose Chobolux. They're already down on the inside. Team South Korea have pretty much swarmed all over Team Mexico at the moment. One take advantage. They've already sent somebody over to the point to get the cap. Sparkle, though, does go low. To Anjo Velato on the downside. But they're already backing up as a dive composition. They're playing this so passive at the moment. Castle jumps to the left, but it's their Ana, of all people, trying to get some aggressive positioning. They send Angel Velato to the point to try to contest it. There's a bit of a micro fight happening there for contention of the point. Meanwhile, everybody else fighting elsewhere. Lip wins it out, though. Tracer duel succeeded for Team South Korea, and Sparkle also finds Castle over the top, so they're winning both in the micro and macro at the moment. Team South Korea get the cleanup here as well and move up to 30% on the board.
Yeah, South Korea being able to win that fight is huge for them because now it means that they control that avenue of high ground, so Mexico don't safely get Chobolux into position. Sparkle with the duplicate onto the Ana is able to land the sleep onto Castle, do very quickly as well. Yes, antonated by Fielder with a lip coming through with the follow-up. This is something we've seen time and time again in Tier 1 when the Brig plays so close to the Ana to deter that dive from coming through. That pulse bomb with how close those two supports are stacked up very quickly becomes collateral for both of the backline to deal with.
BM, Lipster, BM. By the way, also, Fearless hit Chobolux right at the spawn door, so he was trying to get inside to get the invulnerability, but did not escape the Winston snipe. Lip trying to take that duel again with Angel. We'll see if Angel can win the fight towards the objective. Nano boost on Castle, so we can dive onto the back line of both Chio and Fielder, but, you know, they're obviously an all-star support lineup for a reason. They lived through that, but Chobolux, meanwhile, takes out Sparkle because Fielder and Chio were dealing with Castle. They were not able to peel off the Echo player of Team Mexico, but Castle still falls regardless, even before the rally is here. Chio also finds Chobolux, and now Fearless has separated Sopa from Paulette, so he can't even get saved on the inside Mega Health Pack. Or they're on the point, Team Mexico, but nobody's getting kills for the side of the Mexican team as Team Korea just wipe the floor with them at the moment and take round number 1.
They might not be playing the Seraphim composition, but it is still a perfect night, perfect performance for Team South Korea on Lighthouse. 100% picked up to 0 from Mexico. Every single time Team Mexico tried to just anchor on that point, maybe find a cheeky little flip with Angel Velato trying to just pull someone from Team South Korea out of position to be able to keep up with that challenge. Team South Korea swapped their positions flawlessly. Whether or not it's Lip getting this absolute stunner of a pulse bomb, there's absolutely nothing you can do. By the time you realize that it's come out, it is too late. That is going to go off, and it's going to take both of your backline with you. Whether it's Fearless being able to anchor onto that point, knowing that he can play a little bit further away from Fielder's point of view because he's already got that primal bolt up and can just keep that point contested for Team South Korea. They play it perfectly. This is a team that are so well gelled and engineered in these dive compositions, and Dustin, they're showing why they're the best at the world at it.
Oh yeah, I mean, this game's going so fast that even our Zoomer observers, who are just like absolutely insane, can't keep up with it because there's so much just pressure coming in from Team South Korea. Sparkle on the sky goes to fight Chobolux as well. Luckily, Chobolux has that pocket there. Fearless, meanwhile, towards the point, tries to come back for the peel. Understanding Castle is picked off, and there he goes. Immediately to Chio's shield bash. Also, the point goes in favor of Team South Korea, who are now looking for a bit more, and Team Mexico all the way back, already at their spawn as a group of 4. Nice nade to keep themselves alive. It actually also anti-flip, resulting in Chobolux finding the kill, so maybe Team Mexico can come back in. They throw some grenades on Team South Korea, who are not even really backing up. They're showing presence towards this point, giving Sparkle that kill onto Anja Velato, pretty much in the middle of Team Mexico, who are a bit distracted. Castle also falls low, needs some healing desperately from his supports. But when you don't have those supports and you've ran away, they're just gonna fall instantly. So Team South Korea, kind of like a bend, don't break situation. They're all the way towards the spawn. Chobolux again. Pretty common for him to see this spawn at this point, and Paulette just trying to find something here. Team South Korea are just running it up.
Yeah, Team Mexico thought they had an opening when they were able to take out Lip for being that over-aggressive, but Fielder hits an anti-nade onto 2 and forces Team Mexico to wait the purple effect out. And that allows Sparkle to get so much more aggressive. Now we're going to see the nano boost onto Lip, and he follows it up with 2 kills, make that 3 kills. Lip's on absolute fire. He's even got the ultimate to try and make sure that he's able to disengage safely. Doesn't need it, Dustin, if everybody else on the team is sent packing to the spawn before they're able to dunk your health bar low enough.
No, Sopa walked out of spawn for a second and died. I mean, if this isn't a tale of Team South Korea playing so well, then I don't know what is. Mexico do have that nano engage and also have Pellet with a rally, but also Team South Korea still have that ultimate advantage with the Winston Primal Rage, as well as Lip's copy, who now goes for it, and a copy again. Seems to be a staple for him, but is immediately removed out of it after hitting the anti-grenade. Now Team Mexico try to go forward with the rally and the nano boost, but haven't found the kill just yet. They got Chio. However, Lip trades it back. Meanwhile, Sparkle with the pulse unfortunately whiffs on the side of Sopa, who did some good movement there to avoid it. Meanwhile, Team Mexico is so close to capturing out the point, have at least triggered overtime, but Fearless with the Primal Rage is on Paulette. The rally not there to save them anymore. Sopa gets to sleep, but with the new changes, obviously the Winston will wake up incredibly quickly. Sopa surely will eventually go down to Fearless, and he does. Chobolux is able to get Sparkle, but I mean, you're just Chobolux and Anja Velato here. Unless you're entering insane territory, there's no way Mexico wins this. The copy did come through for Chobolux, so he's got a little bit of health here, but is immediately removed and slept by Fielder. Of course, the all-star Anna. Take him out immediately. Castle to delay. The inevitable. Sopa comes through to touch. Nobody else here for Team Mexico, and Team South Korea are going to win Ilios with a little bit of celebration into the well 2-0.
Yeah, Team Mexico unfortunately not able to really find any ground to hold on to in that overtime contest. A lot of it is down to Chio popping that rally, finding the stun connection onto the Tracer so the Tracer isn't constantly flitting around with the blinks and those recalls, making sure that the point is contested and your group can reform and find those number advantages. Instead, you lose the Tracer incredibly early and you're forced into just single file stacking onto that point, 1v1v1. And it just means that Team South Korea deal with every single player as they come up, throw them out, and eventually Team Mexico run out of health bars.
Yeah, and this goes to show, I mean, like, if we go back to the qualifiers, right, Mexico took a map off of Team USA. Yes, they did some role swapping and things like that. And Team South Korea really, in comparison to the likes of Team USA, really not messing around. They're not doing a lot of role swaps yet. Obviously, they still could. They could potentially...
It's the pressure. Like, they don't allow these teams. We saw it from Team South Korea up against Colombia, where they just continue to apply this pressure and essentially back the other team almost entirely into that spawn. In fact, for Colombia, it was literally into that spawn on Blizzard World, and it means that you don't get to try and take these fights with things like the Tracer looking for the 1v1 to be able to win out against their mirror and then look into that backline. Instead, you're constantly on the back foot and having to reset. Will, however, be on a different foot, a different map when we head right back after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch World Cup. Team South Korea looking strong as ever today. First map on Ilios goes in their favor. Got the first 2 sub-levels, resulting in them being up in the series now 1. Obviously, it's the first of 2, so they've got to win 1 more to push forward. Meanwhile, Team Mexico got to get that reverse sweep, where the side of Team Mexico now, like we said, up in the series, have gone for some substitutions, in fact, Mox. They've got 3 subs, I believe. Yeah, they've got Hanbin coming in Finn. Sorry, 2 subs in this situation. Got Hanbin coming in Finn for Team South Korea. Maybe mix things up with that double flex support. And Hanbin, obviously, one of the star, flexible tank players in Overwatch.
Yeah, I mean, no matter how good your dive is, and Team South Korea's dive is probably the best in the world at the moment. Maybe second only to the team from China. But when you head over to somewhere like Circuit, you swap out the dive and you go for that Sigma. And that's the exact reason why we're also going to be seeing Team Mexico come in with a sub of their own. Hysteria is going to be coming through to be able to pick up that tank roll, pick up that shield, and try to match wits with Hanbin, which is surely got to be a very pressuring situation indeed. I do not envy any of these players when they look across the room and they see who exactly they're up against.
Yeah, I mean, at least Hysteria can go home knowing he has a sick tattoo. I mean, he has a really cool forearm tattoo. I like that a lot. But Hysteria obviously coming in against Hanbin, right? That matchup, that head-to-head is something that I'm sure he's looked forward to, right, Moxie? I mean, if you go against an all-star player like Hanbin, that you're not used to going against. I mean, really, he's not had the chance to really compete against the top level all that often. So, I mean, it's kind of cool, right? To be able to go against these star players, to go against some of these players' heroes, maybe even talk a little trash in the chat against them too. It could be a lot of fun, right? in the World Cup situation.
Well, it's an experience, right? A lot of these players, World Cup has come back for 2023, and a lot of these players haven't really had that opportunity, especially if you're coming from somewhere like Mexico, where unfortunately that sort of representation in the Contenders Tier 2 scene has sadly gone away for a little while, and as a result, this is really one of your first opportunities to prove and show what exactly your country brings to the game of Overwatch.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for sure. Team Mexico so far has really kind of exceeded a lot of expectations for themselves as they lounge as a team. Do they all do it? Come on, we've got 2 out of the 5. 3 out of the 5. He's halfway.
Slowly,
he's halfway.
slowly.
Go all the way. Dude, the guy in the bag is like, what are you doing? Hey, guys, please,
Do you know
take
what
this
they're
seriously.
doing? They're doing that Sigma emote. You know, like where he summons the rocks and he leans
he
back
leans
and
back.
reclines.
Lounging. We call that JDMing, in the esports space, Moxie. I mean, just a beautiful... From only one of them now. I mean, kind of Hysteria is the one to come in and do it. People were just like, we're talking about strategy, guys. Please focus up. Take this seriously. Meanwhile, Team Korea, they look locked in, Moxie. I mean, they've obviously come today prepared to obviously win this matchup. I mean, I don't know why you would expect them not to. But now we're going into Circuit Royale. Sigma composition, maybe not as good for the likes of Team South Korea, Moxie. Some sort of solace here for Mexico.
We'll see. We'll definitely see. It'll be interesting to see whether or not they decide to field the complete meta composition that has sort of dominated Circuit Royale ever since it's been brought into Overwatch 2, which is the Sigma with the Baptiste and the Zenyatta. A couple of times we've seen some teams actually field towards something like the Illari, because, I mean, all of those really nice long lines of sights, which are brilliant for things like the Snipers, the Widowmaker, the Hanzo, the Sojourn, also absolutely perfect for an Illari who can do so much damage from so far away.
But hey, Moxie, I mean, this is like kind of interesting to do because obviously Team South Korea, they're rocking this Sigma Poke composition. But I feel like an interesting talking point that maybe we don't bring up enough is like each region has their own specialties, right, Mox? I mean, Team South Korea obviously introducing a lot of that Winston dive into the meta. Meanwhile, the European region super good at Rhine compositions. I would say North America is pretty good at like poke comps even. Is that fair to say? And then, there's so many interesting dynamics, at least with compositions between regions that, could poke holes, especially when the meta changes to what it is now, resulting in Sigma kind of being at the forefront.
Interestingly enough, we're not actually seeing any Bastions come through from either of these teams. Another reason why we see a lot of Sigma is the fact that he can sort of ice off the pressure that comes from that Bastion poke damage. As it does look like, well, Team South Korea going to be on the defense. So we know that Lip is playing that Widowmaker Sparkle on the Genji. Angel Volado is going to mirror, looking for the grapple, wanting to try and figure out where exactly Lip is holding.
Korea sitting back at the moment. Oh, he headshot immediately from Lip onto Angel Volado, forcing to play slow for now. Hawk comes in, tries to get the shot. Lip has to try to deal with Chobolux here all the way behind. Fielder's able to get that kill on the Chobolux, who went without their team. Angel Volado's though got Sparkle. I mean, that's a good 1-to-1 trade. Two DPS is out of it so far. Hama gets poked down low on the front round as well. But I mean, Team Exo, they're not really getting a lot of space on the cart just yet.
Yeah, that was why we were seeing that pressure coming through from Chobolux going that far forward. He was trying to push Lip off of that high ground so that Team Mexico felt safe moving across that corner, because they knew that Sparkle would be going after Angel Volado and it wouldn't be a fair Widow off. As a result, now we're actually going to see Team South Korea backing off around that corner, allowing Mexico the space to work directly into the Sigma Flux as Hanbin drops them down. The Accretion sending Astaria sprawling back into that backline, but Paulet's Immortality Field is going to be able to save their team.
Oh, that was prime position right under that bridge from Paulet. Perfect from them. South Korea now has to deal with this amplification matrix from Paulet. They try to walk in front of it, in fact, but Finn gets poked so low, and in back goes down Hysteria and Chobolux as well. Hanbin and Fielder are gone. Maybe even some stagger kills here as Sparkle's the last alive. If Sparkle goes down now, I don't even know if they get a touch. I mean, he just went down now. I mean, what do you do as Team South Korea? You just go into the streets phase now, or they try to touch here?
You can probably try and contest, but you can see that Mexico making sure that they don't get any picks coming through. Lip coming out of that spawn could potentially have grappled up and find someone on the payload. He's instead going to sit and wait for Angel Volado to grapple up first, as he has been going for those trick opening shots to try and find that pick on the defensive Widow. Is instead going to use the infrared to be able to get a read on Lip's position. He uses the 10th, breaks line of sight, and doesn't step in front of the shot.
And that's the problem for Team South Korea right now, is that it's such a different composition. They've really kind of got to get the heads together. Playing this specific comp, but have to deal with that Dragon Strike from Chobolux. They do so well, but Chobolux hits the shot on Fielder. Oh no, Fielder is feeding at the moment. Amazing shot from them. Sparkle though does trade it back. Immortality goal to keep him healthy. Transcendence also popped in the situation. Finn also uses their own to counter the Gravitic Flux. Lip hits a nice shot on the Paulet though, removing them from the equation. Sparkle does have that player to go. No Transcendence to deal with that damage, but the damage of the Discord Orb and the rest of Team Mexico kills Sparkle, so he can't even use the blade. Hanbin does trade back on Volado, so no Widowmaker in sight, and Hanbin also finds Sopa. So although they use Sparkle, lose Sparkle, they don't have to use that blade now and take full advantage.
Yeah, huge aggression coming through from Hysteria to make sure that Sparkle gets hit by that rock. Can't use the blade to punish the fact that Sopa was forced to use that Transcendence earlier on in the fight, as Angel Volado managed to find that kill onto Lip. And now, without that Widowmaker to keep Team Mexico slow in these rotations, we're going to get to see them get a lot more aggressive as Team South Korea use that blade defensively to slow any momentum. But everyone from Team Mexico is able to dispatch the Genji because he doesn't have the nano for the damage reduction.
Oh my god, Chobolux. Wait, they come back though. Somehow 3 kills in favor of Team Korea. Lip's still here as well. The flank on Finn goes through. He actually gets traded out by Hysteria, but still Team South Korea comes out on top, even though Chobolux did get the 2K. They're still sitting pretty with 2 minutes and 30 seconds in the streets phase.
Field is going to have that amp matrix too, and neither of these teams are running the Mei. That's why we're seeing these amp matrices immediately picking up these kills. There is no wall to be able to block the line of sight and provide the team that opportunity to disengage safely. Chobolux actually swaps off of the Hanzo, goes on to the Genji. They know that they have to throw some form of distraction from Team South Korea so the rest of the team can move up into ramp safely. The fight walking straight into these shots from Lip, and he found Paulet without that Baptiste. Team Mexico is going to have to go for a full reset.
Yeah, I mean, they're waiting here at the moment while, Lip just gets that free space to work with. Angel was sitting in a good spot, very passive, waiting for Sparkle to peek that angle, but Lip hits that spawn body shot. No kill for him necessarily. They're going to back up a little bit, give up some space now. Team Mexico look to regroup around this payload. Angel, how aggressive does he want to go here? Goes for the grapple, the Pantry. Into the sky. Yeah, they got to hit those shots. Unfortunately, does not in the situation. Chobolux, by the way, is on the Genji. to match Sparkle too. So it's, you know, team comp for team composition at the moment. Both playing the same thing. Angel going for the grapple. Into the sky he goes. Doesn't hit the shot necessarily as Mexico's taking so much poke that Paulette feels the need to drop that immortality field. That could be a big cooldown removed leading into this. Maybe forcing Sopa's Transcendence a bit more early than he wants to. 1 minute now left on the clock. Moxie, Team South Korea are backing up, giving them some space for the Gravitic Flux. Both come out now onto either side. But Hamid dies in the sky. Meanwhile, Paulette falls on the other. So it's a tank for a Baptiste. We'll have to see who comes out on top. Sopa. If they want to go aggressive with the rest of their team, they're so close to that blade. Transcendence forced. Troblux is going to have to blade after this, so they need to not die. But Sparkle finds Angel. Troblux with the blade. Gonna have to go huge. The kick is missed by Finn. Incoming. Troblux goes towards the cart, but can't find any more. 30 seconds left. Hobbin on the Doomfist. Tries to push back Troblux. The window here from Paulette. They've got to find the damage through it, and they do. Troblux finds Hombin again, the hero so far for Team Mexico. 3 meters left to go. Sparkle on the outside. Can't stop the payload. He does get Sopa, but Mexico are moving into third.
Brilliant clutch coming through from Troblux. Brilliant accretion yet again from Hysteria to be able to connect onto Hanbin, who came back in on the Doomfist, trying to recontest and regroup as fast as possible with the rest of their team. Now we're going to see Sopa go on to the Brigida. Remember, Transcendence had been used previously. They know that Sparkle has that blade ready to go, and they're going to field the Brigida to be able to have the potential of the Brigida Bash and Flail to push the Genji backwards and buy Team Mexico time to peel off the Genji's aggression.
They've got some ultimates as well. Well, hacks available. Sparkle's going to have that blade. Really not a lot to deal with it besides, I mean, they don't even have Discord Orb to deal with Sparkle's blade, so he's not going to be melted necessarily quickly. It's going to be a lot on that rock.
60 seconds.
From Team Mexico. They're just going to back up at the moment, maybe expecting Team Korea to go aggressive with their ults, but they don't really have to. The onus is still on Mexico.
Yeah, they can just sit back and wait. They know that overtime is going to be coming through in less than a minute. If they don't take too much poke damage coming through from Team Mexico, Troblux isn't going to be able to have a blade. Paollet isn't even really getting to heal up players to be able to build up the Ant Matrix and buy themselves space with the zoning potential of the ult alone. But Angel Volado goes down so close to Pulse Bomb, and Team Mexico just have to immediately pull so far back that they don't lose another player in Stagger.
Yeah, that's just trying to do too much there for Angel Volado, but still back in this fight. 20 seconds left. Blade now popped for Sparkle, and actually finds two. Oh my God, Sparkle removed from the game. Troblux and Angel Volado are 13 seconds left too. They're going to be staggered. Paulette is found. 9 seconds. I mean, who can even touch? Nobody's even close. You got Angel come back from spawn. Discord Orb on him. 3 seconds left. The cart did not push any further, but that's already farther than maybe Mexico expected.
Yeah, it was some really good swaps coming through from Team Mexico, understanding that they needed to be able to pressure the Zenyatta from Team South Korea in the backline, who was just waiting with that Transcendence to be able to counteract all of the damage potential coming through from your Sigma Flux. As a result, we saw Troblux go onto the Genji, but Team South Korea were able to ice off a lot of that pressure. They were able to use Sparkle to just gatekeep every single time that Troblux wanted to try and dash onto a low health Finn. He was constantly being thwarted at every single corner by the opposing Genji, just popping up in the worst possible position for Team Mexico to have to try and contest. And it was a tough push for B. They were able to achieve it with a really good blade coming through from Troblux. Unfortunately, they're not able to full push C. Here's the replay of the blade coming through. This is what happens when you don't have anything to try and peel, and unfortunately, the immortality field does not activate in time. It takes so long in the activation phase when it's flying through the air, bouncing off of that wall, that it does not deploy in time to save the players, and they get sliced, diced, and sent to spawn.
Nobody can play the piano today, Moxie. Everybody, the Maywall, please do not play the piano. Nobody touch piano. You do not have 10 fingers in Overwatch, sadly. You only have a gun, so you can only press one key at a time. Or like multiple. Somebody played some really cool songs before on it. Yeah, Angel going for that shot. Team Mexico, Lucio with this comp, in fact. That's definitely a change up.
I mean, if they want to get aggressive and disrupt the timing for Team South Korea to try and use the sort of slow burn pick potential of the Zenyatta, Genji, and Widow, it's exactly what they can do, but that is a very early immortality field being forced out, and the second that it's gone, Team South Korea are going to immediately look to pounce.
Yeah, I mean, Lip's been playing well so far for the team of South Korea. Sparkle and the rest of them collapse on Team Mexico, but that is maybe a slight weak point for them. Not really like a major one. As Sparkle really doing a lot of the heavy lifting at the moment in the DPS lineup for Korea.
I mean, Sopa with the Lucio is going to provide mobility to try and out-rotate, but Team South Korea just have so much damage pressure and shield break as well. Like, the second that Finn is able to just put that Discord Orb onto Hysteria, that Sigma is taking so much more damage, and you're constantly being forced into using your shift and your shield a lot sooner than Hanbin, who's immediately going to be able to use that difference to push forward and give his DPS advantage.
Lip trying to avoid the flank from Anjo Volado. Sparkle was there also to counter it, but Mexico's already gotten another fight. Unlike Team South Korea earlier, Immortality Fields both used on either side. Also, a May Ice Block by Chobolux. Anjo Volado going for that flank onto Lip. Can Lip hit the shot versus the Tracer of Team Mexico? He hits a body shot, forcing him down to 11 HP. But he'll come back, hit those heals. However, Team South Korea is still healthy, so they can just keep pushing forward. Even though they're not getting any one-shots necessarily, they're still getting enough damage to build this blade. Sparkle goes in with it now. Onto the Brigitte, and he's found by Sopa. Oh my god, Sopa, what a kill from them. But there's too many ults still. Lip is found by Angel. So Mexico up in this fight until Hanbin collapses on them with their Gravitic Flux, and now they're moving on to second.
Yeah, it did cost them the Blade, the Amp, and the Fluxo, so Team South Korea don't have a lot of momentum in terms of those ultimates. Finn, too, forced to use that Transcendence. Team Mexico should get a fight win. Surely, you have the Blizzard, you have the Sigma Flux. Maybe you have to throw both in, one on top of the other, to be able to use the Flux to bait out the Immortality Field and then the Blizzard for that kill potential, but they're just not getting the space to use them, because Team South Korea, they use the one thing that they have available, and that's Lip coming in with the Widow ultimate, but Team Mexico don't have the confidence to move forward and get into a position to use either the Sigma or the May.
Camera observer keep going to Lip to make sure he's doing something for Team South Korea. There we go. Oh my god, the 1 second he goes away, and the 1 second I jinx him in a good way. Body shot onto Hysteria. 2 kills for them so far. Immortality Field also used. Nice shot from Lip, and Team South Korea get a move forward and also get a rally out of Mexico.
Yeah, Rally and Sigma Flux dealt with from the side of Team Mexico. Now it's just going to be the Blizzard, and I mean, Fielder now has the Immortality Field. Angel Volado does not have the Pulse Bomb to be able to force it early. They're not going to be able to infiltrate onto the Baptiste and bully him into throwing it out early either. In fact, Team Mexico, they're trying to regroup. They have the May. They can use the Sigma and the Shift to get into position to throw the Blizzard onto that point. But Lip's not caught in the freeze, and he's still finding kills.
Yeah, he found one. Fielder's there, but Angel hits another one. And you still have Hysteria until now. Yeah, Lip hits that shot through the window. Angel wide peeks it into the crosshairs of Lip, and now Korea moving on to third phase with 4 minutes and 20 seconds left. It's a lot of time bank now, and Team Korea look to change things up.
Yeah, that was a lovely bait as well coming through from Team South Korea. Fielder with the Exo Boots on the Baptiste jumped into Angel Volado's view so that Lip got an opportunity to shoot at a Widow who was looking at a different target entirely. But now we're gonna see it. Start the Perfect Night playlist, Dustin.
Oh my god!
Seraphim is in Overwatch. They might not have their skins just yet. But Team South Korea are running for the concert tickets. They want to push Team Mexico back.
And they do so far. Hysteria has to fall back. Lip building that EMP as quickly as ever. Already at 70%. Hanbin's able to get Sopa. I mean, when it comes to compositional changes, and if they're going to be quick like this composition, South Korea are always going to switch to it. Hysteria runs to that payload. Angel Volado is here as well, but I mean, there's not much you could really do here for Team Mexico at the point. It looked kind of close at points, but Team South Korea still get that 2-0 win.
Victory for Team South Korea. Love as well the fact that we actually saw Team Mexico embrace and also go for a mirrored Le Seraphim strategy in that point C2. Really lovely to see both the camaraderie between these two regions getting to come together in a place where they otherwise wouldn't be able to go up against each other.
Yeah, I mean, really good game for them. Moving forward, I will say, you know, I was not impressed by their poke composition. You know, I don't know. I don't mean to be toxic here or anything, Moxie, but, you know, I would like to see them maybe improve a little bit at that area. They look super good on dive. Team South Korea still looks really, really strong whenever they play dive. But in particular with that poke composition, I would maybe like to see some more, I don't know, coordination or, better shots out of some of them. They still played well. They still got the win today, but it's obviously versus Team Mexico, who are just kind of happy to be here.
No, you also have to remember as well, they weren't running, for the most part, the main nor the Bastion, so it wasn't truly the full meta composition, and that is something that we talked about. Team South Korea are likely not going to fully show their entire hand of all of the heroes that they're going to bring to the table, because they want to have something in the back pocket for when they go up against some of those harder matches.
I want to see what the desk has to say. We're going to throw it back to them to run down everything that happened in that series. Desk, what do you think about South Korea's chances moving forward?
Looking pretty good. Looking
very
pretty
good. Looking very good.
South Korea continued their dominant run, but you know what? Mexico had fun with it at the very end. I can appreciate a double Seraphim comp. Why not? Let's run it back. Let's take a look at the highlights and discuss what South Korea did and what look we got to see from Mexico today.
I think starting off, with this whole series, throughout the whole series, it was Team South Korea, right? Starting things off, we got Fearless on Winston. Literally all of Team South Korea playing their best heroes. They're looking good, they're vibing. And then, on top of that, moving on to the second map, we even saw, Hanbin coming in, subbing out for Fearless. So they were playing everything that they wanted to. And at the end, Finn as well. And at the end of the day, something that we all hope for, we got to see the Seraphim comp one more time. So Team South Korea, thank you. You made my wish come true. It was great showing.
We said at the start of the day that there's like 3 compositions being played. It's really 4 if we count the Seraphim comp as one of the comps we're seeing teams playing. So yeah, Mexico, they went out with the vibes. They went out playing the Seraphim comp. Again, not really. Sorry, I got like weird hair in my mouth. Not the composition. No. South Korea's not the team to beat here for Mexico, right? Really, it was all about their matchup yesterday against Colombia. Of course, that's when they had their best chance of getting a win in the group stage. So this was really just like a last hurrah, get a glimpse of these players. And, they did qualify for the group stages to begin with, for Mexico. That's quite an achievement, beating teams like Puerto Rico, for example, in the qualifiers for them. So they go out 0-3. They didn't get any wins on the board, but at least they got a credit card and some good company, right? So they're set.
What was the lyrics?
Truly a perfect night.
Me and my girlies.
Wait, I have it somewhere here.
Me and my girlies. They party till it's early. There you go.
Yeah, no, come and take a ride with me. I got a credit card and some good company.
Nice.
There we go.
We nailed it.
Wow.
Great job, guys. Great team. Great job.
You can also hire us as singers, apparently, and songwriters. But yeah, no, Team Mexico, they had a fantastic performance yesterday. If you want to go back and take a look at their match against Colombia, that was theirs to win. It was a very close series. They showed a lot of flair, a lot of personality, and for that, we absolutely love them. So once again, big shout out to their team and their community. This was their last group stage match. Unfortunately, they didn't get a dub on the board, but still, it was a joy to watch. And now coming up next, we do have a match with a lot of implications. Australia will be facing off against Great Britain, and we break it down after a quick break.
Me and my girlies, we gon' party till early. Got me feeling otherworldly tonight. Caught in some traffic, but the radio is blasting. Drop a red light and we're saying goodbye.
Here's some good
16 teams made it to Anaheim to play in the Overwatch World Cup group stage, and by tomorrow night we will know which 2 teams of each group will advance to play it out at BlizzCon. Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Danny and by Johnny, and this upcoming match is going to be very exciting, not just for the 2 teams playing, but also for the ones watching, because there's a lot of implications. Let's try to run through it and not mess it up. Oh boy. Okay. Let me go slow here.
You got this. Let's go.
It's a lot of numbers. If Great Britain win 2-0, then Great Britain are through together with Canada.
Okay.
That's right. And that means that Great Britain will have the first seed and Canada will have the second seed. And that means that Great Britain will be facing off against Finland from Group A. And Canada has the unfortunate honor of going up against South Korea from Group A. Now, if Australia is winning this one, then all hell will break loose, because we are looking at a potential 3-way tie if Great Britain wins 2-0 against Brazil tomorrow. I know it's a lot of numbers now. But then we have a 3-way tie, and then it gets messy, which I know, Danny, you are thriving in the chaos.
I love Messi. Yes,
we love Messi.
So I am rooting for Team Australia to beat Great Britain today, right? That's how we get Messi, right?
Exactly, that's how we get messy.
That's
but
all
also
I need.
Canada's in a tough spot. Like, technically, they want to obviously qualify, so they do root for Great Britain. But
then,
if Great Britain wins, then that means that they face off against South Korea. So yeah, it's they're in a spot, man. They're in a spot.
Well, but I mean, even if you go down to South Korea, I mean, it's better to make it in there, be at BlizzCon, play in front of the crowd, and then go down, right?
That's right. That's right. Well, let's take a look at who is going to be in the starting rosters for both of those teams, starting with Australia. They had a tough game just yesterday against Canada. We all thought that they are going to come out on top, but it was not so.
Yeah, I mean, I think all 3 of us were rooting for them, mainly because they were one of the teams that used the Ryan Rush comp. But yesterday, we didn't see a lot of that Ryan Rush comp, and I think for a good reason. You know, it's tough to go up against a Bastion with that comp. But even with that, you know, they had a tough loss against Canada. So for this match, I don't know. I think I want to see some improvements. I'm excited to see what kind of adjustments Team Australia made for today's match.
Yeah, I mean, Kafa certainly tried to bust out the Reinhardt, but that did not work out too well for them. And they will be going up against Team Great Britain. We only saw 1 game of them so far, and that was against Canada. And that was convincing, Johnny. That was a 2-0 beatdown.
Yeah, surprisingly convincing from Great Britain, because we expected them to be good.
I always knew.
But not like 2-0 Canada good to really start us off. And so I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup, because like you said, we only seen Great Britain once so far. But if they come out again and look really convincing against Australia, they need to be in the conversation with the likes of the United States, dare I say, for being like a top 4 team in this tournament, right? And if they can get out of the groups and they get first place in the group and they play Finland, for example, like that could easily be the semifinals for them, right? So I think this matchup is really going to determine whether we consider Great Britain like one of the many teams that can, like, you know, like Finland, for example, or if Great Britain is now going to establish themselves as like a top 4 favorite here in this matchup, because they did look really good against Canada.
I can see that happening. And what a great story it would be for Team Great Britain, because in 2019, they found themselves on 9th to 10th place finish. And in 2018, they didn't make the top 3. They came 4th. So they are sure eager to at least make it into the top 3. Let's see if they can get it done. Let's take a look at our predictions for this one. I'm sticking with my boys. I am once more going with Team Great Britain. I do, however, think that there is an opportunity to grab a map for the opposition. What about you, Danny?
I think I also went with Great Britain as well, 2-0. Their first showing on the first day was too big for me, and yes, I'm rooting for Great Britain. Yeah,
I went with Great Britain too. Almost simply so I can avoid getting tweeted at by Tasmo and the rest of the staff for Great Britain. It really gets bothersome. It gets tiring. So yeah, I went with Great Britain 2-0. I'm sure it'll result in me getting another prep right.
Yeah, I'm sure. Why wouldn't it be? Let's find out from Emily, as she got a chance to actually speak to Team Great Britain. Let's hear what they had to say.
Thank you so much, Zoe. So, like you said earlier, we've only seen one match from Team Great Britain so far. And it was great for Britain, but not so great for everyone else because many people have predicted Team Canada winning. So I was able to catch up with Team Great Britain earlier, and the coaches told me that they saw Team Canada as the strongest team in their group besides themselves. So they were happy to get that one out of the way first. Now, I know you guys are here for my hard-hitting journalism, so I have something to share with you guys. There were other teams from other groups closely watching the Great Britain match as well. And Team Korea said they were surprised that Great Britain won, even coming up with this inside joke. Yes, Tasmo, no, win. And so I asked Team Great Britain if they had a response to Team Korea, and they only had one thing to say. It's coming home. That's all for me. Casters, Lemon, Curie, and Custa, what do you guys think?
I know all my Wait. One of us has to change.
I said I was going to be Kiriko. Yours is way better than mine as well. Lemon.
Where's your wig?
Okay, so the wig.
I also have the wrong hair.
The wig wasn't really wigging, if you know what I mean.
Wigging.
Like at certain angles, I kind of gave off Joker vibes, so I decided to not go with it. So at the end of the day, I just decided, we'll do it. But I also saw Moxie's little DIY, so I thought I'd do it myself. Once again, she did way better than I did.
Well, I brought props. Okay.
Oh, you got a kunai.
Yeah.
That's sick. Okay.
Threatening the camera, but let us guide you through this next match, Australia versus Great Britain. Now I don't have to have a bias this time, Custa. Are you a believer today? How are you feeling after yesterday?
Well, it sounds like everybody doesn't believe in Australia, but that's fine. That's when we thrive, and that's when we're at our best. Obviously, Australia yesterday had that tough loss to Canada, so now they are really in a must-win scenario against Great Britain. Otherwise, everything goes out of their hands, and it will be tough to actually make it to BlizzCon. So everything to play for the boys right now.
I know Canada wants Great Britain to win, even though Great Britain won against them. It's a very confusing scenario. I'm glad Zoe was there with girl math to break down how hell is breaking loose if Australia wins. But if Great Britain wins, they qualify with Canada. That's what we have to reiterate. And we're starting on Busan. It's a perfect map for us.
Yeah, and we have to be interested to see how good Great Britain are going to be, if they're going to be able to continue that high-level performance that we saw from them in their first series against Canada. Because, as Emily said in the interviews, people expected Canada to be the favorites of this group. But with a lot of Overwatch League talent, you have Backbone, you have Kai, you have Funny Astro, very experienced players in the league. I feel like Great Britain have been underrated heading into this tournament.
I forgot that Jakaru was English this whole time because he's played so much Contenders North America. We've low-key converted him from his time from Uprising Academy and others. And of course he goes back to Contenders Europe along with just so many familiar names, Maimon, Smex, Cronus, and others. These are all players close to my heart from back in the day of supporting Tier 2, and I'm sure they've been all teammates at some point in time. We'll see if the power of friendship will pull through though.
Yeah, and Australia looks like yesterday they struggled with the Reinhardt. They're going to go back to it on Kuffa. Yesterday, when they were playing up against Canada, every time Kuffa went Reinhardt, there would be an Orisa swap on the other end, and that was very difficult for Kuffa to deal with, so they ended up with the Sigma Mirror. Right now, it looks like Great Britain aren't afraid of the Kuffa Reinhardt. Let's see if that's going to be their downfall.
And live and die by the hammer. We'll see how Kuffa does and how Nanda can enable him. Quick speed in by Australia, who took a lot of damage initially. Looks like they're healed back up. They're on the chase against Great Britain and have already shot down Maimon, thinking that backbone wall is going to be enough to protect them. Great Britain have just been on the run, and Cuff is barely letting them escape. That'll be a cap for Australia first.
It might just be the first team fight, but it's not coming home. Let's go, Australia. Come on, bring them down. That's exactly what Australia need to do. They weren't afraid. They sped in from the get-go and they caught Great Britain off guard. Now they have the ability to just hold these doors with the Reinhardt. It will be difficult for Great Britain to get out. You see them trying to go over to the left. They're actually going to commit to it as well. Australia's already there. May wall down and they've caught someone out.
All right, the May wall, only enough to slow them down. Australia have Great Britain pinned up against the wall. They managed to escape through on top of the bridge, and it's just not really going well for Great Britain. Kuffa's just taking people on a ride. Okay, Great Britain kind of getting stomped around.
Yeah, and with Aki falling, that is a window for Great Britain to get back in because Australia's going to have low healing. You can see their players just poking and prodding and looking around, but Ultimate's coming up for Australia. Maymone's only at 60% to an amplification matrix. He hasn't been able to play the game at all so far in this round. And as you said, Australia absolutely in the driver's seat as you're going to see the window go up on the high ground early. They're going to shoot through that one, do a ton of damage, and Great Britain has to respect it.
Yeah, Great Britain are doing a lot of respecting right now. Managed to escape through that high ground, now dropping down. And Australia dropped the blizzard, and it's working out. It did disperse Great Britain a lot. They fired back with their own ultimates, but it's Great Britain that sees signs of life.
Yeah, it looks like with a couple of their ultimates, Kai with the overclock, they're finally going to get the first flip coming out for themselves. But 70% on the board for Australia, not too bad. But now they're going to have to deal with the threat of Backbone's going to be waiting at whatever door Australia tries to go through with the Blizzard. And that's why you're actually seeing Nanda switch over to the Symmetra. This allows them to avoid this problem, TP out the choke. So now all of a sudden they're a lot more spread out and that threat of the Mei ultimate isn't going to be as bad.
Yeah, that poke war is definitely going to favor Great Britain. Cap being forced there by Australia. Kaffa wants to get close. Maybe find a shatter play. Jakaru grab Flux onto Bertlock, forced to use the sound barrier in Australia now. TP up at Jakaru's face, who drops off of the shatter, doesn't land. Great disengage by Great Britain as Kaffa swings for the fences. He's gonna need some help. He gets the pin. Just magnets Backbone in, and that is a critical pick. Great Britain, can they even keep living through? Kai is still kicking. He gets 2.
Most importantly here, Lemon, Australia got the cap, so they're at 94%. So even though Great Britain are still in this fight, they're the ones who have to touch the point. They're the ones who are split up. So now Australia, they're more than happy to sort of dance around the point, don't have to execute it because Great Britain have to come to them.
Will be the last fight. Australia using the teleporter to get to that back line. Maimon in trouble. Pops Immortality is on to the low ground, and here's some help. Backbone drops the Blizzard. I don't even know who it's gone. Somehow Nami and Aki are in trouble. This is just chaos, and Great Britain are the ones benefiting.
Chaos is a lot of Lemon. Keep it chaotic, Australia. You guys got this. And honestly, they played it perfectly. That cost Great Britain everything to get back and flip the point. All of a sudden, Jkaru is stuck on a Doomfist. Backbone had to use the Blizzard Funny Astro sound barrier as well. Australia has the time to take it slow, make sure they get a good fight, and potentially build up some of their ultimates as well. An early wall into Kuffer is a problem, though.
Yeah, and Kuffer being knocked down on his back isn't ideal, but he still lives, so Australia can still fight this through. They don't have the immortality, but it's great use by Aki. But as they get through the door, Great Britain just already shut down 2 players. Kuffer's just been this sitting duck. He tries to get close enough to do damage, but Great Britain, a great fight for them.
Oh no, they're staggering Aki. Aki needs to be careful, he can't die too late. Seems like Australia should get another fight, but Kai, with his wealth of experience, holds onto that overclock. So now, all of a sudden, they have to have a fear that Kai could just drop the hammer on them at any moment. Kai is exceptional at hit scan heroes. Australia's actually going to do something. She can go through the low ground. They pin Jkaru, but great lamp to keep him alive.
And that's the same play that Jakar went through last time, but he's lower in health. He has the Meteor Strike to get out. Sound barrier for Australia, and the Photon Barrier to help defend themselves as they go back towards the point. It's 99-99, and Great Britain with a ton of ults to use. Backbone drops the Blizzard. Someone touches in time. It's Nanda, the savior, with Aki by his side, but high ground dominance from Kai. He will not be touched. 3K for Great Britain, and they take round 1.
Oh, Great Britain just got all of their ultimates on at the right time. And as I said, Kai, the executioner, just absolutely picks up 3 in that final fight. Just stays on the high ground, keeps his cool, realizes he doesn't need to go in the small room with everyone else. And good round by Australia, but just not enough to close it out. Now we head over to a more high ground oriented point. Let's see if there's going to be switches from either side.
Great to see Funny Astro in the lineup. Just in general, Lucios have been so impactful in this new meta. Just to be incredibly aggressive with it. And Australia, no, well, that's absolutely demanded if you're going to keep escorting this Reinhardt around. This is a pretty open map. I wonder if Australia are going to opt to hold the Mega Pack side to give Kuffa some point to regenerate his shield, because that's been the biggest struggle.
or they could just go in before the shield breaks, just full send. We've seen that's what Cuffer wants to do if they can utilize it with the teleporter and get onto the backline, but you can see Memone and Kaio are set up on the high ground. It's going to be difficult for Australia to get up there. They might have to use the teleporter if they are going to close that distance.
Nando's also playing away from the pack, and he suffers for it away from the shield. You don't want to be clumped up. You want to get angles around the Sigma shield, but Australia just got exposed, and Kai mechanically is just excellent. And I just don't think you're going to be able to get away with that.
And Australia, they keep trying to deal with J-Curry because J-Curry's putting himself as such a threat in the front line. And honestly, the Maimone immortality fields on the Baptiste have been exceptional. J-Curry's been getting pinned, pushed around, honestly bullied by the Australian squad. But the Great Britain supports have been able to keep him alive, give Kai that time to be able to get the picks. And that's really the strategy that Great Britain is employing to deal with this Reinhardt.
The Maywall from Backbone kind of bogs the symmetric teleporter play that Australia were going for, so they'll have to approach, you know, using their own feet, and Kuffa dropped to half HP as soon as he does so, but they have the high ground, and Aki with the Amp Matrix has Great Britain in this precarious situation of being on the coast side, and Kuffa's hoping to drop them off, but it's funny Astro that somehow punishes Bertlog on his drop to boop him off, and Australia finally have Great Britain on the run.
And that was opened up by Nami right here. His Bastion was exceptional. Yes, they later Nami. That might have been a cast of curse. Funny Astro doing funny Astro things. First hits them with the Lucio diff on the Bertlog. Manages to get away with his life as well. And all of a sudden, that's a pick where Great Britain can come in without the damage of the Bastion.
Australia can defend this. It's always nice, but not wanting to hold close there for Kuffer is interesting, but maybe trying to respect what Great Britain are doing, and they try to teleport actually above Great Britain. They bait him out into a space. Nami's well protected by the photon barrier, while his good buddy Cuff is getting slammed by a flux. Great Britain now move towards the point, but it's Australia looming above them, and Nami doing a great job, but it's Kai trading blow for blow. The overclock gets a 2-for-1 trade, and Great Britain weren't able to use the blizzard in time. It's Australia that have the numbers and the point.
That was a long, drawn-out fight. All the while, Australia is getting up percentage. You can see Great Britain, they don't want to back off. They believe they're still in an advantageous position. Maymone's getting everyone back up, but all of Team Australia's back up. Both amplification matrix go down by both Baptistes.
Backbone just threw that from downtown. Will be freezing Burlog before the sound barrier comes out. And Kuffa goes for Shatter, which hits Jakaru, and he's just thrown off the side for his efforts. So great heads-up Blizzard play from Great Britain, and Australia will suffer.
That was just too much. Great Britain able to just sustain. The Backbone Blizzard was just perfectly timed in the right place. Removed all the damage that Team Australia has because he caught Nami in that one. So now 44% for Great Britain, 80% for Australia. Maybe with one good team fight, Australia could win it, and they have the ultimate advantages right now. Bertlog with the sound barrier. His ultimates, yes, they were a little mistimed. Let's see if he can get it right this time.
Thought Australia were going to want to kick off with an artillery strike and see what they get out of that. They don't want to waste any time, though. It's a sound barrier engage. Nami and with a wall in his face, slowed him down only for a second, but Australia wanted to flip first, so no matter how long this fight takes, they could potentially send us to round 3. The teleporter to exit, to drop down below Great Britain, it's just a dance, and Great Britain are confused. They'll decide to just focus on the objective. The sound barrier from Funny Astro doesn't help. Just Great Britain didn't have a point to engage because of this dancing around that Australia did, but a great boot by Funny Astro, and now that Great Britain can take the fight on their terms, it goes their way.
Oh, Funny Astro is just such a menace in this server right now. You can see him being incredibly disruptive to the entire Australian squad, and that gives Great Britain just enough of an edge for them to hold on, and now all of a sudden Great Britain are the ones with the ultimate advantage going into the final fight.
Final fight, will it be Great Britain on match point? See, they're holding close, waiting for the flux, the group up, and there's the teleporter, kind of a fake play there by Australia. Bertlog trying to keep that overtime wick burning. Great Britain also have the overclock. Kai needs the space to operate. He's popped off before. And the fantastic flux gets 3. They're all so low. And Kai, it's hunting season. And Australia are just prey. Kai does it again. And Great Britain are on top.
Oh, Australia, it's so close within their grasp. It's just the fights that they need to close out. They're just not able to win. It feels like every time when they have the edge, they're just using their ultimates just a little bit too early or a little bit too slow. And right now, Great Britain is punishing them for it. Kai, Funny Astro, they're doing a great job of just individually picking off players of Australia, and there's nothing that they can do. But it's close. If you're Australia, you go into the next map with confidence, knowing that you had them on the edge in both of those rounds.
Yeah, ult efficiency too. You know, maybe it is a hero choice thing when you have a Reinhardt Shatter that can be blocked by the Sigma, or just Great Britain play so fast that even if you get a Shatter going down, well, you can just outfight them. And even here on this mecha base, Kuffa went for a Shatter, Jakaru dropped off, so that didn't work. Australia didn't use an early artillery strike on downtown, which might have been a better fight starter. They believed in the Bertlock sound barrier engage. And then, like you said, at the end of this 99, it was Great Britain that just had like 4 ultimates or something like that. And then Kai has the high ground. As the movie says, it's Kai supremacy.
Yeah, Kai, you leave him alone and you allow him to free fire into your team, he's going to find picks. And it happened at the end of the first round, it happened at the end of the second round. But I said it before, Funny Astro so far has been the hero for Great Britain in my eyes. He's just been so annoying on that Lucio while also having perfectly timed sound barriers.
Yeah, Australia just, I know how crazy control can get. It just gotta take a second to really fight plan. We saw how the importance of fight planning when we casted Team USA versus France. But the Symmetra plays sometimes caught Great Britain off guard, and sometimes there were some fake plays. I like the creativity out of Australia, but ults are important. We're also waiting for an important map pick coming out of Australia. Great Britain will be leading our series for now, but we'll find out what that pick is on the other side of the break. Great Britain are on match point, 1 game away to qualifying to playoffs for the World Cup. And Kai is just on another one today. That is just gonna be the most difficult matchup for Australia. But I think it was less about the mechanics for Australia and more just like kind of how they moved around the map and how they used their resources.
I think that every now and then they do something exceptional and their plays and their strategies are great. But when things start to break down, I feel like that's where they're starting to get the weaknesses. And as I said, that's really where Great Britain are going to be at their best, when individual brilliance can really take over. And, you know, Kai, the entire country of Australia and anyone cheering for Australia is sick of that guy, right? We're really getting sick of this Kai guy killing our entire team. And that could be more of a problem as we head over to Circuit Royale, because this is a map that Australia in the past has played the Reinhardt, but it has long sightlines, and that should enable Kai a little bit more.
So it'll be important to run that Symmetra, although maybe you don't need it. You got for the Mei and Bastion, who knows? You play the slow grind, but is Kai going to be baited into playing something other than the Sojourn, like a Widowmaker? We've seen even players like Hydron sport that on this map, but you really got to pull off the shots, or playing Widow and not doing your job, it can be a throw.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen that already just in this Overwatch World Cup group stage. Of Widow really is a feast or famine hero. Like, you're either going to get a lot of picks and it's going to be awesome, but if you're not finding those headshots, all of a sudden you're not offering anything. You're not doing a lot of damage. You could offer more playing a Sojourn, playing a Hanzo, any of those type of things. So in the past, in Great Britain, in their first match, they played Kai on Sojourn on this map specifically and played Backbone on the Mei. So Great Britain might mix things up, expecting the Reinhardt from Australia, because if you're Australia, I think you go down with the Reinhardt ship. First of all, because it's awesome and fun, and I respect Kupfer for it. But second of all, this is what you're the best at. This is where you're the most comfortable. You have to just find a way to give yourself advantages, and we have seen that throughout this series so far. It's just been closing it out that's been the issue.
I'm glad they're giving Backbone the Widow jump shot initially, which now that they're playing close, maybe not. Just a bit of scouting with some zooming in. Going back to the Mei, which it's most known for. Maybe we'll see some bone back today if he goes flex support. But for now, Great Britain know exactly what they want to play. No Widow from Kai. At least maybe we could see it on the defense. But Australia are hiding around the corner. They could try to sneak behind Great Britain's backline. They seem more aware of it, though. They're counter-rotating to the opposite side of the road. Kupfer trying to pin towards his team, but I think he hits the cart, and now he's Maywalled in from Backbone. But Kupfer manages to escape. That would have been disastrous for Australia. He tries to pin in. Jakaro hits him with the accretion, and Australia just get picked apart.
And you can see how ready Great Britain is for these rushes. Like that first attempt that Australia tried to run at Great Britain, they were ready to disengage. They just know they have to absorb the pressure from Australia, and then eventually they will be the team to find the pick. There was a great teleporter from Nanda to save Kupfer, but just wasn't enough. The damage was done at that point, and there's no coming back for Australia in that one. So now, because they held close, they will get another second attempt at the first point hold.
Yeah, he will be pretty close to that Ant Matrix, but it looks like just being aggressive. Kupfer gets walled again, but is at least very threatening, and somehow this made enough space for Australia to get the range DPS into Great Britain. And without there really being a fight taking place, Australia buy themselves time.
Yeah, great play. You can see this time they use the Symmetra teleporter as a bait. They throw it behind Great Britain, so Great Britain feels like they need to protect their backs, but Australia just runs in from the front. They manage to find Backbone, so great play from Australia. But now ultimates are starting to come up. Jakaro with the Gravitic Flux, Backbone with the Blizzard. Kupfer has to be so careful. Never mind, careful isn't in his repertoire.
Kupfer gets rocked, and he's just trying to escape with little shield he has. Jakaro slams the rest of his team with the Flux. Both teams are now 1-1, but no tank for Great Britain. So they'll just play this corner, see what picks they can get or what damage they can work off of thanks to this Maywall from a Backbone. And with Kupfer kind of mixed up there, they bring out, Great Britain bring out the Ant Matrix, see if they could punish Kupfer, but it was all a trap.
It was a good disengage. Great Britain gets the cart moving even without Jakaro right here. You can see Jakaro about to make his way around. So both DPS ultimates for Great Britain. Australia's coming up to theirs as well. I think it's going to be on Nanda to have a great photon barrier to just keep them alive.
Oh, what's truly scary on Halloween is when Kai starts to overclock, but this time not. Australia knew they had to be aggressive. Don't let Kai get comfortable, and especially get an angle above that Reinhardt shield. Australia Still need to keep taking that space, and Kuffa hurt me. He's charging in. He's got the shatter. 2 or 3 on the floor. And Funny Astro's not going to invest a sound barrier. It's the Blizzard to try and slow down Australia. The Burlock sound barrier wasn't enough to keep Australia sustained. And Nami thinks it's winnable. The Blizzard Photon barrier exchange now from Australia's side. And this is an exchange of a lifetime at the end. I think it's 3 versus 2 in favor of Great Britain, though. It's an all-out war for this first point. Great Britain are on top.
Oh, very almost. That Nami Blizzard felt like it potentially could have caught a lot of players from Great Britain, but because of the sound barrier from Funny Astro, they weren't able to take down Jkaru, and they just weren't able to close out that round. But that's a good first point hold. Only 3 minutes for Great Britain to walk up to the second point.
A lot of ults used. That could have been disastrous if Great Britain didn't get that done. Australia now just trying to hide and avoid taking damage into that shield. And Nanda has to be careful taking these angles away from Kuffa. He's learned that lesson from Busan downtown before. Now here's the approach from the defense. Walking right into the Amp Matrix, though. The immortality is brought out from Aki. No one has died yet. We'll see now. The Flux just gets Aki, but that's all the healing gone for Australia. Now Great Britain just have to finish what they started.
Yeah. Fortunately for Australia, the car might just be far enough away that they will get another fight. Beautiful stall here by Bertlog as well. Should give time for Australia to come. And that was expensive. Great Britain had to use the Flux and the Amplification Matrix, but we've seen this tale multiple times in this tournament. Backbone with the Blizzard, and Australia has to walk out of this very Blizzard-sized choke.
Oh, this is gonna be...
Oh, never mind, it's gone! Huge!
He can't use the Blizzard, Nanda! With the right click of a lifetime, Australia surge in. Jkaru in trouble, Immortality keeps him up, but yeah, Great Britain needed to keep up that momentum push. They needed to take that initiative, but what a pick from Nanda.
Perfect pick. Funny Astro goes for the cheeky little C9, but you're never gonna catch him. Off he goes. But now all of a sudden, the reason this is such an important hold is Australia can control the high ground. So Great Britain, they're going to have to approach into Australia's Reinhardt. They can waterfall off of the high ground at any moment. They can TP behind them. Kuffa's coming up to the sound barrier. The shatter. So they're going to have to respect a lot of what Australia can do. Early amplification matrix to apply pressure, try and find a pick, but they haven't found anything yet.
And it's mostly negated by that Baywall from Backbone. The approach is very difficult for Great Britain, although Sigma should be winning that poke war, being able to take pressure much better than Reinhardt. Now Great Britain able to climb up this hill. And Kai needs a better angle too if he wants to overclock, and that's an early Blizzard from Nami. Great Britain don't seem to be frozen. Now they fire back with their own Blizzard, but a shatter in a tiny room. But Kuffa just wanted to buy himself some time. The Bertlog sound barrier helps Australia back up their main tank, and the Flux in a tiny room. Jkaru is doing work, and Great Britain will be moving on.
The Blizzard was almost a bait for Team Australia. They got a little over-eager, tried to overextend into Great Britain. They just, once again, absorbed the aggression from Australia. Australia has to go into that small room, and small room with a Flux is a bad combo, and that's going to be Great Britain taking the second point. Once again, not a bad hold for Australia, as Great Britain only has 2 minutes to get to this third point, and we've seen so many teams get stalled out here.
It's been a slow grind. Australia are quick to take that high ground. Great Britain are realizing it. Backbone could even Maywall here to see if he can give Great Britain a chance to contest for it, but Australia aren't being too aggressive, worried about that isolation that Backbone can give. Kai's also on an off angle, so multiple points of attack from Great Britain in the Matrix as Australia walked out, still manages to get a pick for the offense. Bertlog is missing, and there's no speed for Kuffa and friends, and you know how important that is for Kuffa to get around. Australia are actually split from each other. Nanda's still getting pushed in spawn. The other half of Australia's on the coast. Great Britain really needs to take advantage of this.
Yeah, Great Britain's trying to find an avenue to punish any of these players, but Australia needs to be careful. If Great Britain does attack one angle, they could be in trouble, but Kuffa, pitting from the backline, hits Backbone. The rest of the team cleans up Jkaru, and that will be an important hold. It was looking wild for Australia, but they do manage to capitalize.
Yeah, that split that I was talking about from Australia, Great Britain also split their forces to take multiple fights. And up to Australia that pulled through at the end. Respawns helped a lot too. And now that close hold from Australia with the May is going to be huge.
Every ultimate matters at this point. Great Britain's coming up to a lot of theirs. Australia has some of theirs as well. So how is Australia going to do this? They've been getting over-eager sometimes. How are they going to adjust? Kuffa misses the pin. He's looking for the shadow though.
Jkaru just didn't disengage fast enough, and the Wow, the Blizzard freezes 3, but Great Britain still have to push past the Photon Barrier from Nanda, so they weren't able to put in as much damage as they would hope. Shatter from Kuffa, again, a disengage ultimate with the Symmetra teleporter from Nanda to help Australia escape. There's only 16 seconds for Great Britain, and all the kills are following through. They have Australia on the run.
Fortunately for them, the backline did manage to disengage. Nami stays alive with this Blizzard. That's going to be the important ultimate that he has to come up clutch with. We've seen Nami do it time and time again yesterday. Can he do it once more? But Kai on the high ground, not again!
The Amp Matrix 2! Oh, Kai gets 1-0. Everyone is hiding! Nanda! You hear Kuffa saying "nar," and here's the Flux to line up the pins. And Kuffa can only swing and watch his team collapse as Great Britain will be fully completing Circuit Royale.
Furlong with the last second sound barrier, trying to go hero mode, but there's not enough. Too much damage, and Great Britain in the right place at the right time. They will full cap in overtime.
That was an insane play. I love these off angles that Kai is taking. You've seen it multiple times on point C. I know point A and point B it's a little bit more narrow, but that really confused Australia. But it feels like Australia's middle name would be confusion with how they were so split up and were able to sometimes take fights when there was chaos like that. Although it didn't benefit them on control previously, sometimes it really messes up Great Britain.
Yeah, and honestly, like, they are catching Great Britain off guard every now and then, but it's a double-edged sword. Like, sometimes it's working very well, but sometimes it's really working against them. Like, think of that final fight with all the ultimates as Great Britain were walking into the choke. They enter with their Photon Barrier, they're looking for the Shatter, they're looking to use all these ultimates, but one Blizzard from Backbone really split everything that Australia was trying to do. It became difficult for Australia to be able to hold on in that fight, and Great Britain retained some of their ultimates, and that's what gets them across the line at the very end. But we've seen teams make miraculous pushes on Circuit Royale, so fret not, Australian fans, there's always a chance.
Cope the hope is there. Great Britain running the usual and not seeing the Widow that we might have alluded to from Kai. I think just the Sojourn jump, being able to disengage and engage sometimes, such a powerful mobility cooldown. And how he'll be able to escape from Kuffa and friends if Australia do get aggressive is important. For now, Australia will be TPing quite close. His own Mei wall is what stops him. Nami says, don't go in too deep. Gotta keep that main tank in check.
Nami's like, Kuffa, I'm just gonna, pull on the reins a little bit here for you, buddy. Don't go too deep, but it does push Great Britain off of the corner just a little bit. So now they're waiting for another engagement. You can see Nanda trying to set up with the TP. Once again, another bait TP. Kuffa gets walled off. Can the rest of the support be there?
Man, there's colors. There is a lot of people on my screen. It's just a little disco every time both these teams just get into these tiny areas and the all-out brawl ensues, and it's Great Britain that just in the heat of the moment, they somehow pull through.
Yeah, Great Britain, once again, just able to absorb the pressure of Australia. They're doing a great job of making Backbone and Jaekaru the threats. And both of those characters are so self-sustainable. Backbone can just jump in the cryo freeze and just live forever. And Jaekaru has so many defensive tools alongside the Mei Moon Lance. It's just so difficult to deal with for Australia. They have positioning this time, but Backbone's already dropped a Blizzard on their head, and that's going to catch a couple.
Yeah, the Great Britain said, get off my high ground. Throws the Blizzard down, Australia. Don't deal with the cold well. And they'll have to reset again, almost half the time ain't gone in Great Britain. It's hard to remove them in the positions that they want to hold.
Yeah, but fortunately that is two big ultimates. The Amplification Matrix and the Backbone Blizzard are going to be off the table. So now Australia can enter with their own. They have the Amplification Matrix. Nanda can use the Photon Barrier to sort of split the team fight, give themselves a big advantage. Let's see how Great Britain are going to react to this one.
Australia coming in with a lot of speed. The shield getting lower for Kuffa. All that focus into Jaekaru. And Nami makes sure to isolate Jaekaru in that dance with Kuffa. But Kai goes unnoticed on the high ground and dances in between the Photon Barrier from Nanda. And that doesn't seem to slow him down. Great Britain so good at taking Australia apart once they do get close.
There's just too many threats. They perfectly execute onto Jaekaru. They get the pick. Jaekaru wasn't able to get the support he has been getting. But then Kai is just playing duck hunt on the high ground, just shooting down at the Australian squad. He didn't even get that many picks, but the threat of him being up there just caused Australia to scatter, and there's nothing they can do from there. And this has been a difficult push so far for Australia, as they only have a minute and a half remaining. the silver lining, 4 ultimates on the board. How they're going to utilize them. Teleporting onto the high ground. Cuff of Shatter hits air. Oh, and the amplification matrix isn't offering much either. Oh, never mind.
Went
double
for
fire
teleporter play, and the Maywall just messed it up, and the Ant Matrix plus Fire Strike. Good old combo that we haven't seen too much before. Kuffa, 3K. Not that liability anymore. Australia finally win their first fight of the offense before a little bit of a contest from Backbone, but only 1 minute left to actually complete A.
Honestly, really smart by Kuffa. With the Shatter, so they have a false sense of security, and then you just double Fire Strike through the window. That's genius play from Australia, and I think that's exactly how they drew it up.
Right, Australia. As soon as they drop, there's a Blizzard with their name on it. Does Backbone throw his first, though? It's a bit more sustained on Great Britain's side with the sound barrier, too. Jakaru will be just an anchor on this Orisa now. How will they remove him? Kuffa's just going to dance on the other side of the cart. Doesn't have to use up his shield for this. It's gonna be who's gonna pull the trigger first, but it's Australia with time not on their side. Here's the Maywall. Kuffa doesn't care. He's just hoping to zone off Great Britain enough to get that last 2-3 meters. Here's the Blizzards from both sides. It's an no man's land. A sound barrier though from Great Britain. Is the sustain? Is the damage from the Ant Matrix enough for Great Britain to take the series? Australia are down tremendous. It's not looking good. Only 2 players left. And Great Britain don't even allow them to cap a single point. They take the series.
Going down, doing what they love. The Reinhardt, you can see the weaknesses of that composition getting exposed by Great Britain. Just so much pressure, so many threats. Backbone May is just exceptional. We know it is at that caliber in the Overwatch League, showing it once again in the World Cup. And with that win, I believe that is the end of the run for Team Australia. Zoe was mathing going into this match. I'm pretty sure that that means Australia is out and Great Britain have potentially locked themselves in #1 seed after their win over Canada as well.
Yeah, and there's some matches tomorrow too that'll maybe change up some seeding stuff, but talking to the Australian boys, I knew it was either going to be Canada or Australia. Only one of us were going to be able to move through with sneak in alongside Great Britain.
Go on with pride. You got this, Canada. Fight the good fight.
You gotta join our side. Come join the dark side or the cold side, I guess. But with all the rosters changing as the years go by, who knows who is gonna get out of this group? I think this group was gonna be the hardest to predict, but I'm glad the desk have also joined the Canadian side because they predicted against us yesterday. They weren't sure about this match, so let's go check in with Zoe.
Thank you so much, Lemon. Fairly well, Costa and crew. What a
Join
fight,
me,
though.
Zoe.
They went down doing what we wanted them to do, which is playing that Reinhardt comp. Was it the best comp in this situation? No, probably not. Do we respect it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we do. Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a look at the highlights to see what went down between those two teams. We pretty much saw them rolling out on that Reinhardt and sticking to it throughout the match.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough because Great Britain really came, shots ablazing. Kai was, a dominant player in this matchup because they just couldn't get on top of him. Australia, as much as they wanted to play this Reinhardt composition and TP around all over the place, and Nami was playing the Bastion. As this match progressed, it was really just like the Kai show, playing on the high ground with these overclocks. Like, it was brutal, and Australia just couldn't shut Kai down. So that was the big takeaway for me. Great Britain looking great, of course, and Australia, like Kuffa just didn't, it wasn't Kuffa's meta. And, that's how it goes sometimes. I've been there before. We like playing our Reinhardts, we like playing our Winstons, but it's a Sigma meta. Yeah, we can kind of make it work, but, it's hard to compete with the very best. And Great Britain, they obviously have a fantastic read on the meta. And, of course, they have great individual players like Kai just here. Oh, my God. Yeah. It's a beauty. It's so nice to watch.
Look at this guy, one more.
Yeah, you were asking for one more.
And we never got it. But I mean, he did so much. I mean, so much for Great Britain. Australia, like we said, they went down with a fight, right? They played that Reinhardt style that we wanted to see, and they weren't passive about it, right? They were aggressive, taking the fight to Great Britain. And also, I want to shout out Nami as well. I think for me, he was a standout player all throughout the group stage. So fantastic job to Australia.
Yeah, they definitely brought the entertainment, and we are thankful for that. But as Costa said at the end of the cast, that pretty much means that Australia is out alongside Brazil. Brazil and Great Britain are still going to play a match tomorrow. That's more for seeding than anything else, and I think it's fair to expect Great Britain to come out on top of that one, which will put them at the top of their group, and that means that they will be going up against Finland, whereas Canada is the lucky team to face up against South Korea
Nice.
first thing in the bracket. So, you know, but hey, they made it out of the group stages.
Right.
Bracket play is going to be very, very exciting. I can't wait to see all of the action transpiring at BlizzCon, but we're not there yet. There are still more games in the group stages, still many more things that can happen. We want to hear it from you. Who do you think is going to make it out of their respective groups? Join in on the conversation. Use the hashtag OWWC2023, and you might be featured on a broadcast. We got some fantastic takes already. Shout out to everyone who sent in their breakfasts. Made me a little hungry. Also, all of you seem to eat about 2,000 calories for breakfast, so mad respect. Everyone
Small
bulking up.
small portions
It's about
of good stuff.
That's a good point. Good points. It's a very
You
good point,
need
Johnny.
sugar. You need sugar in the morning.
You need all the sugar, all
Chocolate,
the sweet
sugar,
things,
yes.
and more sweet things are coming our way because we got a banger of the match on the other side of this break. You don't want to miss it.
Kill the mate, 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 kill the mate.
May one.
Splitting them all. Play outside, shoot outside.
Lucio.
Let's move forward a bit,
Oh, Kemi.
Oh!
Sim right side.
I'm 1-on-1.
Just the May. Nice.
GG.
let's get ready for our last match of the day. And this one is bound to be an absolute barn burner. Xa is going to face against
USA! Kasa versus USA!
If the match is anything like the setup, then you're in for a treat, that's for sure. Let's talk about those two teams. Quite frankly, I think you can say that this could be anyone's game. And based on the performance we've seen from both of those teams thus far, we only seen both of them play one singular match. Let's take a look at the lineup for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia first. They had a very strong showing against Japan, which before we saw that match, we would have considered one of the favorites to make it out of the group as well.
Yeah, I think Japan was like the Joker team that like no one sort of expected them to be good, but they were super great before they went up against KSA and Saudi Arabia, beating Japan. I think on paper, everyone sort of knew that Saudi Arabia is going to be good, but I think they were definitely very impressive in their match against Japan. We talked about players like Quartz that we're seeing right now. Like, he's a fantastic Sojourn player. I'm expecting to see more from Quartz. And so, just like you said, because KSA is a strong team, I think their match against USA, it could be a very close match.
Absolutely. I mean, to be fair though, our Japan pick was a bit of a wishful weep thinking more than actually
a little bit of recency bias as well, but yeah.
We're big fans. We're just having fun. That's what the Overwatch World Cup is all about. But realistically, we do know that obviously the Saudi
Arabia team is definitely a strong team.
Really strong. Well, they
probably
got the
one of the
cohesion.
favorites.
But so is the USA. I mean, this is a fantastic squad. In their first match yesterday against France, they did take the dub, but they did drop a map against France.
Yeah, they did drop a map, and that really, came into question about, how deep is this team? Obviously, as we're seeing the highlights right now, we can see the Ultraviolet is on the Lucio and Kalush is on the Orisa. But on Circuit Royale specifically, you're kind of stuck when it comes to playing the Solari Baptiste composition because you do have two flex support players on this squad. Now, do I think one of them could flex over to the Lucio if they really wanted to? Yeah, probably. But France looked really good in this matchup, right? On Circuit Royale, and USA, which we expected to be dominant throughout, they weren't dominant. Now, finally, of course, on New Queen Street, they swap over to Sugar Free on the May, Kalush goes over to Orisa, and they figured that stuff out. They figured out how to beat France, and they did it in a pretty nice fashion on map 3. But Saudi Arabia have been looking really good in European contenders all year, right? And now you have Team USA with players who are playing in their first World Cup, right? And they aren't from the same team, so they still have had to boot camp, get some games together and really get on the same page, right? So this could be one of those matchups where we might look at like a Saudi Arabia upset against Team USA. It is a possibility. I do think this match is going to be closer than some people give it credit for.
Absolutely. I mean, one thing can be said, USA, they did seem to warm up as the match went on yesterday against France, and France definitely looked a lot better in their second showing than they did on day one. So, you can't take away anything from what France was showing them when they played against the Team USA. Now, of course, we have quite a stacked roster on both sides. A lot of names that we are well familiar with. Let's take a look at one of the players we get to see, and that is, of course, RuPaul from Team USA.
I mean, you can say everything about this, right? RuPaul, obviously, he is a winner now of the Overwatch League, crowned as champion over just a bit like a month ago in the Overwatch League. Obviously, you can look at their achievements. They've had a really good season. And RuPaul, this is like the year of RuPaul in many ways. Like, we saw that he had tons of potential last year, but he really fulfilled on that this year. I think now you need to have like legitimate conversations like, where is RuPaul on your flex support rankings in the Overwatch esports scene, right? He is that good. So obviously a pivotal player in the backline for Team USA. The mechanics, especially on the Baptiste, is like unbelievable. Being able to manage the healing and the offensive damage output has been really good from RuPaul. So pivotal player in this matchup here against Saudi Arabia, especially if you get the chance as Baptiste to poke at some like echoes or forest in the sky. That's what I like to do on Baptiste anyway. I don't know, probably not the right thing to do, but a little pokey from the backline like that.
But Danny, I mean, on the other side, we do see the bolstered roster from Saudi Arabia. They have all the members of Twisted Mind, but also Surmajet, an absolute god on the Iliari, is joining their backline. So there's a lot of firepower on that side as well.
Yeah, I mean, just like you said, Surmajet joining the whole Twisted. I mean, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has a lot of players from Twisted Minds, along with Surmajet. Surmajet, like you said, a great Iliari player, and we've seen that yesterday when they were going up against Japan as well. So it's like a scary team, and then you add Surmajet, so it becomes even more spooky, crazy, scarier. So I mean, definitely So definitely, I have my eyes set. Like I said, they got Quartz as well. So and Surmajet, I think Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they have a good chance of beating USA today.
They really do. So I'm excited for predictions for this one. Are there some surprises?
Oh, you went with Saudi Arabia over USA.
Okay, we gotta hear this. Okay.
I don't hate it.
No, neither do I. I generally think that they just looked so much on the same page and so cohesive that I might give them the edge in this one. I don't know. I read it in the tea leaves this morning. It's in the area. The tea leaves. Yeah. They told me all about it.
I didn't do anything with tea leaves.
Neither did I.
Nothing with teas, but yeah, I went with Team America, baby. But I do think it's gonna be a close one, so I went with 2-1. I could also see Kingdom of Saudi Arabia getting the win as well, but USA, I'm trusting in Kalush and his teammates to get the win.
Yeah, I got the USA as well. I read it in my coffee beans from Ethiopia.
Ethiopia. Wow, you got some bougie coffee. Wow. Okay.
What? No, what? Ethiopian coffee is not bougie. That we need to have a talk in the break while we watch this game. Oh my
Starbucks. Oh, no.
Well, okay, we're reading it in the tea leaves and in our coffee beans, but how about we get it straight from the source? Emily has been able to chat with both of those teams. Let's see what they had to say.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Yeah, I had a chance to catch up with Team KSA before their highly anticipated match against Team USA. And let me tell you, they are an intimidating team. They're locked in, focused, emphasizing that they do well under pressure and are experienced with competing in these big matches. Team KSA is mentally ready and ready to become champions. But first, they need to get through the current reigning champions, Team USA. So I also had a chance to speak with them, and I asked what their main takeaway was from the KSA versus Japan match yesterday. And Coach Gator told me that they think KSA is the second best team here, and that they're fully prepared to win against them. So yeah, second best team here. Kiriko's, what are your guys' thoughts?
That's us, Kiriko's.
Oh, that's us. Yeah. I was also giggling about just the whole bean conversation. Put that down.
Oh, sorry.
It's awful. It's so awful. But along with just what coffee beans and teas are telling us, this is the match of the day. Clearly why we kept the best for last. USA versus KSA. I feel like most of the desk were just unsure where to go. Johnny believes in a 2-0 USA. He's truly American. Or wait, not even American.
Yeah, he's trying to be American. He's trying to stay in the country. So he's sucking up to USA. Yeah, that's why he's hyping up coffee as well. But honestly, this is, the big match in this group. Group D has ended up being one of the strongest groups overall. I think, we saw USA struggle yesterday against Team France, and that was sort of some worrying signs. While so far, only one match, but Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has looked very strong in this group. They handily took down Team Japan. So right now, KSA potentially could be the favorites for a lot of teams because of just how flawless they've looked. And coming into this tournament, a lot of people expected them to play around their signature Pharah. That's really how their region likes to play. But they played straight up and played it exceptionally.
Yeah, Labda has that maybe Pharah player that could be playing was only seen on Baptiste, so it's nice that he got some play time. But Yubi and Quartz have been the main starters for KSA. Just all around, if You support Tier 2. If you're watching Contenders, you know everything about these players. UB, Quartz, Lambda, KSA, and Haku all play for Twisted Minds, one of the top Middle Eastern esports organizations. And they've been just, well, winning almost everything in Contenders Europe in terms of this year. So I'm excited to see. But yeah, they're known as specialists, but we learned that lesson from London Spitfire, right? Specialist means you're the master at that composition, and you know how to play against your counters. Team USA might have, struggled in their first match, but who didn't? Even Team Canada lost their first match, and we bounced back.
Yeah, you bounce back, and now you guys get to face Korea at BlizzCon, you know? Yay! As someone who's had that happen in the first round, have to face Korea, good luck. It's a great time. But as we stick to this match, we're going over to Samoa, and as you said about the Farah style, like USA, you have to be worried about that coming out at any moment. At any point, they could pull that out. But for the most part, I expect them to see the Sigma versus Sigma matchup. Both of these teams are very skilled, and I expect them to play what is pretty much meta, because as your team gets more skilled, the more opportunity you have to play the best compositions. And KSA has shown us a great Sigma so far in this tournament.
I'm just glad that USA are opting for OG, who was kind of traditionally a main support for the longest time, but has been one of the few that have successfully flexed to flex supports, Zen and others. And he was part of that tryout, and it's great that they're using him, because USA, maybe one of their weaknesses was the double flex support, because they were very overwhelmed by France's speedy approaches. Now they've learned that lesson, they're going to try something new, and the Symmetra teleporter is what kind of caught USA off a bit. KSA haven't played that, so no worries there.
And Haku is in the lineup for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, so that means that they are going to play the Lucio. When Lambda is in, they're going to play the double flex support. When Haku is in so far, that means the Lucio. And both teams now rolling out as we are in downtown on the same compositions. Bastion, Mei. It's all around positioning and using your cooldowns effectively. Your Sigma needs to be getting a lot of poke damage, but cannot get walled and taken down by the Bastion. Great rock by Kalush to start things off, and they have positioning on the point.
KSA are using these walls to maybe sneak behind USA a bit, but they can't let themselves get surrounded. Hydron just unleashing onto KSA. Good grasp, good shield, and KSA took that pressure very well. They took positions and angles, and USA just thought they could crack the egg with force, and well, it's them that got cracked.
Yeah, KSA does a phenomenal job of just absorbing all the pressure that USA tried to do because they split themselves up. USA was like, let's just force the front line, but they couldn't take down KSA, and then the back line of USA was the team that fell. So great first team fight, and Surmajed already with an amplification matrix, and they're using it early. Kaluja split from the rest of the team and falls.
Yeah, it was a great surprise play too from KSA. They looked like they were giving up space, trying to bait USA into a lane that the Amp Matrix they could have used in a more safe manner, but then they speed with Haku, jump around immediate Amp Matrix, and USA just collapse. They don't do well with surprises.
Yeah, and Saudi Arabia, they're not playing scared at all. And when you have a player like Surmajed, who has a lot of experience with playing with a lot of the players from Team USA, from teams in the Overwatch League, but Yubi has been caught off. He is going to manage to get away, but both Mei walls are down. He's trying to get a flank Blizzard. Catch USA unaware, and it looks like he has.
Yeah, the Blizzard hits. Kaluja's frozen, so is Hydron. And USA tried to fire back with an Amp Matrix, but really everyone was just trying to get organized and into shelter from the storm. And USA have lost out 3 fights in a row.
And so far, it has just been surprise attacks by Saudi Arabia time and time again. First the flank, then the aggressive amplification matrix, now the aggressive Blizzard. And now look at the USA players walking out of spawn. They're all looking every single direction, afraid that Kingdom of Saudi Arabia could be hiding in any of these corners. And that's a great mental game to fight and win so early in this series. Early flux coming out of KSA puts Kalush in the air.
And the Mei wall to make sure that they can't run and they can't hide. It's only 1 for Quartz though, 5v4. USA still believe they know it's close to the last fight. The Blizzard, Soundbeer, every ultimate coming out from USA with only 1 kill to answer for. USA, they just don't have enough gas in the tank to really keep trucking at this point, as KSA are seconds away from taking a flawless round 1.
And that was dominant. USA didn't get to play their game at all. Your ultimate's being used perfectly, understanding the situation, being proactive. That is what you need to do in this setup, playing the Sigma, playing the Bash, and playing the Mei. And Saudi Arabia is currently playing it perfectly. USA, they need to find a way to be able to match this level of aggression, because right now they're getting caught with their pants around their legs.
Yeah, absolutely. When KSA get to defend, but they're not really defending. They're always attacking, jumping around corners, throwing down ults, and cycling those perfectly. USA just haven't taken a fight on their terms. Now that things are reset, we go to round 2. This could be a completely different scenario. Who wins that first fight, so important. USA may be utilizing a Symmetra. I don't know if this sticks. Is this just to get an early position? Does Hydron stay on it? Goes back to the Sojourn.
There is going to be a switch here, though. Hydron going over to the Sojourn is a change for USA. Maybe thinking that this means that they don't have to take the head-on fight, because Sojourn doesn't do anywhere near as much damage as the Bastion, but the pick potential is dramatically higher. If you charge up that rail, you hit the headshot, you could find a pick at any point. And both teams playing pretty defensively right now. Kalush has spotted our Yubi in this side room, but once again, KSA are the team that's being aggressive, and a great wall coming out of Yubi, but a better lamp from RuPaul.
KSA just had a plan B. First, it was to draw USA to the bridge off of the UB wall, and then when Kalush discovered them with the hit markers, as he pointed out, they were still able to get a great isolation, but USA, once their backs were against the wall, they were able to bite back, and KSA just weren't sure how that fight was going. USA able to really fight back and even take the point when it felt like they were supposed to lose.
It's kind of shades of our last series of Great Britain versus Australia, where Great Britain was just absorbing the aggression. That's what USA did much better in this round. They absorbed the aggression from KSA. They expect it to come, keep Kalush alive, and then they're able to rebound back with even more damage and find the pick. So USA already looking much better in this beach round.
All right, USA winning their first fight now on the map, giving up a ton of space. Now the flip could be going through. Is someone going to contest? No, KSA get the point for free. USA plan on winning the long battle at the end. And with the poke, as KSA were out in the open, focusing on the objective, USA picked them apart. So that was all part of the game plan.
As much as it's not the worst thing in the world to give up the point as long as you win the team fight, if they were able to retain the point, all of a sudden they'd be at 40, 50%. And there are players on the USA squad who potentially could have touched. You could have had OG go there. Sugar Free on the May could potentially give a lot of time. So I like the idea from USA. They are playing more safe, but they cannot be giving away the cap so early for free, because that's going to make it a lot harder to close out this round. And that means that KSA won't need to win as many team fights. So let's see if there's an adaptation from USA on this time, because you can see USA playing very far back, but an extremely early gravitic flux that hits absolutely nothing from Kalush.
I saw something. I want to go for it. I want to toss it. Kalush, though, is just a little flight simulator there. Good damage, though, still into KSA. Hydron unleashing 2 from the low side where KSA don't know. See, it's like USA are drawing KSA into a trap, and it's working out.
Yeah, then you can see this is now all of a sudden it's KSA who are the team that's like, we don't know how to play the way we wanted. We want to get aggressive. Now Yubi switching over to the Symmetra. That will allow them to pick their choice of where they want to go. They can teleport across the way and get on the USA much more effectively, but they might be teleporting into a blizzard from Sugar Free.
See that Yubi is looking around to make sure he marks Hydron, not letting him do that. Okay, both fluxes have sucked so far, but what matters is KSA are hoping to flip, and USA are contesting it. Sugar Free falls, not able to find the blizzard play he was planning on, and KSA have done more than enough to not only get the point back, but push USA back to their beaches.
Yeah, and oh my god, USA going to commit. They drop the sound barrier from OG. As soon as KSA gets a little aggressive, they trade Yubi out. But KSA should be able to disengage from this one. But that was both sound barriers traded, and now USA should be in an advantage.
Oh, Sugar Free's like, I don't care about your Ant Matrix. Eat this for breakfast. Throws a blizzard right in their face. And somehow no one has died from that. Everyone dropped to the low ground where it's nice and safe and warm. Kalush, though, beats Quartz to death. And USA fluxing all these members of KSA, though they're trapped in these tiny rooms. Now at 97%, USA are hoping to flip. They have KSA in a corner, and they're staggered from each other. USA ready to force round 3.
Yeah, it will go into overtime because the flip happened at 97%. But I don't think anyone's going to get there. Quartz gets there and deleted for that one as well. Haku next, but this is just, extending the inevitable of USA, evening it up 1-1. And that was just much better play from Team USA. Great adaptation on the fly, knowing what's going on against KSA. So now we go over to Volcano. This is a very, maze-like map where you can play so many different ways, and that might sort of lean better into the way KSA wants to play because they can play around corners and they can catch the USA off guard compared to Beach.
It was nice to just see the disengage, how much space USA could give and then take back. They really manipulated that last round very well. We go to our deciding round to see who goes to match point. And most of our devs predicted this to go all the way to game 3. We'll see if that will be the case. It's the Bastion there of Quartz with Hydron. See if it'll be the Bastion or the Sojourn. Once again, the Sojourn.
And Hydron did find some pretty good value with the Sojourn. Playing on the off angle, actually at one point was able to take Sir Majed coming into the fight. So you can see they don't want to match the damage. They just want to be more of a threat and make KSA have to feel like they have to attack it from multiple fronts and deal with multiple threats. Once again, USA taking more control over the point, but KSA getting aggressive.
Kalush is able to get so much ult charge just playing this corner, constantly getting hit markers, and KSA is trying to fight back against him. Now the cap is available. KSA taking the space. They have the Mei wall to make sure no one can contest. Actually, Kalush sneaks through the crack, but still gives up the cap. Now it's the responding Mei wall from Sugar Free. KSA are trapped in a place they don't want to be, but the Bastion of Quartz breaks through, trying to break some heads of USA. They start to back away, head for the hills. No one has still died yet, I believe. But the Matrix from Sir Majed is available a little bit earlier there from RuPaul, and that's what makes a difference. Still in a 4v4 though, trading blow for blow. KSA seem stabilized.
You see Hydron playing this Sojourn kind of like he likes to play the Soldier. With the Amplification Matrix advantage, USA is going to step onto the point. This potentially could force the flip, but we might see KSA trying to juggle. They don't want to give up the point.
Flux available from Kalush, but maybe has to just dodge the artillery strike. Now here's a counter engage from USA, but the sound barrier is what sustains KSA. Now USA using their second. The overclock from Hydron combined with the flux of Kalush. The wombo combo, the paint sandwich that KSA did not want a bite of.
Yeah, Haku uses the sound barrier, but it's not going to save you from a Gravitic Flux and a Hydron who's just shooting into free targets sitting in the air, so there's nothing that they could do. And yeah, USA, it was an expensive fight. Cost them 4 ultimates. Now they're only relying on the Sugar-Free Blizzard to be able to give them advantage against KSA, who have the Blizzard of their own, plus the Gravitic Flux from KSA.
KSA taking positions. The Flux. Okay, the Accretion is gone. Kalush just used it. KSA has this for free. He only gets the tank. Kalush using the shield to block a lot of that damage. He's healed back up to full. But KSA force some good cooldowns, and they have the point, but they can't give up the cap there to USA. Sugar-Free. Where is he? The Blizzard from the right side. I knew he was going to sneak up on them. The Immortality of Sir Majed was online for quite a while, but Hydron still found enough heads to give Team USA the fight win.
Yeah, smart by USA. They sort of baited KSA in a little bit, and Sugar-Free perfectly timed Blizzard. So even though they did have the ultimate disadvantage, they were able to eventually win the team fight. So now this is on a knife's edge. Both teams really 1 to 2 team fights away from closing everything out. Now it's Yubi's turn with the Blizzard. How are they going to manipulate the USA into a corner where the Blizzard can actually find value?
KSA, the Matrix, they actually have Kalush isolated, so this is going to be popped early. RuPaul tries to back him up with his own amp. Quartz is just so deadly using this, and Kalush tried to show his face to contest the point and almost paid for with his life for it. Hydron's overclock doesn't last too long. Here's the artillery strike from Quartz. Up against the wall, Sugar-Free is found. And this has been fight-win exchange from both sides. KSA with the point again.
And because KSA keeps getting those flips early, now all of a sudden they haven't had the point for very long or won that many team fights, but they are 1 team fight away from closing this one away. And Hydron did throw away the overclock. He tried to pop and it instantly got blown up. Now KSA's going in with the sound barrier.
Oh my god, don't be shoved into the volcano. That would hurt a lot. OG also reconsidered the sound barrier, waited till he landed. That's a lot of sustain for USA and the Blizzard to trap KSA. He is frozen. And KSA are left without a tank. Team USA bulldozing their way to the objective. They lost their own tank, but I think there's been enough damage done. Once you deal with this Bastion, should be smooth sailing for USA.
Another perfectly timed Blizzard by Sugar-Free. KSA tries to go aggressive with the sound barrier, gets matched by OG, and then all of a sudden, they're in a small room. Sugar-Free Blizzard is perfect. So now, KSA, Team USA, final fight of this map to go to match point. Both teams have lots of ultimates online. How is this fight going to break down? KSA's going through main. They don't want to go for the kind of flanks that got them the advantage in map 1. Early flux comes out of Kalush.
And the ice block out too from UB is going to be in a vulnerable position. Amp Matrix from Sir Majed. Make sure that USA don't choose to engage then and now. Speaking of that, 99% to 99. Last fight for map number 1 coming down to the wire with KSA close to a ton of ultimates. At least 3 with the flux online from KSA here to back up UB. Cretion not going to be hitting him and focus is there on the supports. Moving Kaluj out of his way too. KSA has just been bullying USA as much as they could. Here's the Blizzard, and USA are almost being zoned away from the objective because of that. Somehow USA are still touching. Kaluj falls though while trying to frontline, and it's up to Hydron to be the American hero that his team needs. And KSA is grasping and he is able to survive, but you can't say the same about the rest of KSA. But this Bastion is so lethal when he's in that glass cannon form. That is what helps KSA thrive, and they take map 1.
And you can see the confidence coming out of KSA. They needed that map. They know they want it, and it was back and forth. Hydron with the late flank in the back line of KSA takes down the Lucio of Haku, but wasn't able to do enough after the USA supports fall. So does the rest of the team, and first map goes to KSA.
You see the importance that Kaluj has as just this frontline pillar. Now that there's only one tank in Overwatch, if Kaluj is gone and Quartz's Bastion is still there, it is just pure pain. But it's just been such a cool chess match between these two teams of how they just dance for space, how they even use blizzards to take space even when there's nobody being frozen. But UB, so much value. KSA fight planning, great initiative. Then once USA was able to take fights of their own, that's when things got close.
And you can tell that KSA is very well drilled on this composition. They have a great plan of how they want to do it. I did like this adaptation of Hydron onto the Sojourn. I think this fits the identity of the team and also Hydron as a whole. Play him on the off angle, make him a threat that KSA has to deal with, and it almost worked in this third round as well. But great play from Quartz on this Bastion, shooting through the window, and KSA were just able to sustain the pressure of USA. So this is going to go the distance, though. I have a good feeling Team USA now get the map pick. Where do they want to go? Do they want to try and show their flexibility as a team, or do they want to stay in this Sigma mirror?
And some insight from Team USA of why we haven't seen Super is that, quote, his map just hasn't been picked yet. And is this going to be the one, or do you absolutely want to keep Collusion on one of his best heroes, self-proclaimed best Sigma in the world, against KSA, who's been keeping him in check? It's match point for Samoa. USA choose Blizzard World, and we'll find out what the plan is after the break. It's match point for KSA. It's the fight for the throne of Group D?
Group D, Group of Death.
Group of Death. That's why I remember it. Ooh! Excited to see if we're gonna have... Nope, Kalush still substituted in. Super's just our secret weapon. Even some people have said the Super Genji is quite fearsome. But I know the mirror matchup has been why this match is so close.
Yeah, and honestly, as much as we talk about this, both teams fighting for #1 seed, Team USA, because this is the Group of Death, if they do fall in this series, their next match is against Japan, who handily beat France, a team that USA barely beat. So there is that thought in the back of their mind. If they lose this series, all of a sudden, they're in a make or break scenario to even make it to BlizzCon, a situation we would never expect Team USA to be in. But let's remember yesterday when they did lose that map to Team France, they came back and hit even harder on New Queen Street. So I'm curious to see what Team USA has to offer in this map.
Ooh, we have some KSA subs. Labda. LBBD7.
Phonetic data.
Labda as the support. Yeah, he's actually usually a DPS player, but he came in to play BAP over Haku if they want that double flex. That was seen on Route 66 against Japan. And USA have subs too.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's the same thing, and it absolutely is. Ultraviolet coming in for OG. Both sides are going to move away from the Lucio now that we head over to Blizzard World and play the double flex support. So for USA, in the past, that was Alari and Baptiste, and I expect the same thing coming out of KSA.
I'm scared for KSA because Ultraviolet, I mean, I was talking to Team Canada and they think that Ultraviolet is just probably the best Alari at World Cup. And when we got to cast them, absolutely right. The way Ultraviolet and Hydron would take off angles really showed off their individual prowess. Where like maybe some teams had better team chemistry. You know, there's some synergy there from USA too, but the way that USA was forcing these duels on New Queen Street is what got them a full cap on that push map in under 5 minutes. That has to be like a world record, but
it was close.
Will be their pick. Yeah.
I think it was like second fastest if you consider Overwatch League statistics. It was the second fastest New Queen Street ever since I believe the inception of the map. So that goes to show how dominant they can be on this composition. Ultraviolet took over that map, and it kind of makes sense why we see Team USA go over to Blizzard World then, because it is a map which has wide open spaces, a lot of different flank angles that your Alari is going to be able to take position. Hydron will take position with Ultraviolet, and then USA will be able to encapsulate KSA. But on the other hand, KSA, they are no slouches when it comes to mechanical players. Surmajet on the Alari was someone that everybody feared in the Overwatch League. Quartz has been a world-class hit scan and has even been a prospect for the Overwatch League in the past. So it's not like USA is just going to be able to walk into this map and just out-mechanic KSA. They're going to need to be able to play the strategical game, and their players are going to need to step up more than they did on Samar.
And the importance of those off angles are going to come true on this first point. It's so open. You can take so many different positions, and that's why you're not going to see Mei here. Sugar Free is going to be on the Echo, playing on the opposite side as Hydron, so you have multiple points of threat. KSA going to stick to the Symmetra to at least attack one of those points.
This Symmetra pick is interesting to me. It doesn't make sense with the way the rest of the compositions are playing. So it makes me think that there is a plan here from KSA that potentially they're trying to take position away from USA by utilizing the teleporter.
Even just a threat before you even place the teleporter. Never mind. That threat is gone when you just get headshot like that. And that's KSA kind of waited too long baiting the teleporter, maybe scaring USA into falling back, but that just gave time and space for Hydron and Sugar Free to just go crazy.
Yeah, that was very strange. Yubi sort of walked up, not expecting anyone to be sort of shooting at him as he crosses that distance, potentially trying to get in position to drop the teleporter, but gets taken out by Hydron, and Hydron winning the 1v1 against Quartz as well, obviously getting heals, so it's not too much of a 1v1, but you can see the setup from USA in this top-down view. Hydron on the left side, Ultraviolet on the right, keeping Kaluj alive, and that just is so much damage coming from many different angles.
And it's not an easy spot to teleport to. I mean, USA might just be too far away, and the poke still too strong. Like, I'm getting deja vu from how New Queen Street went. It was just so controlled by Hydron and Ultraviolet.
Oh, that's a left click there from Ultraviolet into a rail from Hydron, and Quartz just disappears. And all of a sudden, USA starting to feel themselves, feeling much more comfortable on this composition.
All right, KSA, almost half the time bank gone. How can they just be more aggressive? It just seems like USA are out of their reach. Even if they teleport, they'll still be in front of USA. And is that really going to help their position? Would they just be walking into USA's trap like they did on the previous map? KSA don't even... Well, they're close to some ultimates, maybe the Ant Matrix, but when USA are so dispersed, where is your focus going to lay? KSA are actually taking positions on the top right to go on the flank, and they're still found on the cross. USA with first blood time and time again. Captive Sun makes Quartz sit down. KSA now are stuck, not able to disengage or escape from this position, so USA are gonna farm them up even more.
And I don't think KSA has even had the opportunity to accomplish what they're trying to do with this Symmetra. Every time they peek their head out, they're just getting absolutely eliminated out of nowhere. So right now, USA, the only ultimate they've had to use is the Captive Sun, and we're down to a minute and a half. KSA needs to start finding some value.
KSA now some ults. Again, Ant Matrix, can you draw USA into your own trap, into this area where this can be useful? But KSA are going to try that flank that they wanted to do last time, except maybe without getting bodied. So KSA now hidden. USA don't know where this is. Hydron snuck up on. He manages to escape to that high ground. Photon Barrier and Ant Matrix. Is there any targets in sight though? Well, there's Sugar Free on the dupe against Quartz. Show him how it's done. And Kalush with the Gravitic Flux and Sugar Free, the cherry on top. KSA, that's not the diet they wanted. And they're really stuck. At least they managed to get a tick out of it, so the job becomes easier and easier from here on out.
And Lab is going to get staggered. That little bit of extra time moves this into final fight territory for KSA. The Symmetra not paying off at all for them. They do have the overclock. KSA's getting up to their first flux almost 4 minutes in. That's how difficult it has been for KSA. So final opportunity, and USA firmly in control. Hydron has an overclock. He's been so scary so far in this round.
Playing like he has an overclock, to be honest, and it's actually Quartz's overclock first on the high ground. Hydron dip, dive, and dodge, but caught maybe by the flux. KSA has to go big here, but losing Sir Majed on the run is not ideal. Limited heals. It's up to Labda, that new sub, to keep them kicking and also deliver the DPS. Kalush fighting hand-to-hand against KSA. Finally, this offense breaks through and will full cap, but in overtime.
Yeah, and honestly, the Labda 1v1 versus Ultraviolet. Ultraviolet goes in, tries to take the fight, and Labda just hits the first full clip into the headshots, and there's nothing Ultraviolet can do. He disappears from there. No healing for USA. So it took a while, but they eventually got there, and I think UB will be staying on this May for the rest because the Symmetra did not pay off. But once again, a great setup for the way that USA wants to play. Hydron sitting on top of the pipes, Ultraviolet and Sugar Free playing on the left. They're going to try and set up a semicircle around KSA, just making threats, continue to find the picks that they found on the first point.
And this is a comfort pick for UB too. He's played that a lot of Contenders Europe, so knows how to isolate those Sigmas, and that's going to be the primary target when Hydron and Sugar Free are mobile enough to get away. Quartz trying to enter the building up against Sugar Free. Assistance there from Sir Majed. Just not able to, well, evict USA yet. Captive Sun, not great targets. Kalush is the victim of that, but hasn't really died yet. It's been tough for KSA to finish off these targets with how good USA are at hiding in these fights.
Sugar Free is just so good. So many different heroes. Goes over to the Echo, plays the Sojourn, plays the Alarian, just world class at those picks. And you can see the issue that KSA had. It took them so long to get into that small room, get into position. But as soon as they get there, there's just so many threats all over the place. And Sugar Free with a great duplicate. He was in trouble, but because of that duplicate, gets an extra health pool and just starts taking down some members. And now UB has the Blizzard, but it's going to be difficult to find anybody with this. I think he's going to be looking to kill Kalush when Kalush steps up or frees him down, but Quartz gets a great pick on a RuPaul. That's an early pick that should open the door for them.
With how distanced USA has been positioning away from KSA, you needed your range DPS to pop off. This is Quartz's moment. This is his year against Kalush. Now needs a few more shots, and even at a distance, there is a dent in USA. And with KSA also getting just progress on the card, that's a point B cap and no recontest from USA.
And that's KSA's individual players and their mechanics stepping up. You know, great shots from Quartz. You know, Sir Majed hit a couple of great ones as well. Just dismantles the USA setup, and you know, we do head into a pause just before KSA starts moving into his third point. Looks like an earbuds issue. Hopefully can get fixed pretty quickly.
USA have been good at respecting that distance, and KSA have struggled to close that gap. They're trying to run after them, but also not just get headshot all the time and run into USA's plan. And USA, it's been the story of Hydron. Now Quartz is able to win a fight for his team, so that's been good to see. You're wondering how this May was going to help out and why KSA has been so low on flux charge is because of that distance between the two teams. Symmetra tried the gap close, but USA are still too far away, so the adaptations from Saudi Arabia are working out well, but it cost them a lot of time.
Yeah, and an underrated thing about playing Mei in these kind of like shooter comps where people are trying to set multiple flanks is you can actually drop a Mei wall in front of the flank or just to help your team maneuver around, and there's nothing that Team USA can do. So if they use those walls effectively to just close the distance and give their teams advantageous angles, then all of a sudden the Mei doesn't need to just be finding the picks or just try and isolate individual targets. You can enable your hit scan players to make flanks exactly like this.
And USA are a confident team, but they don't go for ego plays. Like, they're not feeding. Hydron just knows he's that good. He is that guy. Him. Look at him go. 2K for USA. And you see KSA trying to escape and not able to even get some trades to maybe slow USA down a little bit. A full team wipe, which is great for USA to get some ult charge off of too.
Yeah, USA snuffed out that flank from Sir Majed, sees them in the room, realize that if they commit and just bring more members, then they're going to be able to win the fight. So now 50 seconds remaining. You said it, Lemon. This is getting very close to last fight territory. There are a lot of ultimates coming up for KSA.
Oh, Yubi. Oh, and Kalush tried to use the graph, couldn't eat it in time. Kalush is in trouble. Takes a while to kill him, but on the flank there is Ultraviolet with the Captive Sun. Forces out the ammo, but no kills coming out of that play. I like the creativity out of RuPaul Ultraviolet to try and do something while your tank is locked up, but KSA are on a roll.
And those were both supporter ultimates from Team USA. They used the Amplification Matrix and the Captive Sun to no value, and that's going to force Kalush to switch over to the Orisa, potentially allowing him to just play more aggressively on the Orisa. Does get walled off though, so he's already in the backline.
Kalush now, that anchor on the Orisa, the Captive Sun just for him, but the Fortify against the Flux, he will not be lifted, he will not be moved. ASA in trouble, their backline's getting hit by a duped Sugar Free on the BAP, who's copied so many different things. It will be USA holding on, managing to get past that front line, take down everyone around KSA, and they will deny the full cap.
Very intelligent swap from Kalush, recognizes there might be a flux. They could flux them off the point and just capture the point. Goes over to the Orisa. Has the Fortify up against KSA, who tries to use the flux against them. Fortify is up, stays on the ground, and from there, the rest of the USA team can clean up. So, not bad for KSA considering how the first point went, but USA definitely, struggling at times just due to some individual brilliance from the KSA players.
It's the fact that KSA almost got full health. I'm giving them more credit. I think it's fantastic they almost got to the end of C with the limited time that they had, with how much of a slow burn it was just to take the high ground without having that Symmetra. It was tough to rotate there against how prominent the USA hit scans were on that right side. And KSA finally had Quartz make that huge play, had an overclock, had USA reeling, and KSA were able to build momentum, which is what was so difficult for them in the first place.
Looks like we're going to see similar compositions now as we switch sides, and I'm interested to see how this is going to work for USA, because in general, it's a lot easier to play the defensive side because you have the positioning, the opposition has to come into your sight lines. But already just looking, it feels like KSA is going to play a lot further back and a lot more defensive than we saw from Team USA, who are trying to play these aggressive forward angles.
Yeah, KSA are taking a page out of that USA strat book. Man, that was so annoying how far they were and how unreachable they were. USA not going to have the Symmetra to help them gap close. It'll be about just taking shelter, making sure Sugar Free's protected. He doesn't have like a Brig or a Mercy to pack him at range. It's a little bit difficult. It's Hydron and Ultraviolet that have been such an incredible duo when being able to surprise other teams, playing away from their own unit. Here's Hydron on that high ground. Quartz doing a good job of marking him, but also having protection of this pillar. KSA are waiting for USA to make a move.
And you can see KSA are much more willing to just give the space to USA. They've been pushed all the way into Snacks Ramus. They were looking for a pick and they found it onto Sugar Free, but Kalush matches back.
I was worried about this Echo on the attack when you have to play around Pylon, or maybe your BAP shift. It's not as easy as maybe a Brig or a Mercy, and with a really good Sojourn on the other side, it's trouble for Sugar Free, but Kalush maybe makes this winnable. There's someone from USA backcapping. KSA is in no man's land. Lapta's doing his best to heal. And USA, despite getting first blooded, are pulling through in this fight.
And I believe that's just because the KSA gave USA so much space. Kalush was able to get all the way onto the high ground of where the card is right there and just shoot down these spheres into KSA that it felt like they got backed into a corner. So it didn't even matter that they got the first pick because USA had the positioning and they were slowly able to take down all the players of KSA in a relatively quick first point capture here for USA.
USA is not even going to let KSA get set up. Kalush is already harassing them. Quartz wants to take this top pillar position, but wait, gets away with that shot. And Kalush could have chased him down. Here's a captive son. Quartz wants to cancel it, but he's starstruck. USA getting away with getting KSA weak and just deciding to prioritize pushing cart. Ultraviolet can easily jump back to his team. Sugar Free taking creative angles around too. USA are putting good trickle damage in, but eventually getting picked off by the range of Quartz and Yubi.
Yeah, you can see USA, they have to pick their heads. They have to try and take that positioning. And so far, KSA has been doing a great job of just sort of recognizing the targets and picking them off. And they've been working together. Quartz has gotten a couple of picks. Sermajed, Yubi on that one. So USA, all of a sudden, ultimates coming up. So they will be able to sort of utilize those ultimates to sort of deal with the threats coming from all different angles. Sermajed set up Amplification Matrix early for Olanda. And Sermajed utilized it against Kalush.
Now, Kalush was just caught out in the open, couldn't play the corner or that pillar on the left side where the sign is, didn't have grasp, didn't have shield, and obviously didn't expect the burst that is the Amp Matrix. And like we pointed out before, Kalush is so important for Team USA's pushes.
And that was the duplicate from Sugar Free as well. It didn't really even see any value from that. So now, all of a sudden, USA coming to a halt because of this setup. Look at KSA's line that they've set from the overhead, but also keep an eye on Yubi. We saw him do this on Samoa. He wants to go for a flank, find some targets, and then drop a blizzard on their head.
Oh, well, they're quite far away, so Yubi didn't go his way. Didn't go his way, unfortunately for him. Flux though from KSA, all the ultimates coming out. USA contesting the card. Kalush is frozen, not able to flux in time. But Hydron makes his way to the back. Duels against Labda, didn't get the charged up rail shot. KSA putting the shield in his face, and Hydron's removed by force. But he actually, does get the trade onto that Baptiste. There's no, not really much going on for Team USA, despite how far they had to go to even get close to KSA.
Good to see you.
Yubi's just hunting Kalush. Every time Kalush peeks his head, Yubi with the blizzard is just finding him, turns around the angle, drops the blizzard, knows Kalush can't do anything if he doesn't eat it with the grasp. So now, more time off the clock, 2.5 minutes. Kalush does have the flux, but how do you find anyone to flux? You don't want to pop it too early and just have the rest of the team scatter.
Signing USA deciding to go to the high ground. Accretion gone. KSA's shield is quite healthy. USA are just trying to juke them. There's someone on that off angle down there, and USA are maybe not all grouped up. Someone may be out of range. It's RuPaul. I don't know why he was so far away from Team USA, especially without Amp Matrix. And the captive sun from Ultraviolet only put a bit of damage into KSA, and USA are just down bad. Still lots of time left, and that's the advantage they had, capping so quickly over KSA, but this has been a struggle for USA.
Sermajed and Quartz are doing a phenomenal job of sitting in this pylon area, waiting for anybody to cross. I think the reason RuPaul didn't make it with them is he tried to cross the first time, took too much damage, had to go back, so he was split from the rest of the team. Second time he tries to pick his head up, gets eliminated. KSA putting on a phenomenal hold on this second point so far. Kalush wasn't even able to use the gravitic flux.
Kalush has to be careful how he crosses too, really with the rest of the team, because an overclock is available for Quartz. And that could be what finds a first blood, what starts the fight on a good foot for KSA. Kalush trying to come in, multiple angles being taken from Team USA. The flux, I don't know if it hit, I think it hit weakened KSA a bit. They distance themselves, they're at the end of point B. USA barely have a hold on this high ground. It's up to Sugar Free on the duped Sigma to harass KSA. As now tanks of USA trying to surround KSA, especially while Sir Majed is missing. And now
What?
Ultraviolet too. Quartz on the overclock is going insane. He's behind USA, but Hydron keeps him in check along with Sugar Free. And KSA are starting to lose that defense that have drained so many minutes out of USA. And this flex from KSA was nice, but USA's Ant Matrix is what's truly scaring this defense.
And there's just no picks coming out from USA. They had the positioning, but they just couldn't find anything. Quartz switches over to the Widow to try and find a quick pick coming back from spawn, but decides better of it. Goes back over to the Sojourn, and now it's final fight for USA. This is the end of the series. If KSA close out this one, USA will lose this series 2-0. They need to come up with some magic. Ultraviolet with the Captive Sun is the only ultimate they have, and they're walking into a blizzard from Yubi.
Ultraviolet is sneaking up. Here's the Captive Sun. He wants a squishy target. The shield's in his face, so he's flying around, making sure that Sojourn doesn't get a clocked shot on him. USA can't have Sugar Free flying around for free. It's a 4v5. USA have the pullback, and Quartz is just unleashing. The guy's insane. 2 picks in this fight. Did he just win the fight for KSA? They're in the room, but USA is still contesting. It's Hydron and Kaluj against the world. Hydron's too close to the action, though, and Kaluj's flux is not enough. USA fall, and KSA take the series 2-0.
KSA just looked like a much better drilled team. They had a great plan coming in, and they went toe-to-toe mirror compositions against USA and were the better team. People expected good things from this KSA squad, but I think they're even impressing those who had the highest expectations.
KSA had a lot of respect for Team USA. Yeah, KSA might have said they're the new champions. A little early there in the group stage, but you're going up against the reigning champions. A little very different roster of Team USA. You can see the energy, the emotions out of KSA. They've beaten one of the toughest teams in World Cup. And I think a lot of people got to put respect on them now. This is such a good roster.
And we came into this tournament being like, team from China, South Korea, USA, they're the 3-horse races. Those are the favorites, but we're starting to see some other teams prop up who are putting on these gargantuan performances. And when they have Haku to be able to come and play the Lucio if they want to play fast, and Labda to come in and play the double flex support, they're very well-rounded and are going to have multiple threats that teams are going to have to deal with.
That means KSA will be holding on to first seed now, being undefeated 2-0 in Group D, that group of death. And Team USA will be 1-1. And there's Japan and France, who have had good showings of their own. It's a tough group. These are some tough teams. Well, let's go check in with the desk. So he's got to be happy with this one.
Oh man. All right, so get it out. Get it out. All right.
Whoa.
Okay.
She did it again. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff from Team Saudi Arabia. They took the mirror and they won. And they celebrated like they just won the championship. And honestly, I understand because Team USA has been so highly rated. Let's dive into the highlights to talk about how they got it done, because it's not like Team USA just rolled over and took it. Like, this was a very close match.
That was crazy. That was crazy. I mean, look, they came out. You love to see it. They came out aggressive off the bat with, these kind of like plays right here. We're seeing, the May flanks from Blizzard pushing up early after the very first fight. They just pushed up early with the application matrix from Thermojed. Really got an understanding of their positioning here on Samoa as well. I think they played really well about Quartz Bastion cooldowns, because really Bastion is the most effective when you have those cooldowns up, right? So throughout, I know it was just a 2-map series, and we headed over to Blizzard World where we kind of questioned the sugar-free echo pick. I was just really impressed with how smart Saudi Arabia played, like the positioning, and they go like, well, if USA, you're gonna take some room, you're gonna take some positioning with the echo, we're gonna fall back, we'll have our backline play together into these small areas, we'll play around Yubi's May, for example, and find a way to make it work. USA, they flanked a lot. We saw Kalush with some pretty decent positioning on the Sigma. Hydron was flanking pretty much all the time on the Sojourn and sometimes had success finding picks. But for the most part, the way Saudi Arabia worked around that, navigated around that with their positioning and smart play, super impressive. And suddenly, it's like a 4-horse race here in the World Cup. Out of nowhere. It's crazy.
It's incredible. That's what we wanted to see. I love that Group D shaped up to be such a tight group with
it's
so many standout teams. I mean, now there is a lot opening up for Team Japan. USA really has to fight for it. They were the favorite considered into this. Group D is pretty much determined now. So someone smarter than me actually wrote it down. Yeah, so even if Great Britain were to lose their match tomorrow against Brazil, that wouldn't change anything. They would still keep that slot. Yeah, so Canada is the number 2 seed in their group.
Thank you, smarter person.
Perfect.
Thank you, smarter person. Whoever you are, thank you so much. Thank you.
Ben was a big brain.
I wanted to quickly mention as well Group D. This changes, of course, the seeding with Group D coming out of it. So we might be setting up for United States playing someone completely different to the quarters if they make it through. Maybe it's Japan, of course. But like now, Saudi Arabia, they're in prime position for the number 1 seed in Group D. So that our bracket is just like blown up. Like this could look crazy going into BlizzCon. So I know I'm popping off with the wizard costume here, but I can't. That was a huge win for Saudi Arabia, and it will have massive ramifications on the rest of the bracket.
I mean, if the wizard thinks it was magical, then it must be. This was a fantastic performance. Everything is still open. There's a lot of implications still on matches tomorrow, which makes it all the more exciting because I think the last match tomorrow, which is the last day of the group stages, will be fought out between the USA and Team Japan. So that means I have everything to play for, which makes it so hype. Like, I am super excited for that. Alas, this day is over, which means we want to take a look at some of our favorite moments. And we're starting with you, Johnny the Wise. What did you learn? What got you hyped? What made you happy?
There was one play that stood out in particular, and we got a highlight. Mixv on Colombia with a huge double boop, and not only was there a huge double boop, came back for more. Came back for a second boop, booping an additional third person off the map. This was a huge play right here. So, you know, we always talk about the World Cup. Love seeing new faces. Love seeing new teams come in that we weren't really familiar with before. And it's cool to as well see them perform on broadcast, right? This was a huge play from Mixv. So even though it's looking like Colombia's out here in the group stage, they are actually out from the group stage. They got to end it on that note. So huge play by Mixv. Love to see that. Happy to see them participate here in the World Cup in 2023.
Absolutely. Danny, what was your highlight of today?
My highlight, the thing that I learned is that, you know, this is competition, but at the same time, it's a celebration as well. Overwatch World Cup is a celebration. I learned that these teams, you know, like to have fun, you know, as we're seeing right now. Some of the teams, you know, they got the Le Seraphim comp, but they didn't pull this one out, but they were just using those characters to have a dance. And also, we all know Finn, he's sort of a musician, but yeah, so he was trying to play some piano for his team, but all of his teammates didn't want to hear his music.
They kept on Maywalling him off of the piano. Rude. Yeah, really rude, but funny. I love the fun that they have with it and coming into their games. Good vibes all around the board. And so are the vibes in the talent team. Honestly, everyone, costumes on point. Some are better than others.
Thank you.
I mean, obviously, Danny impressed with his Mr. X costume. Same person. I cannot tell the difference. We got to bask in the glory of Mitch's plumage. Emily absolutely killing it, matching her background and her setup. Of course, Moxie, the DIY queen. This was incredible. Dustin, actually kind of scary.
The mask is kind of scary.
Costa chickened out on his wig, although it looked really good. Obviously, next to Lemon, he was doomed to look bad. Like that's you just lost that one already. First, his team lost to Canada, then he lost his cosplay competition against Lemon. Costa was just having a really rough group stage thus far. But maybe tomorrow is looking better for him. We have more matches coming your way. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule to see how we're going to finish out our group stages in this round robin format. There's still some space, some places to play for these teams. Some exciting matches. Which one are you most looking forward to, Danny?
I think, the one that we just highlighted, the USA versus Japan one, has to be the big one because the winner of that match will probably likely go, move out of the group stage from their group as well. So I think that's a big match to watch out for.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with you. I mean, that is the big one right there. But another one to highlight as well, you know, South Korea versus Finland. I feel like both teams have been kind of like strolling through Group A. That could be an opportunity to really see what Team Finland is about. And, you know, there's been some upsets already here in the group stages. So I'm not going to say that Korea's going to lose by any means. But Finland is one of those teams that at least has a chance to beat South Korea. So I'll throw that up there.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, Mexico's game against Korea did show that teams can make Korea sweat, you know? And Finland, they've been talking the talk from day one. They came in confident, and they kept on mentioning that they are very confident to take down the team of South Korea as well. So they get an opportunity to show us just that. Regardless, of course, both of those teams are the ones making it out their group. But it's going to be interesting to see just, you know, the battle of the giants of Group A. I am excited for all of that. We are finishing out our day once more. Of course, let us know what were your highlights. Make sure to use the hashtag OWWC 2023. It's been a very long day, but I can't wait to hear from all of you guys. Guys?
Yeah?
We're almost there. I unfortunately will not be joining you tomorrow. So
You're leaving us!
I have to leave you for the last day doing some BlizzCon shenanigans.
Oh, it's over!
I know.
What are we gonna do?
Well, you're gonna work magic, Johnny the Wise. You're gonna don your best green beard and you're gonna rock it.
I'm tired of this stupid thing.
That's pretty sad. Oh my. That actually is a cool look. Very anime of you, Johnny. I kind of like it. Either way, I'll be watching you guys tomorrow as Danny and Johnny are going to take over the desk. It's going to be fun. It's going to be explosive. And it's going to get weird, I'm pretty sure. We're excited for that.
100%. No matter what.
Again tomorrow, same place, same time, and we see you there. Bye-bye.
We got this, Danny.
Have fun, Zoe. We're going to be...